Howard had assured her everything was under control, so she was free to go. Still, she felt that uneasy sensation of being pulled in two different directions. Ian had thought the malcontents would attack again. She hated not being there to help. "We're here to see Sabrina Vanderwerth," she told the receptionist. "You'll need to sign in and fill out this form." While Carlos signed them in, Tony quickly filled out the form, including Sabrina's name and ID number. The receptionist checked the form against her records, the same records Tony had snuck a peek at the night before. "I'll need your IDs?" She examined their driver's licenses, then filled out name tags for them. "I'll hold your licenses here until you return and sign out." She handed them the clip-on name tags. "Wear these at all times. You cannot bring any personal items or food or drinks into the wards. Do you understand?" "Yes." Tony was directed toward the guard, who went through her handbag, then patted her and Carlos down. He unlocked the door. "Follow the sidewalk across the courtyard, then turn right to Ward 3. As they crossed the courtyard, Tony looked around. Inside each building, another guard was posted. She shivered. The place was like a prison. Carlos opened the door to Ward 3 and followed her into a small foyer. The guard checked their name tags and took their request form, which he placed in a sliding metal box. It slid into a nurse's station, all enclosed in glass. "Put your coats and personal items in these bins." The guard motioned to some plastic bins on a table. While they filled the bins, a brawny male nurse entered the nursing station and examined their request form. "Come to the door," he spoke through an intercom. There was a buzzing sound, then the metal door opened. The male nurse motioned for them to enter. Tony noted his name tag said Bradley, and the hall smelled of disinfectant and despair. "Are there visitors for me?" a young man asked as he shuffled toward them in corduroy house shoes. His Spider-Man pajamas were crumpled, and the red color had faded to pink. "They're not here for you, Teddy," Bradley growled. "Go back to the men's room." "Okay." Teddy ran a hand through his dark hair that had a streak dyed white down the middle, making him resemble a skunk. He shuffled back down the hall. "This way." Bradley led them to the right. "Sabrina will be in the women's rec room. We keep the men and women separated except at mealtime. It's better that way since we get the occasional sex addict." Tony winced. "Here you are." Bradley motioned to an open area, then strode back down the hallway. A female nurse sat behind a counter, watching everyone. In the middle of the plain white room, there were 2 tables, surrounded by orange plastic chairs. More plastic chairs lined the 3 walls. A television, mounted high in a corner, played an animated movie with the volume turned down low. The air was stuffy and warm, stifling. 2 middle-aged women sat along the wall, across from the television, staring dumbly at it. One's hand kept twitching, and the other one's mouth drooped open. Their eyes looked dead. Tony's heart squeezed in her chest. In the corner, a young female patient sat beside a male visitor. Her husband, perhaps? They were both quiet, as if they no longer knew what to say to each other. Tony's heart was already breaking when she spotted Sabrina. She was wearing flannel pajama bottoms and a blue t-shirt. Her hair, usually a bouncy and shiny blonde, was dull and frizzy. She sat at a table, swinging her feet back and forth as she studied a magazine. Her sneakers flopped loosely on her feet. The shoelaces had been removed. As Tony moved closer, she realized it wasn't a magazine Sabrina was looking at, but a coloring book. She flipped through the pages, then stopped at a page that hadn't been colored yet. She removed a broken pink crayon from a plastic bin and started to color. This was the ace student at NYU who had made the dean's list for the past 6 semesters. Tony squeezed her eyes shut. "I will not cry in front of her. I'll be strong." "I could kill her uncle," Carlos whispered. Tony took a deep breath and pasted a smile on her face. "Hi, Sabrina." Bree turned toward them, her face blank. Then she blinked. "Tony! Carlos!" She stood. "You came to see me." "Of course we did." Tony gave her a hug. "We've been worried about you."
You're looking good, menina.
Carlos hugged her, then sat across from her at the table. Tony sat next to her. How have you been? I'm okay. Bree held up her arm to show them the blue plastic ID band around her wrist. I got promoted to blue today. I'm so glad not to be yellow anymore. What's wrong with yellow? Tony asked. It's for suicidal patients. Bree selected a green crayon from the bin. Not that I was suicidal. Tony swallowed hard. That's good, she whispered. They just put everyone on suicide watch when they first get here, Bree explained.
I wonder why,
Carlos muttered as he glanced around the bleak room. I was so lonely, Bree continued. I had to eat all my meals alone, and I had to sit here by myself when the others went to the gym. Hi, Sabrina. They turned to see Teddy shuffling into the room. He cricked his head to the side. You have visitors?
Teddy!
Bradley marched toward him.
How many times do I have to tell you to stay in the men's rec room?
Okay. Teddy wandered back down the hall.
Crazy moron,
Bradley muttered as he followed.
I'm not crazy,
Teddy protested. Sabrina went back to coloring as if everything was normal. I met Teddy at lunch today. I think he's lonesome. No one ever comes to visit him. She smiled at Tony. I'm glad you came. I will not cry. Tony smiled back. I'm glad too. Teddy's not crazy, Bree whispered. He's just very sad. He was in a car accident with his girlfriend, and she died. He was driving, so he feels guilty. Tony nodded. It's terrible to feel like you failed someone you love. And God help her. She was going to fail Sabrina if she didn't get her out of this place. We want to get you back home. I'm trying to get better. I'm having delusions. You're not delusional, Tony insisted. I have to admit it if I'm going to get better. That's what my therapist says. Anyway, lots of people here are delusional. Bree smiled. Even some of the guards. Last night, they said there was a giant black cat running around the courtyard. Tony glanced at Carlos, but his face remained blank. Bree took a purple crayon from the bin. I have to color Jasmine's hair purple. They took all the black crayons away because they were too depressing. Tony stifled an urge to scream. How could anyone stay at this place and not get depressed? Bree, I did what you asked. I went to Central Park to see if any vampires would come and attack me. Bree shook her head while she colored. Vampires aren't real.
You're right,
Carlos said quickly, then gave Tony a pointed look when she started to interrupt.
You should tell your uncle that you made a mistake. You were simply traumatized by the attack. But you're all better now, and he should let you out of here.
Tony knew that strategy wouldn't work. Bree would need her uncle's okay in order to be released, and he would never give it. Bree dropped the purple crayon back into the bin. Uncle Joe wants me to stay here until they get the right combination of meds for me. It might take a few weeks. Or forever, Tony thought wryly. As long as Uncle Joe was in charge of Bree's future, she would have none. Tony had wanted to help Bree by proving the existence of vampires, but so far, she'd failed to come up with any proof. And now she doubted Uncle Joe would acknowledge any proof. It simply wasn't in his best interest to ever let Bree out of this hospital. A sense of panic grew in Tony as the minutes ticked by. Carlos asked mundane questions like what they'd eaten for supper. Tony was finding it hard to even breathe. Would you like to have this picture? Bree asked as she finished coloring. Yes. Tony forced a smile. Nurse Bradley strode toward them.
Visiting hours are over,
he announced. Tomorrow we're making Christmas stockings and putting up a tree. Bree handed the picture to Tony. Can you come back? Of course. I'll try. Tony was afraid Uncle Joe would deny her access once he saw her name on the visitor's sign-in sheet.
Let's go.
Bradley motioned impatiently. The couple in the corner separated. The husband headed down the hall. The woman sank into her chair and silently began to cry.
This way, please.
Bradley glared at them. Tony hugged her friend, then quickly walked away before Bree could see the tears in her eyes. She followed Carlos back into the foyer and winced when the heavy metal door shut with a final click. They slowly put on their coats and gathered their belongings. so the visiting husband would leave before them. A few minutes after he exited, they started across the courtyard. The cold air slapped Tony's face, bringing her a sense of urgency. "We have to get her out," she whispered.
"I know," Carlos replied. "I've been trying to come up with a plan all evening."
"Her uncle will never release her." Tony's voice rose in panic. "We'll have to—" "Shh," Carlos warned her. He motioned to the oak tree and its massive branch that extended over the wall.
"I could try to get her up that tree, but there's still the problem of getting her out of the ward. The damned place is locked up tighter than a nun in a chastity belt."
"We have to do something."
"I can't see a way out of here."
She grabbed Carlos's arm. "Don't say that. There's got to be a way." They just needed to get past the guards and the locked doors. "Oh my gosh, I know how to do it."
"How?"
Carlos asked. "We teleport her out."
"We can't do that."
"But we know someone who can."
"You're going to ask that vampire, Ian?" Carlos asked. "Are you sure he can be trusted?"
"I think so. I hope so." He'd offered to help her, and the more Tony thought about it, the more she knew it was the only way. Tony insisted Carlos drive her straight back to Romatech. It was dark by the time they arrived. The guard at the entrance gate recognized her and waved them through. Carlos stopped the car by the front door.
"I know you want to talk to Ian alone, but leave me in the loop. This will require some planning."
"Okay." She pulled her knit cap off and fluffed up her hair. She wanted to look decent for her talk with Ian.
"Once Bree is out, we'll need a safe place to keep her. We can't just take her back to her apartment."
"Why not?" Tony snapped her eyeglasses into their case, then dropped them in her handbag. Her eyesight was a little fuzzy from a distance, but it would be fine for a close-up conversation. She pulled the visor down to check herself in the mirror.
"Tony, her uncle might suspect we're behind her disappearance and charge us with kidnapping."
That made her pause. She flipped the visor back up. "But Bree would come willingly with us."
"Are you sure? After all she's been through, do you expect her to trust the next vampire who comes along?"
"Well, I did." Tony winced. "But I had strong motivation. I was trying to help Bree." Tears threatened her once again. "We have to get her out of there."
"I agree. I don't like what those meds are doing to her. She's lost all her fight. She's not herself anymore."
"I know." Tony dragged in a shaky breath. She was barely retaining control over her emotions. Carlos patted her arm.
"It'll be all right, menina."
He glanced in the rearview mirror.
"What the hell is that?"
Tony glanced over her shoulder. The parking lot was well lit, and she spotted a short man, bundled up against the cold, trudging toward the front door of Romatech. He had a large black garbage bag slung over one shoulder. "He's carrying something kind of bulky."
"He?"
Carlos glanced back, then shifted his gaze back to the mirror.
"He doesn't show up in the mirror. All I see is a bag floating along in the air."
"Really?" Tony snapped down the visor to look in the mirror. Sure enough, the garbage bag was moving on its own. "That looks so weird. He must be a vamp." They sat in the car and watched the short man go through the front door. "I wonder what he's got in the bag," Tony murmured.
Carlos snorted. "A dead body?"
Tony swatted him. "These vamps aren't like that."
"You've known them for a week, Tony. How can you be sure what they're capable of?"
"They saved me when I was in trouble. Let's just hope they can save Sabrina." She opened the car door to get out. "I'll call you tomorrow." Carlos waved, then drove back to the entrance gate. Tony entered the large foyer with its gleaming marble floors and huge potted plants that concealed surveillance cameras and metal detectors. She turned down the hallway on the left, headed for the McKay security office. The short vamp with the stuffed garbage bag was halfway down the hall. He stopped at a door and punched in a number on the keypad. The door across the hall opened, and Shanna hurried out. She stopped. "Laszlo! How good to see you!"
"Mrs. Dragonesti."
The short man bowed slightly.
"How do you do?"
"I'm fine." She moved closer to him. "What did you bring?" He opened his bag and she peered inside. "Laszlo, these are wonderful! Thank you." He blushed. "I'd better get them inside." He scurried inside the door with his mysterious bag. What the hell was going on? "What's up?" Tony motioned toward the locked door. "Tony!" Shanna gave her a hug. "Have you seen my office yet?" She pointed at the dental office across the hall. "No." Tony suspected Shanna was trying to change the subject. "You need to make an appointment," Shanna continued. "All the McKay employees get 2 free checkups every year. Well, actually not free. Angus pays for it. Have you met Angus?" Definitely trying to change the subject. "No, I haven't." "Hi, Mommy. Hi, Tony," Constantine called out. Tony spotted him hovering about 4 feet off the floor in the room next to Shanna's office. This had to be his nursery. The doorway was partially closed off by the bottom half of a door. The top half was open, and Constantine had levitated so he could see them in the hallway. "Hi, Constantine." Tony peered into his playroom. It was full of toys, books, stuffed animals, a twin bed, and some comfy chairs. "Wow, you have a lot of stuff."
"You can say that again,"
Radinka muttered as she returned some books to a bookcase.
"You two had better hurry up or you'll be late for Mass."
"Okay." Shanna leaned over the door to hug her son. "I'll see you afterwards, sweetie." She started down the hall, then stopped when Tony didn't join her. "Aren't you coming?" "I'm sorry, but I need to talk to Ian." Tony gestured toward the security office. "Howard's the only one there right now." Shanna moved closer. "All the vamp guys are at the chapel, making sure it's safe. They're worried the malcontents will try something tonight." "Like what?" Shanna sighed. "They blew up our chapel last summer. Luckily, no one was there at the time." Tony winced. "That's terrible." "Yeah." Shanna glanced toward the nursery and lowered her voice. "That's why I'm leaving Tino in the nursery with Radinka. Just in case. Come on. You need to meet Father Andrew. He's wonderful." Tony followed her down the hall and into the main foyer. "I don't know if I should go. I wasn't raised Catholic." Shanna grinned. "Neither was I. But these old vamps are so medieval. It's all they know. Did you know my husband was a monk?" "I didn't know that." Tony followed Shanna into the right wing. She wondered how old Ian was exactly, but didn't want to draw attention to her interest in him. "Are all the guys medieval?" "No. Grigori's young. Roman transformed him in 1993, when some malcontents attacked him outside in the parking lot. Poor guy was just picking up his mom from work." "How sad." Tony grimaced. But it did explain how he managed to have a mortal mother who was still alive. "What about Connor and Ian?" "They were transformed after some battle in Scotland in the 1500s. Changed the same night. So they've always been close. Roman changed Connor and Angus changed Ian." "They wanted to be changed?" Tony asked. "Oh, yeah. They were both mortally wounded. It was either be changed or die." Shanna entered a room on the right. "This is our fellowship hall, where everyone visits after church. I just want to make sure everything's ready." The room had 2 long tables, both draped in long white tablecloths. It was obvious that one was meant for vamps, and the other one for mortals. The mortal table boasted a cheese deli tray, a veggie and dip tray, a bowl of punch, and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. The other table had 2 large bins filled with ice and bottles of blood. The microwave was in the center of the table, flanked by rows of glasses.
"Ladies, the service is starting,"
a male voice spoke from the hallway. There was no mistaking that deep, lilting voice. Tony's heart fluttered in her chest. When she turned to face him, her heart did a bigger flip. "We'll talk later." Shanna patted Tony on the arm, then hurried from the room. Tony approached Ian, and her heart speeded up under his intense scrutiny. "I need to talk to you." He raised his eyebrows.
"Are you ready to finally confess your secrets?"
Her face heated. All the other vamps had trusted her from the beginning. Only Ian had suspected her of a hidden agenda. "How do you know I have secrets?" He leaned close and whispered.
"Your heart is racing. Your cheeks are on fire."
He smiled slowly.
"And now your eyes are flashing an angry but lovely shade of green."
"You're like a human lie detector." She glared at him. "It's very aggravating to lose the option of lying." He chuckled as he curled a hand under her elbow.
They say confession is good for the soul.
The sound of singing drifted from the chapel. Deep male voices. The vamps were singing a hymn.
Why does a vamp worry about the state of his soul? She whispered. You could live forever. None of us live forever. So you're praying for salvation?
She guessed that made sense. Who would need redemption more than a vampire?
I pray for many things, Tony.
His hand slid down her arm, then lingered by her fingers.
I pray ye'll trust me with the entire truth.
And she would pray that he understood. Chapter 15. Ian found comfort in the old familiar chants and prayers. Over the centuries, the world powers could change, technology advance, mortal friends pass away, but Mass remained much the same, and the scent of Christmas remained the same. He breathed deeply, enjoying the scent of fir tree garlands and lit Advent candles. Tonight there was another scent, one that kept luring him away from holy thoughts. Type AB positive, his favorite flavor. It emanated from Tony, who sat beside him in the back row. She'd removed her jacket and folded it on her lap. Her hands clenched together so tightly her knuckles gleamed white. What had happened to make her desperate enough to reveal her secrets to him? When he'd first wakened and realized she was gone, he checked her tracking device on a computer. She'd gone back to that psychiatric hospital. By the looks of her clenched hands and pale face, something at the hospital had upset her. Was it somehow connected to her taking the job as their guard? Father Andrew began his homily, and Ian tried to focus on the priest instead of the heavenly body next to him.
As you know, I never reveal anything I hear during confession, Father Andrew began, but I would like to speak tonight about a common thread I've heard many times, and each time I hear it, it grieves me greatly. Many of you believe you don't deserve happiness or love. You feel you are not worthy.
Ian heard Tony breathe in sharply.
Whereas a mortal has one short lifetime to experience regret, the priest continued. A vamp can live much longer and rack up a greater amount of regret and guilt. Some of you believe you've taken the grand prize in unworthiness, that there is no hope for your soul. You fear God can never forgive you, and because of your self-condemnation, you're unable to forgive yourself.
Tony pressed a hand to her mouth. Ian saw her eyes were squeezed shut. What was wrong? He hoped she wasn't going to cry. He couldn't bear to see a woman cry.
You know your past failures, your mistakes, Father Andrew said. But know this, too. You are still children of the Heavenly Father, and your Father loves you.
A small noise came from Tony that sounded like a stifled whimper.
Do not believe you're unworthy of love, for God loves you. And do not let your past sins torment you. If God can forgive you, why can you not forgive yourself?
Tony jumped up and ran out the back door. Ian stared at the closed door. Damn it to hell. Why would she be so upset? He'd seen her personnel file. She was only 24 years old. Her worst offense was a bloomin' traffic ticket. She was an angel compared to the bloody vamps in this room, himself included. Father Andrew droned on and showed no sign of stopping any time soon, and Tony was off somewhere, crying. He slipped out the door and followed the sound of her sniffles. She was sitting in the refreshment room, doubled over with her face in her hands.
Tony, are you all right?
Stupid question, he chided himself. The lass was crying. She sat up and wiped her face. I'm okay.
What's wrong? Did the priest upset you?
I'm sure he means well. She stood and wandered toward the table of mortal food. I'm sure he's right about forgiveness, but... Ian stepped closer to her.
But what?
I've never been able to forgive myself.
Lass, what could ye have possibly done? You're so young and innocent.
She turned toward him, and he winced at the sight of her tear-stained cheeks. I let my grandmother die. He hadn't expected that.
It must have been an accident.
I didn't mean for it to happen. Tears streamed down her face. He couldn't take it, so he pulled her into his arms and rubbed her back.
What happened?
I was in middle school. And by then, my grandmother's health wasn't very good. I learned to do the chores, and I was used to getting myself up in the morning and fixing my lunch and catching the bus. I always hugged Grandma before I left.
Ian could see that Tony had learned to be strong and independent at a young age.
One night, Grandma was having trouble sleeping. I could hear her up a lot. But that morning, when I came in to say goodbye, she was sleeping well. I didn't want to wake her, so I went on to school. But when I came home that afternoon, she was still there.
Tony stepped back and grabbed a napkin off the table to wipe her face, but the tears kept coming.
She died while I was gone.
Sweetheart, she died naturally. It was not your fault.
But I knew she'd been sick the night before. I kept thinking about what I should have done differently. If I had called 911 that morning, she might have lived. Even my mother said I'd done a lousy job of taking care of her. She wouldn't let me live with them after Grandma died. She sent me to a boarding school.
Ian winced. Lass, I do not mean to offend, but your mother's a bloomin' arse. Tony blinked. Apparently his observation had taken her by surprise. Ye can believe me, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to mums. I was 15 when I was transformed. I thought I could go back home, but my mom would not accept me. Tony's red-rimmed eyes widened.
Why not?
How did she put it? I was a monstrous creature from hell. She feared if I got a wee peckish, I might slaughter my younger brothers and sisters.
That's ridiculous. Anyone who knows you would know you could never hurt someone you love.
Her declaration filled his heart, and the way her eyes flashed with angry indignation, he thought he'd never seen a woman more beautiful. I appreciate your faith in me. He stepped closer. Are you all right now? She blew her nose in the napkin.
I think so. I'm really sorry about this. I've been an emotional wreck lately, and you keep seeing me at my worst.
Nay, I think ye are at your best. She gave him a dubious look.
With my watery eyes and red nose.
He wanted to kiss her watery eyes and red nose. Actually, I was referring to your compassionate heart. She snorted.
I'm not feeling very compassionate. I was just thinking that your mom was a bloomin' arse.
He chuckled. At least we both survived.
You know, when I first met you, I thought we were totally different. Alive, dead.
She motioned to herself, then him.
Modern, old-fashioned. Intelligent, not so intelligent.
Excuse me?
She grinned. I'm kidding. But I was wrong. We actually have a lot in common.
You mean our heartless mothers?
More than that. We shared the same worries and fears. That we're not worthy. That we'll fail someone we love.
Her face grew sad again. He touched her face and smoothed his thumb over her damp cheek. You have more deep, dark secrets to tell me?
I'm afraid so.
You're so deep.
And dark.
She smiled.
Thank you. I feel a lot better now.
Will you tell me your full name?
She winced. That's too dark.
Lass, it cannot be that bad.
He touched her other cheek, so her face was cradled in his hands. He could hear her heart racing. He moved closer. She didn't back away. He dragged his thumb along her jaw. Her mouth opened slightly, and she licked her lips. He wanted to feel that. He slid his thumb over her bottom lip, gliding over the moisture. She drew in a sharp breath. Your eyes are red again, she whispered.
I know.
He moved closer till his chest was grazing hers. Her gaze drifted down to his mouth. The napkin fell from her hand and fluttered to the floor. Slowly she raised a hand, then touched the dent in his chin. It was simple movement, but he interpreted it as permission. She'd pushed the yes button, and that was all that mattered. To hell with the rules, to hell with reason. He held her face and kissed her lightly, once, twice. She leaned toward him, and his passion broke loose with a wild, devouring kiss. He pulled her close, one hand at the back of her neck, the other at her waist. He pulled her so close, her feet came off the ground. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. A hunger he'd kept restrained for nights was unleashed. He couldn't taste her enough. Her lips, her tongue. He explored her mouth and nibbled her lips. She was sweet. She was trembling. She was clutching him tight. And he wanted more. It felt like he'd wanted her for centuries. He trailed kisses down her neck, then tickled her with his tongue on a path to her ear. She shivered. "Tony," he whispered, then drew her earlobe into his mouth. She moaned and ran her fingers into his hair. "Ian." He smoothed his hands down her back, then cupped her bottom and gently squeezed. He was returning to her mouth for more kissing when he heard someone clearing his throat. He froze with his hands planted firmly on Tony's rump. This was bad. He glanced over his shoulder. Connor stood in the doorway. He'd averted his face, but his jaw was shifting as he ground his teeth. Ian released Tony and stepped back. She glanced at him, then at Connor, her eyes wide. Ian cleared his throat. "This was my fault. I take full responsibility for it." "No," Tony whispered and shook her head. "I'll have a word with you in private, Ian." Connor turned and strode down the hall. He tried to give Tony a reassuring smile. "I'll be right back." She didn't look very reassured. He hurried into the hallway to catch up with Connor. Halfway to the foyer, Connor opened a door to a conference room. "This will do." Ian glanced back. People were leaving the chapel and wandering into the refreshment room. He hoped Tony would be all right. "Close the door behind you," Connor said quietly as he marched to the end of a long conference table. Ian shut the door. "I will ask you not to reprimand Tony. I instigated the incident, and I take full responsibility for it." "How noble. I would not expect less from you." Connor stopped at the head of the table and rested a hand on the back of a chair. "But I was not born yesterday. 'Twas quite obvious that she was not being forced." A thrill shot through Ian, and he stifled a grin. It was true. She had been willing. More than willing. She'd kissed him back. She'd moaned with pleasure. She wanted him, and he wanted to shout with joy. "She willfully broke the rules." Connor rubbed his brow. "I have no choice but to fire her." "No!" Ian walked toward him. "She was crying when I found her. She was very upset, and I took advantage." "Ian," Connor regarded him sternly, "what has come over you lately? You've been back less than a week, and you have a mob of females hounding you. Hundreds of phone calls and emails. Women camped out on the sidewalk. I heard you dated 50 ladies in one night. And then there was that interview. Things have gotten a little out of control, but more than a little." Connor's eyes flashed with anger. "Is it not enough to have hundreds of women throwing themselves at you? Why would you seduce the one woman you cannot have? Is it because she is forbidden? Nay, I guarded Roman's harem for 50 years. I never misbehaved with any of them. Tony is different, special. Unemployed," Connor added wryly. "You cannot fire her. We need her." "Damn it, Ian." Connor pounded a fist on the back of the chair. "How can you expect me to ignore the rules?" Ian took a deep breath. He had to come up with something fast, or Connor could be erasing her memory tonight. "What if the malcontents already know she's working for us? If we fire her and erase her memory, she would be totally defenseless against an attack." Connor frowned. "You make a good point, but 'tis based on an assumption. We cannot gamble with her life. She's been doing an excellent job for us, and she can still do it. I will not interfere with her duties." Connor paced away, deep in thought. "I hired her for a probationary period of 2 weeks. I could let her complete those 2 weeks before making a final decision." He glanced at Ian. "Can you keep your hands off her for another week?" He wasn't sure he could for 30 minutes. "I can try." "Try? Have you no heard of restraint, man?" Ian gritted his teeth. The more he told himself he couldn't have Tony, the more he wanted her. Connor sighed. "I'll delay my decision for another week." He headed for the door.
Meanwhile, if he care for the lass, he'll bloody well leave her alone. I do care for her, but do ye not understand how I feel? Have ye never felt the fierceness of longing?
A sad look came over Connor's face.
Aye, it is fierce. It rages like a wildfire, but leaves you with naught but ashes.
He left the room. What had happened to Connor to make him such a pessimist? Ian knew that a relationship between immortal and vamp rarely worked. Eventually they broke up, or the mortal agreed to change over. Shanna had agreed to become a vamp sometime in the future. Did he really want to involve Tony in a relationship where he'd have to suck her dry till she was dead so he could change her? Connor was right. If he really cared for her, which he did, he'd leave her be. He'd let her find love with her own kind, and he would keep looking for love among the vamps. "What's wrong?" Shanna asked. Tony sighed. She knew she looked like a mess. How on earth had Ian found her attractive? She filled a plate with cheese cubes, carrot sticks, and broccoli. And what the heck, a few chocolate chip cookies. "I'm doing my Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer impersonation." Shanna handed her a cup of punch. "Are you unhappy with your job here?" "No." She bit into a cookie. The fellowship hall was filling up fast with churchgoers. Tony hated for everyone to see her swollen red eyes, but she didn't want to run off just yet. She still needed to talk to Ian. "I have a close friend who's in the hospital. I just came from visiting her, and I was all smiles while I was there, but now the stress has caught up with you," Shanna observed. "I'm so sorry. If you need some time off, I'm sure we can arrange it." "You're very kind." Unfortunately, she might have lots of time off very soon. Connor was probably going to fire her. Fired for kissing a vampire. Who would have known her life could be so risque? But she'd known it was against the rules. Would she do it again? In a heartbeat. It had been the most phenomenal kiss of her life. Not one of those fumbling ones like she'd had in the past where she'd spent the entire kiss wondering if she was doing it properly, or wishing like hell that the guy knew how to do it properly. There'd been no wondering or wishing at all. She'd simply been swept away into a glorious daze of pure sensation. It was the kind of kiss she'd always dreamed of. And Ian was the romantic hero she'd always dreamed of. Strong but sweetly vulnerable. An endearing mixture of pride and uncertainty. Bold enough to kiss her, and damn the consequences. Exciting, noble, clever, sexy. Perfect in every way, except one. He was a vampire. "Shanna, can I ask you a personal question?" "Sure." "I was wondering how you... well, is it difficult being in a relationship with a vampire?" "Ah." Shanna sipped some punch. "I suppose it depends on the vampire. I lucked out with Roman." She looked around the room, and Tony could tell the instant she spotted her husband. Her eyes softened. Roman must have felt her gaze or heard her say his name, for he turned away from his conversation with Father Andrew and smiled at her. "He's the love of my life," Shanna whispered. "And Constantine, too. I'm totally amazed by them." "But how do you handle the different hours?" "Tino and I keep late hours. We stay up to 1 or so in the morning so we can spend time with Roman. Then we sleep late in the morning. I take dental appointments from 3 in the afternoon till about 9 at night, so I can see both mortals and vamps. It's a bit of a challenge, fitting in family and a career. But it's that way for all women, so I don't think my situation is all that strange." "I see what you mean." Tony popped a piece of ranch-dipped broccoli in her mouth. "So, which hunky vamp guy are you interested in?" She nearly choked. Her eyes watered, and she gulped down some punch. "I didn't say I was." Shanna grinned. "Never mind. I think I know who." "It was a hypothetical question," Tony insisted. "I was just wondering how a vamp and mortal could make it work. And obviously you and Roman are doing it well. So I asked. That's all." "Uh-huh." Shanna gave her a knowing look. "Well, hypothetically speaking, I think he's a great guy. and you'd be crazy to pass him by."
Tony wondered if she was referring to Ian, but didn't dare ask. "I don't mean to be a downer, but I just don't see how it can last. Not when the mortal continues to age and the vamp doesn't."
Shanna nodded. "It was a tough decision, and not one I took lightly." She rubbed a hand over the bump where her second child was growing. "I've decided to change over eventually, but I wanted to wait till the children are a bit older."
Tony gaped. "You're going to become one of them?"
Shanna's eyes twinkled in merriment. "Ooh, scary. They're not monsters, you know. I realize it might take a while for you to see that. It took me a while. Well, only about a week." She laughed. "I fell for Roman so fast."
Tony could relate to that. There was something so special about Ian. He'd intrigued her from the start, and she could recognize herself in him. If he had to come up with 4 morning affirmations, she figured his would be identical to hers. "I feel so fortunate to be a part of their world," Shanna continued. "I have the best husband and most wonderful little boy. He's gone!" A shout came from the hallway, along with the sound of running. Radinka halted at the doorway, gasping for air. "Tino, he's gone!" Roman strode toward her.
"He's not in the nursery?"
"Oh my God!" Shanna spilled punch as she set down her cup. She rushed toward Radinka. "What happened?" "I don't know. I only turned my back on him for a second. I don't—"
"Dougal, Phineas, go check."
Roman started to give an order, but the 2 guards had already zoomed out the door.
"I'll take the east wing, ye take the west," Dougal shouted at Phineas. "Tell Connor," Roman yelled after them, "and Howard."
All the other vamps and Father Andrew rushed from the room to help with the search. "Oh my God!" Shanna clutched Roman's arm. "What if he was kidnapped? What if the malcontents—"
He squeezed her shoulder. "We won't panic yet. He might have just levitated and climbed over the door."
"I've told him 1,000,000 times not to do that," Shanna said.
"From now on, I'm stationing a guard at the nursery," Roman said quietly. "I'll check the parking lot."
Shanna paled. "Don't go alone. This could be a trap." Roman zoomed down the hall, shouting for Connor. Shanna and Radinka strode down the hall, calling out Constantine's name. A wave of panic froze Tony. Would the malcontents kidnap a child? If they teleported away with Tino, how would Roman ever find him? She wished she could do something to help, but she didn't know what. For the first time, she actually wished she was a vamp so she could move faster and fight better. She stepped forward and trod on something. It was the napkin she dropped before kissing Ian. She leaned over and picked it up and spotted something odd. The tablecloth had moved. As the shouts for Constantine grew dimmer in the distance, Tony heard a small, whimpering sound. She circled to the back of the table and dropped to her knees. She lifted the bottom edge of the tablecloth. Constantine gasped. He was hugging his knees to his chest, and his pink cheeks were wet with tears. "Tino?" she whispered. "How did you get here?" "I don't know," he wailed and covered his face. "Mommy's going to be mad at me." "Honey, no." Tony pulled him out from under the table and held him in her arms. "They're just scared. We need to tell them you're all right." "No." Tino clutched her shoulders. "Mommy told me not to leave the nursery. She'll be mad at me." "She only sounds upset 'cause she's so scared. Believe me, she'll be thrilled to know you're all right." He sniffled. "They won't be mad?" "No, honey. They love you so much." Tony stood, still holding the little boy, then strode into the hallway. "He's here! Tino's fine!" The vamps must have heard her first, for Dougal and Phineas zoomed toward her. Connor, Ian, and Roman zipped toward them a few seconds later. "Daddy!" Tino reached for Roman, who grabbed him and held him tight. The other vamps returned with Howard Barr and Father Andrew trailing behind. There were shouts of delight and slaps on the back. "You found him?" Roman asked Tony. "I can't thank you enough." "Way to go, Tony!" Phineas gave her a high five. "Well done," Connor nodded at her. She felt her face heat up. Was he going to fire her now? She glanced at Ian. Passion flared in his eyes. Then he turned away.
Constantine! Shanna ran toward them, followed by a gasping Radinka. Roman zoomed to them quickly, and Shanna flung herself at her husband, sandwiching their little boy between them. Thank God! Shanna hugged him tight. I was so scared. Radinka's eyes filled with tears. I could never forgive myself if anything happened to you. She touched the boy's cheek. They all walked back to where the crowd was gathered. Who found him? Shanna asked. Where was he? Tony, several vamps answered at once as they smiled at her. Her heart expanded with a warm feeling. For the first time in her life, she felt like she belonged to a whole family. Oh, thank you, Shanna hugged her. He was afraid you'd be mad at him, Tony whispered. I found him hiding under the table. She motioned with her head toward the fellowship hall. Oh my goodness, Shanna turned toward her son. How did you get in there without anyone seeing you? I don't know. Can I have a cookie? Tino. Roman spoke quietly. You've been told not to leave the nursery alone. I didn't mean to. Constantine wiped his nose. I was just thinking about you and Mommy and how much I wanted to be with you. Then it was so dark, and I couldn't see anything. Then I was there behind the table, and I fell down because I was dizzy. And then I heard everybody shouting, and I thought you were mad at me. Oh my God. Shanna pressed a hand to her mouth. Everything went black? Roman asked his son. You were in the nursery, then suddenly you were here? When Constantine nodded, everyone exchanged shocked looks. Tino, you teleported. Roman looked at everyone and grinned. My son can teleport. The vamps cheered. Tony's mouth fell open. Shanna gasped for air, her face very pale. Oh God, this is terrible. Are you mad at me, Mommy? Constantine asked. No. She hugged him, then gave her husband a pointed look. Can you teach him to control this? Yes, Roman assured her. It'll be all right. Come. Radinka escorted Shanna into the fellowship hall. I think you'd better sit down. Shanna winced. A toddler who can vanish at will? Everyone filed into the fellowship hall, and Roman set his son next to Shanna. He returned a few seconds later with plates of food for both of them. Constantine happily munched on cookies. Radinka looked around. Where's Grigori? I haven't seen him, Tony replied. Radinka huffed. That rascal. He told me he would come to church. She marched to the mortal table to fill a plate with food. Tony edged toward Ian. Am I still employed? He glanced toward Connor, who was busy congratulating Roman. Aye, for now. The final decision will be made in a week. Tony exhaled with relief. A week would be enough time for them to rescue Sabrina. Then it would be okay if she lost her job. But she still dreaded having her memory wiped. Carlos could fill her in on the facts, but he couldn't tell her how she had felt while she'd lived with the vamps. She would forget how wonderful it had felt to be part of their family, and she would forget all about Ian. If I lose this job, I can live with that, but I don't want to lose my memory. Ian frowned at his shoes. I'll do what I can for you, but it would be better for us not to be alone. Tony swallowed hard. He was backing off. Was he doing it to save her job? Or had the kiss not meant that much to him? She could have sworn there'd been a ton of passion. I still need to talk to you. He glanced at Connor. This is not a good time. I promised Vanda I would go to the club tonight. She gritted her teeth. Still looking for the perfect lady vamp to share eternity with? He swore under his breath. I have never lied to you, Tony. I said from the beginning that I wanted a vamp. Right, 'cause they're so superior. Better suited, he corrected her. Fine, but I still need your help with something really important. When you find some time in your busy dating schedule, let me know. She marched from the room before she succumbed to an urge to slap his handsome face. Chapter 16. Yedrigyanov hid behind a large maple tree on the grounds at Romatek. He'd instructed Yuri to park a mile away from the entrance gate. Then they teleported onto the grounds and zipped through the woods to the main building.
The parking lot looks completely covered with surveillance cameras,
Yuri whispered. He crouched next to Nadia behind a snow-capped bush.
And the guards sweep through these woods every 15 minutes. We can't stay long.
We don't need to.
Jedrzak eyed the number of cars in the parking lot. There were more vamps here than he'd expected.
Are they workaholics or holding an orgy?
They have a mortal priest who performs mass for them on Sunday night,
Yuri said.
And you forgot to mention that to me?
Jedrzak ground out between clenched teeth.
We thought they stopped,
Yuri protested.
They did stop for a while. They blew up their chapel last August.
So the sweet little bottle-sucking morons had started going to church again. They made him want to puke.
I hope they're praying for salvation. They'll need it.
He glanced at Yuri's long duffel bag.
Get the RPG ready.
Yes, master.
Yuri unzipped the bag and carefully removed the shoulder-launched rocket weapon. He loaded a grenade.
I heard the vamps have a party after Mass,
Nadia whispered.
They give out free chocolate.
And how would you know that?
Jedrzak asked softly. She eyed him warily.
I never went. It was some of the other girls in the coven. They were curious.
Stupid cows,
Jedrzak grumbled.
Tell me, Nadia, have you ever watched a vampire burn to death?
She shook her head.
Answer me.
No, master, I have not.
You're in for a special treat. You will show your gratitude to me later tonight.
She hugged her knees to her chest.
Yes, master.
He smiled. She was bending to his will now. Yuri lifted the rocket-propelled grenade to his shoulder.
Ready. Good. We'll wait for them to return to their cars, then blow a few of them up,
Jedrzak said.
And when the survivors are running about like frightened little mice, we'll locate McPhee or Dragonesti and get the information we need.
His attention snapped back to Romatek when the front door burst open. A lone figure ran out.
Jackpot,
Jedrzak whispered. It was Roman Dragonesti. He was running around the parking lot, looking frantically for something.
The fool is unarmed. Take him.
Yuri set the RPG down and pulled a long silver chain from his duffel bag. He wrapped the ends around his heavily gloved hands. Just then, two sword-wielding Highlanders zoomed out the front door, headed straight for Dragonesti. Yuri hesitated.
Is there a problem?
Jedrzak asked dryly. He recognized the Scotsman as Connor Buchanan and Ian McPhee.
That's Buchanan,
Yuri said.
He's the one who killed Sashenka.
Then you should be eager to avenge him.
Yuri slowly drew his sword.
I'll be outnumbered.
Jedrzak rolled his eyes. He was surrounded by cowards. He unsheathed his own sword.
Keep Buchanan busy. I'll grab McPhee and teleport away with him.
Just then, Dragonesti halted and cocked his head toward Romatek. He raced back inside, followed by the two Scotsmen. The door banged shut.
You fool!
Jedrzak hissed at Yuri.
Your cowardice ruined our chance.
Yuri hung his head. Nadia shivered.
It's cold. Can we go home now?
I still don't know what caused Ian McPhee to age,
Jedrzak grumbled.
Why do we need to know?
Nadia asked.
Nobody wants to age.
Jedrzak wrapped a hand around her neck and squeezed.
You dare to question me?
I was wrong. Forgive me, master.
Jedrzak released her. His real concern was how Dragonesti had managed to invade their Brooklyn headquarters during the day. He just had a sneaking suspicion that McPhee's sudden aging was somehow connected. He wanted answers. Tonight. After a few minutes, a lone car pulled into the parking lot. A young man emerged from the black Lexus. Jedrzak recognized him from the photos he'd studied. This was Grigory Holstein, vice president at Romatek and good friend to Roman Dragonesti.
He'll know their secrets.
Jedrzak turned to Nadia.
Talk to him. Distract him so Yuri can take him.
Yes, master.
She edged toward the parking lot. Grigory removed a stuffed black garbage bag from the trunk of his car. He was singing to himself, repeating two words, staying alive, staying alive. How fitting.
Teleport him here,
Jedrzak ordered.
I want some time with him.
Yes, master.
Yuri crept toward the parking lot, keeping low.
Excuse me.
Nadia approached Grigory. He turned toward her. Miss, what are you doing here?
Is this where they have the party with free food?
Yes. Grigori looked at her closely. You all right, miss?
I'm so very hungry.
Nadia stumbled to the side. Grigori dropped his garbage sack and caught her. Yuri zoomed up behind him to grab him, and a second later, they both materialized next to Yedrik. What the? Grigori grimaced as Yedrik looped the silver chain around his bare neck. Grigori's skin sizzled where the silver burned it.
The silver will keep you from teleporting away.
Yedrik passed the ends of the chain to Yuri.
I have a few questions. Go to hell, Grigori growled.
He sent out a telepathic message,
Nadia warned him as she joined them in the woods.
I heard it.
Yedrik grabbed Grigori's head and plunged into a swift and ruthless psychic assault. It was a trick he'd learned over the centuries. He'd accidentally destroyed a few brains before he'd perfected his technique. Grigori stiffened, trying to resist the invasion, but he was a young vampire, easy prey for Yedrik. He swept through Grigori's memories like flipping through a scrapbook until he found the one he wanted. A short vamp in a white lab coat was talking to Dragonesti. The results are clear, sir. For every day you take the stay-awake drug, you will age a year. I recommend you stop using it immediately. That's why he turned gray? Grigori asked.
Silver,
a blonde woman corrected him. Roman, I agree with Laszlo. I don't want you to take the drug anymore.
But you need help during the day with the baby,
Roman protested.
Master,
Yuri hissed.
They're coming.
Yedrik noted the guards pouring into the parking lot. He released Grigori, and the vamp slumped forward, held up by the silver chain around his neck.
Shove him back to the parking lot.
Yuri yanked the chain free and pushed Grigori toward the parking lot. The injured vamp stumbled toward the parked cars just as the guard zoomed toward him. Yedrik grabbed the RPG and rested it on his shoulder. He selected the car closest to Grigori and the vamp guards. He smiled as he pulled the trigger. Tony was sitting in the security office with Howard Barr, silently ruminating over Ian's pig-headed behavior, when Howard jumped to his feet.
Shit!
He punched the alarm, then ran to the stash of weapons. He stuffed a pistol in his belt. What? Tony scanned the monitors, but couldn't see well without her contacts.
Someone kidnapped Grigori from the parking lot.
Howard charged out the door with swords and pistols. Oh my gosh. Tony threw on her jacket and stuffed a taser and some wooden stakes in her pockets. Her heart raced. It was time to face her demons. She sprinted down the hall. The vamps, naturally faster, had already grabbed weapons from Howard and zoomed outside. Shanna was in the foyer, trying to hold a wriggling Constantine and comfort Radinka at the same time.
I don't care what they said. I have to go out there.
Radinka rushed to the front door. Tony beat her there. Stay behind me. She flung open the door and dashed outside.
Boom!
An explosion ripped through a car. Pieces of metal and glass shot outward while flames and smoke burst upward into the night sky. Tony halted in shock. Behind her, Radinka screamed. Constantine started crying. Tony walked forward slowly. An odd echoing noise buzzed in her ears, making the screams and shouts seem far away. And though she knew she should move faster, her body wasn't cooperating. A car was on fire, but with all the parked cars nearby, more explosions could happen any second. Heat from the fire lapped at her face. Smoke cleared, and she saw bodies lying on the pavement. Something snapped inside her, and suddenly she could run. Ian! She charged forward, her boots crunching on shattered glass. Where was he? Grigori! Radinka ran to her son and collapsed beside him. He lifted a bloody hand to her face. Tony gasped, then coughed as smoke invaded her lungs. Her eyes stung as she desperately searched for a red and green plaid kilt. Ian! He rose to his knees on the glass-strewn pavement, then slowly stood. Blood trickled down his legs. Ian! She ran to him and cried out when he straightened. His face was torn and bleeding. She clutched his shoulders. Oh, Ian, your beautiful face. Tiny shards of glass were embedded in his skin.
Careful, you'll cut yourself, he whispered. Go back. It's not safe here.
I don't care. She plucked a shard of glass from his sweater.
I'm sorry I was rude to you, he said. I really do not want to date anyone else.
That's good. Tears filled her eyes. I'm afraid I'm becoming very selfish where you're concerned. His smile looked a bit gruesome with all the blood on his face.
Can ye help the wounded get back inside?
She looked around and saw that most of the vamps had risen to their feet and were grabbing their weapons. Wincing, Ian leaned over to retrieve his sword.
I need to check the grounds. They could still be here.
You're not in any shape to fight.
They're only flesh wounds.
He flexed his bloody hand around the hilt of his sword.
Dougal, Phineas, come with me.
The 3 bloodied warriors dashed toward the woods. Connor lifted Grigori in his arms and strode back to Romatek, Radinka jogging alongside them. Roman helped Howard Barr to his feet.
I can walk.
Howard limped toward the front door with a slash in one leg. Shanna ran to Roman, still holding Constantine in her arms. Other than a few scrapes, Roman looked fine.
Hurry back inside, Roman warned them. There could be more explosions.
In the distance, sirens wailed. Tony wondered how they would explain this to the police. She glanced around the parking lot. It wouldn't do to have swords or wooden stakes lying about. She spotted a black garbage bag on the ground next to a black Lexus. She peeked inside. Video games? Had Grigori brought these to work? They were all brand new and unopened.
I'll take that.
Dougal grabbed the bag and zoomed to the front door. But Tony jumped when Ian suddenly appeared beside her. What's the deal with the sack of toys?
A secret Santa thing.
Ian ushered her toward the front door.
The woods are clear, but we could tell where they'd been hiding.
Yeah, man. Phineas dashed up to them.
The friggin' cowards teleported away.
Tony winced at the blood on Phineas's face. You two need some medical attention.
Roman and Laszlo can patch us up,
Ian said. They entered the foyer and found everyone headed to a waiting room. Tony glanced down the hall and spotted Dougal with the garbage sack of video games. He was opening the locked door across from the nursery.
Come.
Ian ushered her into the waiting room. Father Andrew was praying with Radinka. Others were sitting silently as if the full force of shock had finally overcome them. Connor was pacing back and forth, with Constantine following him, mimicking Connor's gait. When the little boy spotted Tony, he ran up to her with his arms raised. She picked him up and gave him a hug.
Roman and Shanna are in the operating room with Grigori, Connor explained. He was hit the worst.
Will he be all right? Tony realized Constantine had closed his eyes and was falling asleep on her shoulder.
He has some major cuts and burns, Connor said. But if he makes it till sunrise, he'll be able to heal during his death sleep.
The operating room door opened, and Roman and Shanna stepped out.
Grigori will be fine,
Roman announced, and everyone sighed with relief. Radinka rushed forward. Can't I see him? Roman nodded.
He's conscious. Laszlo's giving him a blood transfusion.
After Radinka went into the operating room, Roman moved toward Connor and Ian and lowered his voice.
Some bad news. Grigori said a malcontent did a Vulcan mind meld on him, whatever that is, and the malcontents now know about the stay-awake drug. Then they'll know you're the inventor, Connor said. I want to take you and your family into hiding tonight.
Roman frowned.
Very well, but I want to tend the wounded first and deal with the police. Howard can deal with the police. We're leaving as soon as possible, Connor ordered.
He turned to Ian.
You'll be in charge here.
But what about the Christmas ball? Shanna asked.
Connor shrugged. 'Tis not important.
Of course it is, Shanna protested. Everyone's coming. We have to do it, Roman.
I'm more concerned about your safety.
We'll be safe, Shanna interrupted. Angus and Emma are coming, and Jean-Luc, Zoltan, Giacomo, they'll all be here. You can't get any safer than that. Roman exchanged a glance with Connor.
She makes a good point. We'll have a small army here.
And I refuse to let the malcontents destroy our Christmas, Shanna argued. If we cancel, it'll look like we're scared of them. Connor hesitated.
They could still try to infiltrate the party, and they would target Roman for capture because he knows how to make that damn drug.
It's a costume ball, Shanna said. They would have trouble recognizing him. Her face lit up. I know. We have 100 Santa Claus costumes. All the men can wear the same costume. It'll totally confuse them.
Roman grinned. I like it.
100 Santa Claus costumes? Tony wondered. Why would a bunch of vamps have Santa costumes? Was it somehow related to what Ian had called the Secret Santa thing?
Connor nodded slowly. It is crazy enough it might just work. But we're still leaving tonight. We'll come back for the ball on Tuesday. Agreed.
Roman was halfway back to the operating room when Dougal opened the waiting room door.
Roman, the police are here. Howard will handle it, Connor said. Where is he?
Laszlo was bandaging his leg. Roman peered inside the operating room.
Howard, are you done? The police are here. I'm on it.
Howard limped across the waiting room to join Dougal in the hallway. Roman's gaze wandered over the vamps in the waiting room.
Phineas, you're next.
He strode into the operating room with Phineas following him. Come on, Connor. I'll look at your cuts. Shanna ushered the Scotsman to the operating room.
You're a dentist, not a doctor, Connor grumbled.
If I can pull teeth, I can pull the glass out of your face. She shoved him inside and glanced back.
You're next, Ian.
Tony winced. That's going to be fun. Radinka left the operating room smiling.
Gregory's going to be just fine. Here, let me take the little one and put him to bed.
She took the sleeping Constantine in her arms and left the room.
You should get some sleep too, Ian told Tony. You've had a rough day.
It wasn't all bad. Her gaze wandered to his mouth. Between the terrible hospital visit and the awful explosion in the parking lot, there had been a glorious kiss. Hopefully, Ian would know what she was referring to, since she didn't dare mention it in a room full of vamps with superpowered hearing. He stepped closer.
You do not regret it? You called the first one a mistake.
I was confused. I'm still confused. She shook her head. I don't know what to make of all this, and I still need to talk to you. It's really important.
You ready to spill your secrets?
After they take care of your cuts.
I'm fine.
He glanced around the room.
Not here. Come on.
He led her from the room. Chapter 17. Ian strode down the hallway.
Ladies or gents?
Excuse me? Tony asked.
Which restroom do ye prefer? I want to wash up a bit.
Oh, ladies, I guess, if you don't mind.
He smiled. As long as it's empty.
He pushed open the door to the ladies' restroom.
Hello?
Tony followed him inside and looked under the stalls.
Romantech is fairly empty on Sunday night. Just a few people who come to Mass.
He turned on a water faucet and washed his hands in the sink. She stood behind him. You're not in the mirror. I can see myself like you're not even there. It's so creepy.
Thank you.
He cupped water in his hands and splashed it on his face. Blood swirled around the sink.
Now, tell me your secrets.
He yanked paper towels from the dispenser and pressed them to his face. Careful, she warned him. You don't want to push any glass further in.
Obviously, I cannot see what I'm doing.
He tossed the towels in the trash. Here, let me. She dampened some paper towels and folded them into a pad. Then she gingerly patted his brow.
Your secrets?
All right. She plucked a shard of glass from his hair and tossed it in the trash. After my grandmother died when I was 13, I was shipped off to a boarding school in Charleston. I was miserable until I met Sabrina.
Your roommate?
Yes. She came to school after both her parents died in a small plane crash. She'd been an only child, so she was really alone. At first, I just thought it was cool that there was someone there who was more miserable than me. But then I got to know her, and we became best friends. More like sisters, really.
Aye.
Ian could relate. Connor and Angus had always been like older brothers to him. Tony threw the bloodied paper towels in the trash and made a fresh pad. She dabbed at his cheeks. Sabrina and I came up with a master plan for our future, and we've been working on it for years. You know how some celebrities adopt kids from foreign countries?
Aye.
We plan to do that on a bigger scale.
We'll run an orphanage that's a real loving environment, like the family we always wanted. And we'll rescue kids from around the world. I've been studying business and sociology so I can run the orphanage, and Sabrina's getting a master's in education so she can run the school. And Carlos already has some orphans for us. This was not what Ian had expected. It was a huge undertaking.
You'll need a great deal of money.
Tony carefully wiped his chin. Sabrina's parents left her a huge inheritance, $85 million. Ian's eyebrows rose. She can only inherit the full amount once she graduates from college. Her parents didn't want her to be a useless trust fund baby. Ian nodded slowly, although his mind was racing. If Tony had such big plans, why was she here, working as a guard? And she certainly didn't intend to stay. It would be terribly selfish of him to try to keep her here when she had such a noble plan for her future. Everything was going according to plan till last Sunday, Tony continued. Sabrina was attacked in Central Park. She ended up in the hospital with cracked ribs, contusions, and bite marks. Ian inhaled sharply.
Malcontents.
Yes. She was hysterical when the police questioned her. She claimed she'd been attacked by vampires.
Those fools. They should have erased her memory.
Tony's eyes widened. You think it's all right? What they did?
No, of course not. But any vampire, good or bad, knows there is nothing more important than keeping our existence a secret.
Tony winced as she threw away the dirty paper towels. She pulled more towels from the dispenser. Let's clean up your knees. She started to kneel, but Ian levitated till his knees were even with the sink.
It'll be easier this way.
Oh. She glanced up at him. This is weird.
Thank you. Back to your story.
Right. She gently tugged his bloody knee socks down. Sabrina's trust is handled by her aunt and uncle. Her uncle's a psychiatrist, and he diagnosed her as psychotic and delusional. He put her in a mental ward.
She's the one at Shady Oak Psychiatric Hospital.
Yes. Tony's eyes flashed with anger. Her uncle wants her money, so he'll make sure she's never released. Carlos and I went to see her tonight, and it was awful. Ian lowered himself to the floor.
You went there before Mass?
No wonder her emotions had been so raw. Tony nodded. I can't fail her like I did Grandma. I've got to get her out of there. He squeezed her hand.
And you thought you would need my help. Is that why you took the job as my guard?
I do need your help, but that's not exactly how things happened. After Sabrina was attacked, she asked me to find the vampires who attacked her, to prove she wasn't delusional. Ian stiffened.
You purposely went to the park to be attacked?
I didn't think anything would happen, because I didn't believe vampires were real, but...
You were viciously attacked.
He finished her sentence.
You could have died if Connor had not come along.
Believe me, I know how bad it was. Connor offered to erase my memory, but I couldn't do that. Not when I just found out that Sabrina was right. So I took the job, hoping I could get the proof she needed. A chill came over Ian.
You intended to prove our existence?
He let go of her hand.
You took an oath that you would never expose us.
Tony winced. I know.
Do you not understand the full importance of our secret? If our existence becomes public knowledge, there would be millions of mortals wanting us destroyed. There would be slayers roaming the streets with their bloody stakes. There would be scientists wanting to experiment on us or dissect us. And if they ever found out about the healing properties of our blood, we'd be hunted like animals and drained dry. Exposure means extinction.
She paled. I never meant to hurt anyone. I thought I could give the proof to a psychiatrist or lawyer who would keep it confidential. Sort of like your father Andrew.
That's a terrible risk to take. You cannot guarantee someone would keep quiet, especially if he considered us a serious threat to mankind.
The malcontents are a serious threat.
You cannot expose them without exposing us, and we are the only ones capable of defeating them. I cannot believe you would take such a risk with our lives.
He paced away from her. I didn't understand at first how nice the vamps are. Once I got to know you all, I knew I couldn't hurt you.
That's bloody generous of you.
Ian frowned at her.
You should have told me this from the start.
I didn't know if I could trust you. It took me a few days to get to know you. Ian didn't know what to think. He just felt a nagging sense of betrayal.
I have to think about this.
He headed for the door. She followed him. Ian, you must know I could never hurt you. He felt too confused to even know how to answer.
Go to bed, Tony. I'll see you tomorrow.
Ian, I'm sorry. He couldn't bear to see her stricken face, so he marched back to the waiting room. Shanna was ready to see him. He sat on an operating table, thinking things over while Shanna plucked glass from his face and knees. He couldn't believe Tony had planned to spill their secret. Maybe she didn't understand how important it was, but surely Connor had explained it to her. To her credit, she had noble intentions. She was trying to save her friend Sabrina. Ian would feel that way about his friends, but she'd intended to expose the vamps. That made his gut wrench. When Shanna was done, he wandered down the hall. Tony had signed a contract, swearing to protect them. How could she have planned to betray them? But she hadn't. Should he blame her for her intentions before she'd gotten to know them? After the malcontents had attacked her, she might have easily thought all vampires were evil and should be exposed. But she'd practiced deception. He'd sworn to himself that nothing was more important in a potential mate than honesty and loyalty. Was that why this frustrated him so much? He was seeing Tony as a potential mate. God knew he wanted her. He ached with desire for her. He thought about her all the time. But could he trust her? After an hour of getting nowhere, he decided he needed advice. He teleported to Vonda's office at the Horny Devils. After she recovered from the shock of his scarred face, he gave her the details of Tony's story. Vonda sat behind her desk, frowning. That little bitch. Ian stiffened.
She does not deserve that. She's trying to save her friend who's in danger.
Vonda's eyebrows rose. Are you defending her now? I thought you were angry with her.
I'm not angry.
He paced across the office.
I'm confused.
Why? This problem's so easy to solve. He stopped.
You think so?
Sure. Fire her ass and erase her memory. Then she's no longer a threat and she's out of your life for good. Out of his life? A surge of panic swept through him. How could he bear to lose her?
But what about her friend?
Who gives a shit? She doesn't owe you any money.
She's trapped in a mental ward.
Yeah, by the evil uncle, boo-hoo. That's one person, one mortal. And Tony was ready to expose us all to danger because of it.
Only because she cares so deeply,
Ian protested. She's not the only one, Vonda muttered. Ian scowled at her.
Fine, I admit it. I care about her. I would not be this upset if I did not care.
A week ago, you swore to me that all you wanted was a vamp. I have a list right here of 20 vamp women, all vetted by me and eager to meet you. You could start seeing them tonight. A week ago, that would have sounded wonderful. But now Tony was in his life, and everything was changed.
I do not want to date anyone else. Take my profile off the dating site.
Ian, she was planning to betray us.
But she never did. She never did anything to harm any of us.
He was finally able to appreciate her predicament. She wanted to save Sabrina because she loved her, and she hadn't exposed him because she cared about him. He'd seen that clearly on her face when she'd frantically searched for him in the parking lot. She truly cared about him. But at the same time, she couldn't bear to fail her friend. Her heart was getting split in two. All he had to do was help her rescue her friend. Then she would no longer be pulled in two directions. She would be free to come entirely to him. And that's what he wanted more than anything. He wanted Tony to be free to love him. She was the one he wanted. Tony woke slowly. She'd had trouble sleeping all night, for it felt like a heavy weight was pressing against her chest. Ian. She'd lost Ian. She rolled onto her back and realized she was not alone. Ian? She sat up. He was there beside her. Relief swept through her. He couldn't be angry with her if he'd climbed into bed with her, right? Last night she'd feared the relationship was over. He'd looked so upset. He looked perfectly peaceful now.
He was lying on his back, his hands folded over his stomach. She checked the clock on the bedside table. 8:45? She'd set the alarm for 6:30. He must have turned it off before climbing into bed with her. She turned back to him. For the first time since she'd known him, he wasn't wearing a kilt. He had on flannel pajama bottoms, although still a red and green plaid, which made her smile. He'd showered off all the blood and grime. She leaned closer to examine the cuts on his face. They looked much better already. She lifted one of his hands. The gashes had closed and the scars were fading. By sunset, he would be back to his usual gorgeous self. She realized suddenly she was holding hands with a dead man, and she didn't flinch or let go. Why wasn't she freaked out? She glanced at his face. He was still the same brave warrior who had charged to Grigori's rescue. The same selfless hero who had insisted she go to safety while he stood there bleeding. The same sweet man who had kissed her passionately and then taken all the blame for it. She climbed out of bed and went to the bathroom. There she found a note taped to the mirror.
Tony, I want to help you rescue your friend. Please forgive me for being an arse. Ian.
With a laugh, she pressed the note against her chest. Ian understood. She could trust him. And Sabrina would be saved. She ran back into the bedroom. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. He just lay there. She sat on the bed smiling at him. You're not an arse. You're a wonderful man. And she was falling in love with him. A thrill shot through her. How could she not love him? He was the dearest, sweetest, sexiest man she'd ever met. She studied his face as love continued to swell inside her. This wasn't at all like her two past relationships. She'd thrown herself into those affairs with a desperation born from her mother's rejection. She'd needed to feel loved. This was different. She hadn't meant to fall for Ian. For the first time, it wasn't about her and her need to be loved. It was all about Ian and the love she felt for him. It had become painfully clear to her when the explosions had gone off, and she'd feared him dead. She touched the dimple on his chin. She couldn't run away from him. She'd be running from her own heart. She showered and dressed and left Ian locked safely in the silver room. When she stepped out of the elevator onto the ground floor, she was immediately surprised by all the people. Real people. They were bustling up and down the hall. Most of them were wearing white lab coats. They all had Romatech name tags clipped on their pockets. On the way to the McKay security office, she called Carlos on her cell phone. Guess what? Ian agreed to help us rescue Sabrina.
That's great.
Carlos lowered his voice.
So tell me, Menina, what did you do to convince him?
She snorted. I'd talked to him.
Come on, you must have been friendly.
Carlos, we need to rescue Bree as soon as possible. Do you think we can do it tonight?
Yes.
His voice grew more serious.
I'll draw up some plans and come see you this afternoon.
Good. Tony hung up and strode into the security office. Howard was sitting behind the desk, his bandaged leg propped on a chair. Sorry I overslept. She sat beside him.
No problem.
He waved at the monitors.
Nothing much going on. Day security is getting the mess cleaned up in the parking lot.
Tony gazed at the monitors that showed the parking lot. A wrecker was hauling the burned car away. What did the police say about last night? Howard munched on a donut.
They're used to Romatech getting bombed. I told the officer in charge that we've been targeted by a group of psycho fanatics who are opposed to the synthetic manufacture of blood. Which is pretty much the truth, actually.
Yeah, you couldn't get any more psycho than the malcontents. Tony scanned the other monitors. One showed a bedroom with several twin beds. Phineas and Dougal were stretched out in their death sleep. The silver room was displayed on another monitor. Oh, great. Had Howard seen her touching Ian's face? Doesn't day security think it's strange that we're in here, watching dead people sleep?
They have their own office. They keep out of our business.
Howard pushed a pastry box in her direction.
Want a donut?
Sure. She selected a plain one. So, what happened while I was sleeping?
Connor took Roman and his family and Radinka into hiding about 3 a.m. No one knows where. It's better that way when jerks like Yedra can pick through your brain.
Jedrik's the guy who attacked Grigori?
Yep.
Howard finished his donut and licked his fingers. And Jedrik had been the one who'd tried to capture Ian. Tony sighed. She doubted they'd seen the last of him. Howard slid a paper across the desk.
This is the list of stuff to do for the Christmas ball. Shanna and Radinka were kind of upset that they wouldn't be here to help, but I told them not to worry.
Tony gulped down the last of her donut. The list was a mile long. And all this has to be done before tomorrow night?
Don't worry. It's covered. I gave a copy to Todd Spencer, the VP of production, during the day. He knows what to do. Shanna gives a Christmas party every year, and then there's the Vamp Conference and Gala Ball every spring.
Todd must be immortal. Does he know about vamps? Howard shifted in his chair.
Todd knows a lot of things. He's already got some workers setting up chairs and tables.
Number 1 is decorate the big Christmas tree, Tony read aloud from the list. I don't recall seeing a tree.
It'll be delivered around noon.
Howard drank from his coffee cup. Tony glanced down the list. Item number 10 was confirm the band. A phone number was listed. I'll go ahead and call this band.
Howard chuckled. Wait till tonight. The high-voltage vamps couldn't light a light bulb right now.
It's a vampire band?
Yeah. They play all the big vamp parties and weddings.
Howard stood and limped toward the door.
Come on. I'll show you the ballroom.
Just to the right of the main foyer, there were a number of meeting rooms with partitions that could be folded back like giant accordions. Tony was surprised by how large the ballroom was. The back wall was mostly windows that overlooked a garden. In front of the windows, Todd Spencer was overseeing a group of workmen who were erecting a stage. Howard introduced her.
Glad to meet you,
Todd yelled over the noise as she shook her hand.
It's about time McKay hired a woman.
Tony looked around the huge room, bustling with workers. How many people work here during the day?
Over 200 now, divided into 4 departments, Todd explained. Research, production, packaging, and shipping.
Can I do anything to help? Tony asked.
You can help decorate if you like.
Todd showed her the plastic bins filled with ornaments and greenery. Howard limped back to the security office to watch the monitors, and Tony spent a few hours spreading tablecloths and draping garland. She grabbed a quick lunch in the Romatech cafeteria and called Shady Oaks. I'd like to talk to Sabrina Vanderworth in Ward 3. She recited the ID number. I'm afraid we can't allow that, the receptionist answered. Her doctor has left strict instructions that she's not to receive any visitors or outside calls. Tony winced. Uncle Joe had discovered their visit. Can't we get a second opinion on that? Surely it helps the patient to know there are people who care about them.
The decision is final.
The receptionist hung up. Damn. She went back to the ballroom and discovered the 15-foot Christmas tree had arrived. She helped decorate for a few hours, then wandered down to the McKay office. How's it going? Howard motioned toward the monitors.
They're still dead, but they should be up in about 20 minutes.
The phone on the desk buzzed, and Howard picked it up.
Yes?
He listened, then covered the receiver with his big, beefy hand.
It's the guard at the entrance gate. Someone's come to see you. Drives a black Jaguar.
That must be Carlos. Tony headed toward the door.
Carlos who?
Howard asked her. Carlos Pantera.
She confirmed his name. Howard told the guard on the phone. Let him in.
Tony hurried to the front door and stepped outside just as Carlos was parking his car. It was chilly with the sun going down, so she rubbed her arms as she walked to his parking place. He climbed from his car, looking like a spy all dressed in black. He motioned toward the blackened areas surrounded with orange cones.
What happened there?
Some vampires came by last night, blew up a car and caused some injuries. Nothing major. Carlos glanced at the burned area, frowning.
Are you saying your vampires don't play well with other vampires?
Mine are the good guys who drink from bottles. The bad ones are called malcontents. They're the ones who attacked me and Sabrina. They hate the guys I work for. Carlos gave her a worried look.
Tony, you've stepped into a war.
She shivered. I know.
You're cold. Let's get inside.
He opened his trunk and removed a laptop and a long roll of white paper.
I brought the plan so we can go over everything. We're doing it tonight, right?
Yes. At least she hoped Ian would agree to do it tonight. Carlos motioned toward a duffel bag.
I packed some clothes and shoes for Sabrina, and some rope and duct tape, just in case.
Good. She wondered once again if Carlos was more than an anthropology student. He shut the trunk and walked with her to the front door.
Are you safe here?
I think so. The Vamps feel secure enough that they're having their big Christmas ball tomorrow night.
Partying in the face of danger? I think I like your Vamps.
Carlos grinned as he opened the door. He entered and his smile immediately faded. He sniffed, and a wary look crossed his face.
Careful.
He held out an arm to block her entrance. What's wrong?
Danger,
he whispered. Chapter 18. Carlos. Tony peeked around his broad shoulders. There's nothing wrong.
Who's that?
He whispered, motioning with his head toward the large man at the far end of the foyer. That's my supervisor, Howard, Tony whispered back. Howard suddenly stiffened and turned to face them. His nostrils flared as his gaze riveted on Carlos. He limped forward.
You are Carlos?
Yes. Carlos watched Howard carefully.
I'm Howard Barr. Can we have a word in private, please?
He motioned toward the security office. Carlos nodded and strode down the hall with him. What the hell? Tony inched forward so she could see the two men disappear into the security office. Was Howard gay? Though she could have sworn their reaction to each other had been one of suspicion, not attraction. She wandered down the hall toward the security office. Sheesh, she didn't dare barge in on them. Her attention was momentarily snagged by the mysterious locked room across from the nursery. She tried the doorknob, but no luck. She waited a while. Then the security office door opened. Carlos exited with a perplexed look on his face. Are you okay? She asked.
Yes.
He strode toward her, carrying his laptop and roll of paper.
Something very strange just happened.
Tony winced. You don't have to tell me.
Howard just offered me a job.
What? You would work as a day guard like me? Carlos nodded.
I happen to have some skills that are highly valued at McKay Security and Investigation.
Like martial arts?
That too.
Carlos ran a hand through his long black hair.
I warned Howard that I've always been a wanderer, but he said they had clients all over the world who needed guarding, and I could transfer from one place to another.
Did he tell you about the Vamps? Tony whispered.
No, he called them clients. I'm going to consider it. The pay is excellent, and I have a lot of expenses.
That's true. Tony knew Carlos was supporting a few orphans in Brazil. It was one of the things that had first attracted her and Sabrina to him. He was also paying for his education and research trips to South America and Malaysia. Howard's a nice boss. He used to be a defensive lineman for the NFL, but he's as sweet as a teddy bear. Carlos gave her a sharp look.
Yeah, I noticed. So where can we discuss the plans for Sabrina?
Tony led him down the hall till she spotted a room labeled Conference. She peeked inside and flipped on the light. This will do. Carlos strode into the room and went straight to work, setting up his laptop, then spreading out the roll of white paper.
I drew the layout for Shady Oaks, so Ian will know exactly where to teleport.
He tapped his finger on a rectangle labeled Ward 3. Tony leaned over to study the map. This is very good. Carlos would make an excellent employee for McKay Security and Investigation.
Menina, I know I've been teasing you about Ian, but I'm wondering if it's wise to get involved with him. Don't get me wrong, he's a nice guy, but he is a vampire.
He wouldn't bite me. Tony blushed as memories of last night's glorious kiss filled her mind. At least, not for food. Carlos frowned.
After we rescue Sabrina, you should quit your job here and forget these vampires exist.
That would be rather rude, don't you think? To just use Ian for his super abilities, then tell him adios? And how can you tell me to quit when you're planning to work here?
You have special plans with Sabrina. I don't. And the truth of the matter is, Ian is not your kind.
She planted her hands on her hips. I'm surprised at you, Carlos. I would expect you, of all people, to be more understanding and tolerant.
I am tolerant of anything two humans want to do with each other. But he's not exactly human.
He's more human than anyone I know. And I love him.
You've known him exactly a week.
And a hell of a lot has happened in that time. Tony pressed a hand to her chest. I'm becoming a different person now. I feel like I'm finally growing into a whole person, one who's capable, strong, and worthy. I'm not a wounded child anymore. And I like what's happening to me. I'm not going to give it up.
All right, then.
Carlos touched her shoulder.
I'm very happy for you.
She gave him a hug, then wandered to the window to peek out the blinds. The sun has set. I'll go get Ian.
Okay, and change clothes. Dress all in black.
Carlos moved to his laptop.
Give me your cell phone.
Why? She removed it from the pocket of her khaki pants.
Because you'll need a new ringtone.
He took her phone.
Love is no longer a battlefield for you.
Put on something nice, she warned him, then left to find Ian. He was in the silver room, still in his pajamas, finishing his breakfast. She grinned at him. I got your note. Thank you for helping us. She rummaged through her suitcase and found some black cargo pants. Carlos wants us to dress in black. Ian's eyebrows rose.
Are we doing it tonight?
Yes. Is that all right?
Aye.
Ian set his empty bottle in the sink.
I should stay here most of the night in case Jedrick tries something, but it should not take long to teleport your friend out.
She located a black t-shirt, but unfortunately, it had bright white letters on the front. Am I crazy or what? She showed it to Ian. The perfect shirt for breaking into a mental institution. He chuckled.
You do want to be properly dressed for every occasion.
His face grew more serious.
I'm sorry for the way I reacted last night.
There's no need to apologize. I was wrong to ever consider telling your secret. His eyes gleamed.
You've gone to amazing lengths to help your friend. You've survived a brutal attack. You've taken a job with the undead. And you're about to do some serious breaking and entering. That kind of loyalty is very rare.
Her eyes grew misty as her heart swelled with love. You tell me the loveliest things. He made her realize how worthy she truly was. He glanced at the surveillance camera, then motioned with his head to the bathroom.
You need to change clothes?
Right. Tony gathered up her black clothes and dashed into the bathroom. She gasped when Ian followed her in and shut the door. What? He pulled her into his arms and planted his mouth on hers. Her clothes tumbled to the floor as she melted into his kiss. He suckled her bottom lip, then nibbled kisses down her neck.
Did you need help getting out of your clothes?
You rascal. She slid her fingers into his soft hair. He tugged her navy polo shirt up and slipped his hands underneath.
I want you.
He surveyed the tiny bathroom with his red, glowing eyes.
This is a challenge.
Ian. She placed her hands on his cheeks. We don't have time right now, and I don't really want a quickie in the bathroom. His mouth curled up.
Not very romantic, huh?
She grinned. I think you're very romantic, but Carlos is waiting upstairs, and we have a job to do.
I understand.
He kissed her quickly on the mouth, then exited the room. She changed clothes, then found him in the kitchen pulling a black sweater over his head. He had on black leather pants and looked deliciously naughty. She almost called him back into the bathroom for a quickie. Let's go. She grabbed her coat and took the elevator with Ian to the first floor. We were getting the ballroom ready today for the big party. He nodded.
Phineas said he would teach me how to dance more modern, so I could dance with you. I only know how to do the minuet and waltz and a few country dances.
She grinned at him as they exited the elevator. You want to dance with me?
Aye. Phineas said I needed to know how to do pop blocking and jam on it.
She laughed. You're going to hip-hop in a kilt?
Actually, I'll be wearing a Santa costume, along with 99 other men.
How come there are so many Santa costumes? She motioned to the locked door across from the dental office. What's the deal with the secret Santa thing?
If I told you, it would not be a secret.
She swatted his arm. I told you my secrets.
Not all of them. I still do not know your full name.
I see no reason to divulge that at this time.
Cannot be that bad. My name is Ian David McPhee.
That's a good name. It's easy to confess. She opened the door to the conference room. Here we are. Carlos has everything planned.
I'm used to making my own plans.
He marched inside, frowning.
Good evening, Carlos.
Hi, Ian.
Nice pants. Love the leather. Here's your phone, Tony.
She slipped her cell phone into a pants pocket. Ian examined the map of Shady Oaks.
This is Ward 3.
Carlos pointed at it.
That's where they're holding Sabrina. There's a guard just inside the front door, but I spotted the back door here. Do you think you can teleport in undetected?
Ian gave him a bland look.
I've teleported into Langley undetected.
Carlos arched a brow.
Then I'll take that as a yes.
Tony stifled a grin. She hoped these two guys wouldn't get into a pissing match. Ian nodded.
I can do it. I'll wait for you in the car. I can park here or here.
Carlos indicated the front parking lot and the back service entrance.
Use the parking lot, Ian said. It'll be less conspicuous. Agreed.
Ian slanted a look at him.
You've done work like this before?
Carlos rolled up the map.
My research has led me into some strange places and situations. What kind of research? Unusual primitive cultures, mostly in South America and Southeast Asia.
He moved to his laptop.
This is the route I'll use to drive us to the hotel. It's an inconspicuous place in Queens. I paid cash in advance.
Ian studied it a moment.
Looks good. I need to check on things here. So you drive there with Tony. Then she can call me, and I'll teleport there to meet you. Agreed.
Carlos shut his laptop.
Let's do it.
At Shady Oaks, Carlos parked his Jaguar in a dark corner. Tony called Ian, and he materialized beside her in the parking lot.
I'm coming with you, she told him.
Nay, I cannot teleport two people at the same time.
Stubborn man. Then you can make 2 trips.
Carlos exited the driver's seat.
What's wrong? Tony wants to put herself in danger, Ian muttered.
You have to take me with you, Tony insisted. How else will you know which one is Sabrina?
I expect she can tell me her name.
Tony gave him an exasperated look. She could be asleep, or if she's awake, she could scream and raise the alarm. If I'm there, I can keep her calm.
I think Tony's right,
Carlos said. Tony shot him a grateful smile. Ian's jaw shifted.
All right. You'll find it easier to approach from the west,
Carlos suggested.
I can manage,
Ian growled.
Come on, Tony.
She strode alongside him as they moved through the parking lot, angling to the west side of the hospital.
Carlos just wants to help. He really cares about Sabrina.
And you.
She wondered if he was jealous.
We're just good friends.
I do not mean to be a grouch, Ian muttered. I'm just used to doing this kind of work on my own.
Why?
He remained silent as they walked along the west wall. Finally, he spoke.
I never wanted to work with the other guys, because they would invariably treat me like a child.
Oh, I'm sorry. It must have been terribly frustrating to look like a 15-year-old for so long.
Almost 500 years.
He glanced at her.
I'm glad you never knew me that way. You've always seen me as a man, as the man I felt like inside all those years.
You're a wonderful man, Ian.
He took her hand.
Ah, your pure fingers are frozen.
He sandwiched her hand between his.
That's the oak tree Carlos climbed.
She pointed with her free hand.
The courtyard is just over the wall.
He released her hand.
I'll take a look.
She blinked when he started to rise to the top of the wall.
All right, come.
He extended his left hand toward her.
I can't.
She stopped when his body dropped a few feet. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Then he levitated back to the top of the wall. She flung her arms around his neck. His teeth flashed white in the dark.
You do not need to choke me, sweetheart. I will not drop you.
Sorry.
She tried to relax. I'm not used to floating 6 feet off the ground.
That is Ward 3, eh?
He pointed. She squinted to see across the dimly lit courtyard.
Yes.
No doubt he could see much better than she.
You see the shadowy area to the right of the building? It's close to the back entrance. We'll teleport there first.
Okay.
She steeled her nerves. The black dizzying sensation sucked her in. Then she stumbled as her feet landed on hard ground.
Steady.
He led her toward the back door. It was locked, of course. But through the glass window they could see a plain hallway, lined with doors on each side. The doors were open, and light spilled from several onto the shiny linoleum floor. A female nurse padded down the hall in white athletic shoes. 8 o'clock. Lights out.
The lights clicked off, leaving the hallway dimly illuminated with a few emergency lights. The nurse walked away, presumably toward the nurse's station by the main entrance.
Those must be the bedrooms,
Ian whispered. He pulled her to his side.
Let's go.
Darkness swirled around her once more. Then she found herself with Ian in the hallway. The air was hot and stuffy. She took the left side of the hall, while he took the right. They moved silently across the floor, checking the name tags next to each door. 4 doors down, she spotted the name, Vanderworth, Sabrina. She motioned to Ian, and they both slipped inside the dark room. She could barely make out the twin-sized bed on a raised platform. There were no dressers, just open shelves like bookcases. No place to hide anything. No lamps, no mirrors. A body was huddled under the plain blanket. Sabrina's blonde hair gleamed dully on the pillow. Tony hunched down beside her. "Bree, can you hear me?" She touched her shoulder. Bree moaned. "Leave me alone, you creep." "Sabrina, it's me, Tony." "Tony?" She rolled onto her back. "You can't be Tony." "I am Tony. I've come to get you out of here." Sabrina rubbed her eyes. "I'm just dreaming. I'm so delusional." "No, you're not." Tony grabbed her hand and squeezed. "It's really me. Now come on, we're leaving." Bree struggled to sit up. "I'm kind of sleepy. Can't you come back in the morning?" "No, we're leaving now." Tony realized her friend was too doped up to think clearly. She located her slippers beside the bed and shoved them on her feet.
"This is taking too long," Ian whispered. "I'll just grab her and go."
Bree squinted at Ian's dark shadow. "Who are you?" "He's a friend," Tony explained. "Ian. He's going to help you escape." Bree giggled. "Escape? You can't escape from here."
"Not so loud, please,"
Ian whispered. He leaned out the door to check the hallway.
"Hurry, I hear someone coming."
"He talks so cute," Bree whispered. "He's Scottish." Tony pulled Bree to her feet and led her to the doorway. "Ian will take you first, then come back for me." Bree glanced at the back door. "We can't get out that way. It's locked." "Ian can get you out." Tony removed her jacket and put it on Bree. "It's cold outside." "Sabrina, do you have visitors?" A male patient shuffled toward them. His Batman pajamas were faded to a dull gray, but the gold bat on his chest still gleamed. "Hi, Teddy," Bree answered. Ian groaned. "I'm going to escape," Bree announced, then giggled. Ian stepped close to Tony and whispered,
"Keep him quiet. When I come back for you, I'll erase his memory."
"Okay." Tony buttoned up her jacket on Bree. "Don't be afraid. You can trust Ian." Sabrina startled when Ian wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "What are you—" She vanished, along with Ian. Teddy gasped. "Oh my God!" "Not so loud," Tony whispered. "I can explain."
"He's a superhero!" Teddy exclaimed. "He rescued her with his superpowers."
Teddy, are you out of bed again? A male voice boomed in the distance.
"Ah, shoot, it's Bradley," Teddy muttered. "I wouldn't have to roam around if he wasn't so—"
Tony grabbed Teddy by the shoulders. "Don't tell him Sabrina escaped. Do you understand?" He blinked. "Okay." Tony ran into Sabrina's room, climbed into bed, and covered herself up to her ears.
Teddy, what are you doing out of bed?
Bradley's voice sounded closer.
I saw a superhero. He was just here and then poof, he vanished."
"You are crazier than hell," Bradley muttered. "Get back to your room."
"I'm not crazy,"
Teddy mumbled. His shuffling footsteps grew dim. Tony exhaled with relief. Sabrina's escape was still a secret. She froze when she heard a sound. Was Ian back so soon? Her skin prickled as all her senses went on alert. Something was wrong. Footsteps approached her bed. She squeezed her eyes shut.
"Sabrina?"
Bradley whispered and stroked her hair. Bile rose in Tony's throat. Oh, God! She wanted to leap out of bed and slam a fist down his throat. But she didn't dare. She couldn't let him know that Bree had escaped. She needed to buy some time to give them a chance to get away. She swallowed hard.
Was this why Bree had called her a creep earlier? Bradley must have touched her before while she was groggy on medication.
Sabrina?
Bradley whispered again. There was a dull thud, and a body fell on top of her. Tony scrambled out of bed and away from Bradley's body. He was sprawled across the bed, unconscious. Teddy stood there, holding a thick book. I don't like him. He's a bad man. Thank you, Teddy. He smiled sheepishly. I haven't been taking my meds. I knew I needed to watch that creep. Ian zoomed into the room and his gaze fell on the unconscious nurse. What happened? It's a long story, Tony said, but Teddy saved me from being molested. Ian stepped toward Bradley. This man was taking advantage of the women here? He's been trying to, Teddy said. That's why I roam the hall at night. Bastard. Ian placed a hand on Bradley's head. There. He'll sleep till morning. Let him explain his presence here in Sabrina's bed. Cool, Teddy whispered. You have some kick-ass superpowers, man. What's your name? Ian. Teddy frowned. Dude, you gotta get a better name than that, and you need a cape. Ian chuckled. Like a vampire cape? I have one of those somewhere. That would be awesome, man. Ian approached Teddy. I have to erase your memory now. Teddy stepped back. No! This is the coolest thing that's happened to me in ages. I want to remember it. Ian. Tony gave him a pleading look. She understood how Teddy felt. She didn't want to lose her memory either. Tony, he knows we helped Sabrina escape. Take me with you, Teddy begged. Nay. Ian shook his head. Seriously, dude, if you take me with you, then I can't tell anyone what you did. Not that I would, but they might try to hypnotize me or something. I'm not really crazy, you know. I was just depressed because I didn't have anything to look forward to. But with you guys, I could be really happy. Ian hesitated. Once you know our secrets, there is no going back. Cool. Ian frowned. You must understand the danger of being with us. We're at war with some evil creatures. Teddy shook his fist. Awesome! Ian gave Tony a questioning glance. She shrugged. Teddy, do you know what you're doing? I'm not stupid, he grumbled. I was head of the math department at St. Bartholomew's Academy. You're a teacher? Ian asked. Yes. Teddy eyed them warily. Does that mean I'm not cool enough to hang out with superheroes? Actually, I think you're exactly what we need. Ian motioned for him to follow. Come. Cool. Teddy followed him into the hall. Are we beaming up to the mothership? Tony peeked out the door and saw them teleport away. Beam me up, Scotty. She wondered why Ian was interested in Teddy's teaching background, and while Teddy certainly had good credentials, he seemed a little shaky on reality. She didn't want to find fault with him, though, not when he'd saved her from the perverted nurse. Bradley had fallen across the bed sideways. She tugged at his body to align him better with the bed. She noted Bree's belongings on the open shelves. 2 sets of clothes and another set of pajamas. She slipped on Bree's jacket, then spotted some underwear on the shelf. She glanced at Bradley, and inspiration struck. She grabbed a pair of Bree's panties, then stuffed them into Bradley's hand. Then she took one of Bree's bras and fastened it around his head like a cap. Let him try to explain that in the morning. Ian zipped into the room. I think Teddy's a bit disappointed to be sitting in a car instead of a spaceship. He eyed the nurse. That's interesting. I like it. Tony gathered up the rest of Bree's belongings. Shall we go? Ian smiled. There's never a dull moment with you, Tony. He teleported her to the parking lot. Tony opened the Jaguar's passenger door and peered inside. Teddy was squashed into the tiny back seat with Sabrina. She leaned against him, her eyes droopy with medication. Bree, Carlos is going to take you to a hotel where you can rest, Tony told her. Bree blinked at her. I thought I was in bed. How did I get here? You'll be fine, Tony insisted. You just need some rest. I'll come see you tomorrow. No. Bree struggled to sit up. Don't leave me. Her face crumpled. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know how I got here. Tony winced. All right. I'll come with you. Just a minute.
We have to hurry, Menina,
Carlos warned her.
Ian touched her shoulder.
It's all right. Go with your friend. You can call me later, and I'll teleport over to bring you home.
She threw her arms around him and kissed him. How can I ever thank you? His mouth twitched.
I'll think of something. I'll see you later.
He stepped back and vanished. Tony climbed into the Jaguar. Let's go. Were you kissing that man, Tony? Sabrina asked.
Sure she was, Teddy replied. The superheroes always get the girl. Jedrick sat at his desk, studying the photo of Roman Dragonesti and his family. How could a man be so smart and stupid at the same time? His stay-awake drug was fantastic, but the idiot had used the drug so he could babysit? If the moron had any sense at all, he would give the drug to his Highlander thugs, and they would spend the daytime killing their enemies who rested helplessly in their death sleep. It could happen. Jedrick had ordered twice as many daytime guards. But as tough as the Russian mafia guys were, he didn't like depending on them for safety. What he needed was that damned drug. Then he could spend a few days killing vamps. He thumbed through the stack of photos, relishing the thought of staking them all. McKay and his wife, Buchanan, McPhee.
Master?
Yuri entered the office, followed by Stanislav.
You wanted to see us?
We need to plan our next move,
Jedrick announced.
They're having their Christmas ball tomorrow night at Romatek,
Stanislav suggested. Jedrick shook his head.
Too predictable.
His hand paused on the photo of the black vamp.
Remember this one?
Yes, Stanislav answered.
Phineas, the traitor.
Jedrick arched a brow.
You haven't killed him yet?
Stanislav gulped.
I will, master.
See that you do.
Jedrick resumed flipping through the photos. He stopped on the mortal girl with blonde hair. He'd seen her last night after the bombs had gone off. She'd run across the parking lot, screaming McPhee's name. The ground had been littered with wounded men, but she'd gone straight to McPhee.
What do we do next?
Yuri asked. Jedrick stroked his finger over the photo of the blonde mortal.
I know exactly what to do.
Chapter 19. Tuesday night, Tony walked into a ballroom full of Santas. The dancing had already started, and several Santas whirled around the dance floor, waltzing with their partners. The women's costumes were a bit more varied. A few were dressed like Mrs. Claus with long, full skirts, white aprons, and white frilly bonnets on top of silver wigs. Other women wore outfits reminiscent of the costumes worn by the Rockettes in their Christmas show. Tony did a double-take. The two Rockettes by the reindeer ice sculpture looked male. She headed toward the table with real food. As far as she knew, only mortals who knew about vamps had been invited to the ball. The other mortal employees at Romatek had gone to a party for them earlier in the afternoon. She scanned the room, searching for Ian, but all the Santas looked alike. They even wore padding inside their red velvet coats to give them fake bellies. Under their red hats, they sported bushy white wigs and beards. The only departure from the norm were a few Santas sporting swords, in case the malcontents showed up uninvited. Even Tony had a few wooden stakes in her belt. She noticed one Santa who was different. He was about a foot shorter than the others, and he fidgeted with the black buttons on his jacket. That had to be Laszlo, the scientist who had helped in the operating room and delivered a bag of stuff to the mystery room. At the mortal table, there was a Mrs. Claus and a little girl who were having a snack of cheese and fruit. The woman smiled at Tony and extended a hand. Hi, I'm Heather Esharp, and this is my daughter, Bethany. I'm Tony. She shook hands, then smiled at the little girl. What a beautiful dress. My new daddy made it for me. Bethany's face lit up, and she pointed across the room. Look, Mama, it's Constantine. Can I go see him? Sure, sweetie. Heather gazed fondly at Tino, who was dressed like a miniature Santa without the beard. Bethany dragged Constantine onto the dance floor while the waltzing adults managed to avoid running over them. Tino and Bethany reached the middle of the dance floor, where they started jumping and giggling. Tony popped a grape in her mouth. So, you must be the one who married the famous fashion designer. Yes, Heather smiled. Jean-Luc is here somewhere, lost in a sea of Santas. Yeah, I can't tell who's who. Heather bit into a strawberry. It's for the best, I suppose. It would totally confuse any malcontent who crashed the party. She stepped closer to Tony. I hope you don't mind, but Shannon told me about you. Oh? Heather smiled. Don't worry, it was all good stuff. I just wanted to say that Ian's a great guy, and I hope it works out for you. We're not going out or anything. I'm a guard, so it's against the rules for us to get involved. Since when does love follow the rules? Heather lowered her voice. Ian was in Texas when he took the drug to grow older. He was in so much pain it nearly killed me to watch. I begged him to stop, but you know what he said? What? Heather's eyes grew moist. He said all the pain was worth it if he could find true love. Tony's heart squeezed in her chest. I'm going to look for him. Excuse me. She started across the ballroom. The band switched to a modern song, and she noted a disco Santa on the dance floor. Grigori, she thought with a smile. He was back to his normal self. She'd arrived a bit late to the ball because she'd spent too much time in the silver room, fussing with her hair and makeup. She wanted to look good for Ian. She'd had a late night, making sure Sabrina was all right before Ian had teleported her back to Romatech. She'd been so tired she'd gone straight to bed. Today she'd called the hotel twice. Carlos had told her that Bree was sleeping most of the time, and Teddy was watching television. She hoped to see Bree tomorrow, but for now, she was eager to see Ian. All day long, her heart had been light with joy. She couldn't wait to see him. It was just a shame she hadn't been able to dress a bit sexier. Shanna had insisted she wear this specific costume. She wandered toward a group of Santas who were talking to one another. They noticed her and smiled. She quickly checked their eyes. No Ian. Excuse me. She backed away. Bellissima, don't run away. A vamp Santa with sparkling brown eyes took her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Giacomo di Venezia. Please, call me Jack, like my other English-speaking friends do. I'm Tony Davis. He kissed her hand. Bellissima. You are the guard Connor hired? He didn't tell me you are a goddess. He turned to the other men. She's a vision of beauty, no? You're embarrassing her, Jack, a second Santa said with a Scottish accent. He extended a hand. Welcome to McKay's Security and Investigation. I'm Robbie McKay. Tony shook his hand. You're related to Angus? Aye, but he's much, much older than me, Robbie said with a grin. How do you do? The third vamp in the group held out his hand. His eyes were almond-shaped, and his accent was thicker. I'm Zoltán Csakvar from Budapest. Oh, she shook his hand. I'm Attila the Hun. The men laughed. Will you dance with me, Attila? Zoltán asked. Perhaps later. I'm looking for someone right now. Ah, Jack nodded his head. Amore. I'm afraid her heart is already taken, Zoltán. Zoltán bowed. Then we will hope he is worthy of you. Okay. Tony smiled as she left the three guys. There was something definitely appealing about vamp men. She wandered by another group of men, but none of them looked familiar. Then she saw someone who was easy to recognize. He was the only black Santa in the room. He was drinking blood from a wine glass, along with another Santa. Phineas. She lifted a hand. Hey, sweetness. He gave her a high five and a knuckle pound. What's up? She recognized the second Santa as Dougal. Hey, Dougal. Have you seen Ian anywhere? I can't find him. The last time I saw him, Dougal said, he was at the refreshment table having a bleeder. Phineas eyed Tony's costume. Girl, what are you supposed to be? You look like the Jolly Green Giant's little hoe. Tony gritted her teeth. I'm an elf. Dougal laughed. She makes a good elf. Thanks, Tony muttered. Phineas snorted. So, do you live in a tree and bake cookies? What you got for me in your oven? He winked. She swatted his arm. I'll sick the Jolly Green Giant on you. She marched off, feeling even more ridiculous in her costume. She had a red feather in her silly green hat, and jingle bells on her green slippers that made noise with every step. If anyone else made fun of her costume, she might have to stake him into oblivion. She circled the dance floor. The music had changed to a slow, modern dance. She spotted Heather dancing with the Santa, probably her husband, Jean-Luc. And Shanna was dancing with another Santa, probably Roman. As she neared the vamp refreshment table, she saw the two questionable Rockette ladies talking with another Santa. One of them pressed a hand against the Santa's chest. Her fingernails were painted a bright red. "Oh my God, look at you! You're all grown up!" Tony winced. The Rockette's voice was definitely male. "Our sweet little boy," the second male Rockette said. "All grown up and so handsome." He waved a hand in front of his face. "I think I'm going to cry." "Don't you dare, Tootsie," the first Rockette warned. "If you start crying, I'll completely lose it, and I just hate running mascara. Don't you, Ian?" "I would not know," he growled. He spotted Tony, and relief flooded his face. "Tony, I've been looking for you." "Oh, my." The Rockette named Tootsie looked Tony over. "Has our little Ian found a sweetheart?" Ian pulled her to his side. "Tony, let me introduce you to Tootsie and Scarlet. They teleported here from New Orleans." Tony smiled politely. "How do you do?" Scarlet pressed a hand to his chest. "Oh my God, isn't she just the prettiest thing?" Tootsie's red-painted lips trembled. "They're so precious together. I can't help it. I'm going to cry." Scarlet huffed. "Well, don't get me started." Ian backed away, dragging Tony with him. "Excuse us, but I promised Tony I would dance with her." Scarlet sighed. "That's so sweet. And romantic." Tootsie dabbed at his eyes with a lacy handkerchief. Ian led Tony farther away. She glanced back, and the two male Rockettes were still watching them with tears in their eyes. "They seem very fond of you." "They're very friendly." Ian put his hands around her waist. "Thank you for rescuing me." She rested her hands on his shoulders and matched his steps as he swayed to and fro. "Where did you meet them?" "In New Orleans, a few years back. I was doing an investigation for a vamp with amnesia." "Really? Did you find out who he was?" Ian nodded. "He was a cowboy with a secret baby." Tony laughed. "I'm serious." Ian grinned, and it made his white beard twitch. "And what are ye supposed to be?" "An elf, and don't you dare make fun of me." "Are you kidding? Your red tights are driving me crazy." She bumped against his fake belly that stuck out above his belt. "Is that padding in there, or are you happy to see me?" His beard twitched again. "And what are these?" He fingered the wooden stakes in her belt. "Are ye intending to use them on me?" "Maybe, if Santa doesn't give me what I want for Christmas." "And what do ye want?" She almost said you, but she hesitated. "It's a secret." "Another secret?" His blue eyes twinkled. "Are ye ever going to tell me your full name?" She shrugged. "Maybe never." "But I need to know. I'm making a list and checking it twice." She laughed. "Tell me, Tony." He pulled her closer. "Have you been naughty or nice?" A warm feeling swept through her. She wanted this man so much. She curled her hands around the back of his neck. He tightened his hold on her. She glanced at his eyes and suddenly felt the warmth ratchet up a few degrees. It might be fun to get a little naughty. A red tint flared in his eyes. "We could go somewhere private. No one would notice one less Santa in the room." Tony licked her lips. The thought of ripping his beard off to kiss him was very exciting. "Your eyes are turning red." "Your heart is beating faster." He leaned close, his white beard tickling her cheek. "I'd like to pedal those red tights down your legs." "I might let you," she teased, "if you give me what I need." His eyes glowed a deeper red. "Sweetheart, I have what you need." She grinned. "What I need is a few answers. I have some questions for you." "My favorite color is green, like your eyes." "Not that question." She smoothed her hands down his chest. "I could make it worth your while. If you answer, I'll take something off." His eyebrows rose. "Now that is naughty." "Of course, you have to agree to the same terms. If I answer one of your questions, you have to take something off." "Agreed." He glanced around the room. "We'll leave separately. Meet me in the hall in 3 minutes." He strode away, leaving her alone on the dance floor. She wandered back to the refreshment table for mortals with her mortal heart pounding in her ears. Good grief, what had she just agreed to? She wanted some answers, but stripping for them was likely to get out of hand. Good, she smiled to herself. She wanted him. He wanted her. There was no denying that red glow in his eyes. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then drank some punch. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a Santa leaving the ballroom. She drained her cup, then strolled toward the exit. She wandered down the hall in the direction of the chapel. Where was he? A door to the right cracked open, and an arm in a red velvet sleeve reached out and grabbed her. She gasped, then laughed as the Santa hauled her into a dark room. He shut the door and pinned her against it. "You'd better be Ian." "Aye." He nuzzled her neck. "Take off that beard. I want to kiss you." He chuckled. "You're demanding, lass." He locked the door, then led her into the room. It was a conference room, she noted, with a long table surrounded by a dozen chairs. Ian had left the lights off, so the only light came from the red exit sign over the door and the lights from the parking lot outside the large plate glass window. It's snowing outside. She wandered alongside the table. Should we close the blinds? It's one-way glass. He sat in a chair midway down the table. So, what's your full name, Tony? That again? Does it really matter? I'm only curious because you'll no tell me. Okay. She perched on the table next to him and propped one foot up on the arm of his chair. But it'll be worth 2 articles of clothing. He wrapped a hand around her ankle. All right. She leaned back, bracing her weight on her hands. I only know what my grandmother told me, so my knowledge of the events is a bit sketchy. It appears my mother had a desire to marry a race car driver when she was 17. She went to the Daytona 500 to find a driver and jumped a guy in a jumpsuit in a garage. She was a bit pissed to discover afterward that he was just a mechanic, and even more pissed when she discovered herself pregnant. Ian shook his head. Your mum continues to confound me. I guess she needed a reminder never to make such a stupid mistake again, 'cause she named me after the racetrack where I was conceived. Your name is Daytona 500? No. She glared at him. Just Daytona. Isn't that humiliating enough? Please don't tell anyone. His white beard twitched. Daytona Davis. I like it. Daytona Lynn, actually. It's a southern thing. Now strip, Santa. 2 items. He removed his red Santa cap with the attached wig. That's 1. He took off the beard. And that's 2. He tossed them on the table. Your turn. What's the secret Santa thing? And what are you all hiding behind the locked door across from the nursery? He circled his fingers around her ankle again. That's 2 questions. But they're related, aren't they? Now that's 3. She nudged him with her foot, and the bell on her slipper jingled. Just answer the question. He smiled. Roman started the Secret Santa Pact in 1950, when he became Coven Master. We have a few vamps around the country who worked the night shift, sorting mail for the post office. Each year, they gather the letters addressed to Santa and we collect toys. Then, on Christmas Eve, some vamps dress up like Santa to deliver the goods, including places like halfway houses and women's shelters. Tony sat silent for a while, absorbing this latest news. What more proof did she need that these vamps were kind and noble? That is so awesome. Thank you. He pulled both her feet into his lap and removed one of her green slippers. We enjoy it quite a bit. He took off the second slipper. They jingled when he tossed them on the table. You mean you're one of the Santas? Aye. I've been doing it since I came here to work in 1955. He slid one of her fuzzy red socks off. There are 100 of us now. He pulled off her other sock. What are you doing? I answered your questions. He threw the socks on the table. 2 questions. But you removed 4 articles of clothing. Nay, socks and shoes come in pairs. He wrapped his hands around one of her feet and began massaging it.
How could she argue when it felt so good?
Okay, ask your next question. He sat there, quietly rubbing her foot while he considered.
Do you want children?
That surprised her.
Yes.
He removed his belt and sword and slid them down the table to the pile of clothes. That's it? She asked. One lousy belt?
'Twas an easy question for you.
Do you want children?
She knew the answer wouldn't be easy for him. He could never have children if he married a vamp.
If I ever have children, I would consider myself greatly blessed.
That's a bit evasive, but still nice. She uncinched her brown leather belt, and her wooden stakes clattered onto the table. He stood and shoved the stakes across the table so that they tumbled onto the floor. A bit sensitive about those, aren't you?
Aye.
He plucked the feathered cap off her head and tossed it onto the pile of clothing. What are you doing?
He asked a question, and I answered it. In fact, I just answered another one.
He tugged at the lacings on her green elfin tunic. Stop that! She swatted his hand away. Those questions didn't count. That was normal conversation. Now ask an official question, please.
Very well.
He sat back down in his chair and studied her.
What do you want most in life?
That's a big one. You'll have to remove 5 articles of clothing for that answer.
4.
All right, 4. But I get to choose which ones. He smiled.
Agreed.
What did she want the most?
Every morning I start my day with 4 affirmations. I guess you could say they're what I want most in life, or what I want to believe the most. The first one is I deserve to be happy.
Aye, you do.
She slid off the table. I'm taking your boots. She yanked them off and smiled at his argyle socks. So Scottish.
Your second affirmation?
He asked. I will accomplish my goals. He nodded.
You have worthy goals.
She unbuttoned his red velvet jacket. Take it off, Santa. He tossed the jacket on the table, along with the small pillow that had masqueraded as a belly.
Go on.
Number 3 is I will achieve something meaningful with my life.
That is important. That's why I fight the malcontents.
He stood and she tugged on his white t-shirt. He pulled it over his head and tossed it aside. She eyed his bare chest, the patch of black curly hair, the strong pecs, the 6-pack abs. His red velvet pants were tied at his hips by a white drawstring. She took the end of the white cord in her fingers and gently pulled.
And the 4th affirmation?
She glanced up at his face. It's always been the hardest one for me to believe, and the hardest to confess. Her eyes stung with tears. I am worthy to be loved.
Lass.
He smoothed back her hair.
I have never met anyone more worthy of love than you.
Ian.
She touched his face.
That's what I think about you.
He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. She kissed him back with all the passion that had grown inside her for days. He slanted his mouth over hers and invaded her with his tongue. Her knees grew weak. There was such hunger in his kiss. It made her feel desperate, feverish. She raked her hands down his smooth, bare back.
I want you.
You have me.
He wadded her green elfin tunic in his fists and pulled it up and over her head. Her long-sleeved red t-shirt soon followed. Before she could lower her arms, he had her bra unclasped.
You're very quick.
Aye.
He flung her bra aside.
Like you, I intend to accomplish my goals.
He cupped one of her breasts. Her nipples hardened under the gaze of his red, glowing eyes. She squeezed her thighs together.
What is your goal?
To make ye moan.
He rubbed his thumb over a tight nipple, and she did moan.
To make ye shudder and scream.
He leaned over to take her nipple into his mouth. He suckled, teased her with his tongue, then gently tugged. She shuddered and leaned back in his arms.
I want to feast on you.
He gave his attention to her other breast. Through a haze of sensual pleasure, she recalled that word, feast. He was tormenting her nipple with his tongue. Were his fangs next? "You want to bite me?" He lifted his head and gave her a look of admonishment.
"I'm not doing this for food."
"But you said feast." His mouth quirked.
"I was referring to oral sex. Do you have any objection to letting me kiss and suck on you?"
She gulped.
"No, that would be fine."
He slid his fingers underneath the waistband of her red tights and slowly tugged them down.
"And you'll not be shy about getting all juicy when you come on my face?"
"No,"
she squeaked. He smiled as his hands curved over her bare rump, dragging her tights down further.
"Naughty lass, you're not wearing undies."
"I learned that from you."
She smoothed her hands over his biceps, then over his shoulders and onto his chest.
"You're the most beautiful man."
He snorted. With her tights rolled halfway down her thighs, he grabbed at her waist and set her on the table. Then he grasped her tights and finished dragging them down her legs.
"I've been wanting to touch your legs for days."
He lifted them and rested her ankles on his shoulders.
"So long and golden, kissed by the sun."
He slid his hands down to her thighs and turned his head to kiss her calf. Tony squirmed on her bare rump, becoming more and more aware of the slow, throbbing need between her legs. He moved forward, coming closer to her core, kissing the inside of her knee, her thigh. The red glow of his eyes in the dark sent a chill through her. God, she wanted him.
"Please."
She fell back onto the table. She hooked her feet around the back of his neck to pull him closer. He stroked his fingers across her belly, and she trembled.
"By all the saints, I can smell your scent. It's so sweet. I cannot resist tasting you."
His words struck a primeval need inside her, making her even more wet and ready. She opened her thighs to him. His eyes burned red. He dragged his fingers into her curls, then leaned forward.
"I want to see your face when I touch you for the first time."
She focused on his red eyes, then gasped when his fingers slid between her legs. She shuddered as he stroked her gently, easing his way between her sensitive folds. She saw a flash of white teeth as he smiled.
"You're so very wet."
He inserted a finger inside her.
"And very warm."
"Yes."
She pushed against him.
"Ach, pure lass."
He waggled his finger inside her.
"You're in sore need of attention."
With his other hand, he tweaked her clitoris. She squeaked. He pressed against her, and she pushed back. She dug her fingernails into the table.
"Please, hurry."
He removed his finger.
"We'll take it slow next time."
He sat in a chair and rolled it up to the table. Meanwhile, he cupped her bottom and pulled her up to his face.
"This, sweetheart, is what I mean by a feast."
He pounced on her, dragging his tongue over her engorged skin, probing, tasting, licking. Tony squirmed, and he held her steady. She panted, closing her eyes as all sensations centered on her hot skin and his glorious mouth. He tickled her clitoris, then sucked on it gently. She cried out. Her legs tensed, his tongue flitted. She screamed. A heart-stopping, delicious shudder crashed over her, then swelled up to crash over her again and again.
"Ach, Tony."
He stood and pulled at the drawstring on his red velvet pants.
"I'm dying for you."
He stopped suddenly, tilting his head and frowning.
"What is it?"
She struggled to sit up. Her body was a melted heap of frazzled nerve endings.
"Bloody hell,"
he muttered.
"The alarm has gone off."
Chapter 20. Ian cursed again as he threw on his Santa coat. With vampire speed, he buttoned it up and yanked on his boots. What bloody awful timing. He would have been tempted to let Connor or Angus deal with this, but the alarm had been triggered by an emergency psychic call for help from Phineas. Ian had taught the young vamp how to fence. He had to be there for Phineas, no matter how much he wanted Tony. And God, he wanted her. She was leaning over to pull on her red tights. Her long blonde hair fell forward, partially hiding her flushed face. She straightened, flipping her hair back as she wiggled the tights over her hips. By all the saints, he'd never realized that putting clothes on could be so sexy.
Bloody hell,
he whispered. Is it bad? She snatched her bra off the floor.
Aye, it's downright painful. I'm rock hard and about to explode.
He belted on his sword. She paused with her bra half on. I was referring to the attack. He glanced at the window overlooking the parking lot. It was still snowing, so visibility was bad.
I can hear them outside. Phineas must have been making the rounds.
He put on his beard, wig, and hat.
Stay here. I'll be back as soon as possible.
But I should help. It's my job. She pulled on her red t-shirt.
Stay here, he repeated. There are plenty of vamps to take care of the matter.
You don't think I'm strong enough to fight a malcontent, do you?
Honestly, I'd rather not find out.
He teleported to the parking lot and saw the tracks in the snow where other vamps had crossed the pavement to the woods. He heard the clash of swords in the distance. Drawing his own sword, he zoomed toward the noise. As he entered the woods, the snowfall became lighter as snowflakes were caught by the canopy overhead. He spotted a dozen red Santa suits in a clearing. They were standing still, so each had a slight dusting of snow on his hat and shoulders. Most of the Santas had formed a loop around a pair engaged in duel. Phineas and a malcontent, dressed in black. They circled each other slowly. 2 more Santas had a second malcontent pinned against a tree with their swords poised to strike his heart. Ian joined the circle of Santas.
What happened?
He whispered to the man on his right.
Phineas was making his rounds in the woods here,
the Santa answered, and Ian recognized Robbie McKay's voice.
2 malcontents jumped him, and he called for help. We sounded the alarm and came running.
Swords rang out as the malcontent lunged at Phineas. He parried the attack and forced the malcontent to retreat.
We captured that one.
Robbie nodded toward the second malcontent pinned against the tree.
The other one challenged Phineas to a duel, and he accepted.
Ian watched the duel carefully, gauging each one's skill. They appeared evenly matched, though he detected more desperation from the Russian.
Let's go, Stanislav, the captured malcontent yelled. Let's get the hell out of here.
The second I see your body start to teleport, I'll stab you through the heart,
one of his captors warned. Ian recognized his French accent. Jean-Luc est sharp.
The devil take it,
the second captor grumbled. It was Angus.
Let's just skewer the bastard and get it over with.
I'm unarmed,
the captive shouted.
You were armed 2 minutes ago before you threw your sword down,
Angus argued.
Look, Yuri, no need to look surprised. I know who ye are. 'Tis a simple matter of being time efficient. If we do not kill you now, you'll just come back, and we'll have to do it later. So I say we slaughter you now. 'Twill save us all a lot of time.
Jean-Luc chuckled.
You expect him to agree with you? If you're as good and noble as you claim to be, Yuri said, then you'll never kill an unarmed man.
Ah, I hate it when they say that,
Angus growled. Jean-Luc pressed the point of his sword against Yuri's throat.
Don't be a coward, Yuri. Pick up your weapon, and we'll settle this like men. Now that you've scared him, Angus said. I think he's wet his pants.
I did not,
Yuri protested.
Stanislav, I'll leave without you.
Stanislav was busy with Phineas. Both men eased slowly to their right, their legs bent, their swords ready.
Stay in the man, you're going down.
Phineas spoke softly.
Why are you doing this? I always thought you were pretty decent. You were the only Russian I could stand to talk to. You double-crossed me, you bastard.
Stanislav slipped in the snow and quickly righted himself.
You tricked me into telling you where Katya was.
She was a bitch, Stan. Haven't you realized yet that you're on the wrong side? You're one of the bad guys.
Traitor!
Stanislav lunged forward, swinging his sword wildly. Phineas blocked each move, and Stanislav fell back, breathing heavily. Phineas circled him.
You're not going to live through this, Stan.
Let's go!
Yuri yelled.
I can't!
Stanislav wiped sweat from his brow.
Jedrzak will kill me if I don't kill Phineas.
You're up shit creek.
Phineas advanced, and with an expert thrust, he sent Stan's sword flying from his hand. Stanislav backed away. Phineas grazed the tip of his sword on Stanislav's chest.
The way I see it, you have 3 options. You can be killed by me, killed by Yedrick, or you can join our side. Now wait a minute.
Angus strode toward them.
I seriously doubt we could ever trust this bastard.
Stanislav vanished. Ian turned just in time to see Yuri teleport away too.
Merde,
Jean-Luc muttered. Angus sighed.
Ah, well.
He patted Phineas on the back.
You did well, lad.
Phineas sheathed his sword.
I should have killed him when I had the chance. I just... Did not want to?
Angus asked.
That's what makes you one of us, lad. We kill when we have to, but we do not relish it. But he'll just come back,
Phineas said. Angus rested an arm around his shoulder.
There are always bad vampires in want of killing. I've lived over 500 years, and that has never changed. One thing the time has taught me is that there's no need to be in a hurry to kill. Aye, that's true.
Connor spoke from the circle.
You kill one, and 2 more show up the next night. It's freezing out here,
Roman observed.
Let's get back to the party.
The Santas walked back to the parking lot. Ian sheathed his sword. Robbie leaned toward him and whispered,
You'd better watch her scent off before Connor or Angus get a whiff of you.
He strode off to join the other Santas. Ian winced. He waited till all the Santas had entered Romatech. Then he zoomed down to the silver room. With vampire speed, he showered and redressed. He sprinted to the stairs. When he heard a dinging sound behind him, he glanced back. The elevator doors opened, and Tony stepped out.
Tony.
He strode toward her. So much for her doing as he asked and staying in the conference room. She spun around. Ian, what are you doing down here? I thought you'd be with Phineas.
I was, but what are you doing down here?
She lowered her voice. I was in the foyer, finding out what happened outside, when Emma McKay whispered to me that I should retire for the evening. She's one of the big bosses, so I didn't want to argue. But I got the impression that she knew what we'd been doing.
Vamps have a very good sense of smell, and I received a similar warning.
She stepped closer. They can smell that we,
I know very well. Unfortunately, a few others have noticed too.
Good grief, she muttered. Can't we get a little privacy around here? Ian grinned.
Are you so eager to jump in bed with me?
Quiet. She glanced around the hallway. I don't want to get you in trouble. And I don't want to get fired. I sure don't want to lose my memory, not after,
Are you referring to how you gushed all over my face?
She winced. We shouldn't talk about that. She glanced around the hallway again.
We're all alone, sweetheart.
She scanned the ceiling. But there are surveillance cameras around here somewhere.
Aye. That's why I have not taken you into my arms.
He folded his arms over his chest.
I just took a cold shower, and it did not help.
Oh, Ian, she sighed. I don't know where we can go. All the bedrooms down here have cameras.
I'll figure out something. It'll be easier once Connor takes Roman back into hiding, and Jean-Luc is having a house party in Texas, so a lot of the guests are teleporting there later tonight.
That's good. Tony yawned.
You're tired. Go to bed, sweetheart.
As he watched her enter the silver room, he knew he could never give her up. He wasn't sure how he could fit into her plan to run an orphanage and school, but he knew he loved her enough that he couldn't bear for her to sacrifice any of her dreams. Somehow they would make it work. Connor wouldn't dare erase her memory if she was engaged to him. That was a big step, but it didn't cause any warning signals to flare up inside him. It simply felt right and exciting. The next morning, Tony called Carlos to see how Sabrina was faring.
She's fully awake now, Carlos reported, and full of questions. She wants to know why she can't go home, and how you managed to get her out of the hospital. I asked Teddy to stay quiet till you got a chance to talk to her, but he keeps dropping hints about superheroes.
Tell her I'll explain everything this evening when I get off work, Tony said. Or I'll try to.
There's another problem, Carlos continued. The local stations have posted Bree's photo on their television newscasts. They say she's been kidnapped. I don't dare take her anywhere she can be noticed.
Tony winced. They couldn't stay hidden in a hotel forever.
I thought we could meet you at that vampire nightclub, Carlos suggested.
The Horny Devils? Why?
It's a great place to hide. No mortal would ever look for her there, and I doubt any vamp would call the police to report her. It's also a really good place to convince Bree that vampires are real.
I don't know. Tony frowned. It might scare the hell out of her.
The male vamps there are streepers. They'll seem harmless.
Carlos lowered his voice.
Bree still thinks she's delusional. We have to give her proof that she's right, or she'll end up back in a mental hospital.
Okay. I'll ask Ian to take me there tonight. We'll meet you at 5:30. She hung up. Early that afternoon, UPS delivered a small blue box for her from Tiffany's. With her heart racing, Tony pulled out a gold heart-shaped pendant on a gold chain. It came with a note. All my love, Ian. He loved her. She could hardly concentrate on anything for the rest of the day. She didn't want Howard to know she'd received a gift from Ian, so she slipped the heart underneath her polo shirt and let it nestle between her breasts. When the sun went down, she hurried to the silver room to change clothes. Thank you. She grinned at Ian as she ran into the bathroom to change. We need to go to the Horny Devils, she called out to him. He was in the kitchen drinking his breakfast. We're supposed to meet Carlos, Bree, and Teddy there.
They're going to the Horny Devils?
He asked.
Why?
So we can convince Bree that she's not delusional. She pulled on a pair of jeans and a green sweater, then opened the door. Can you teleport me there?
Aye.
He pulled his cell phone from his sporran.
Let me warn Wanda, and I'll need to tell Howard that we'll be gone for a little while.
5 minutes later, Tony arrived with Ian in the alley outside the Horny Devils. Carlos was already there with Bree and Teddy. He motioned to the bouncer.
That guy wouldn't let us in.
Bree gave Ian a suspicious look. Why are we here? I just want to go home. We can't go to the apartment, Bree, Tony said. Your uncle would look for you there. We need to hide you here for a while. Bree cast a nervous glance at the huge bouncer. What is this place?
I bet it's their secret bat cave,
Teddy exclaimed. It's more like a nightclub, Tony explained. Wanda is expecting us, right?
Aye, Ian answered. She agreed to let you hide in the VIP room. She even had some mortal food delivered.
Mortal? Bree whispered.
I knew it!
Teddy leaned close to her.
He's from another planet. That's why he has superpowers here. I'm not a superhero, Ian grumbled. Of course you are, Teddy insisted. You have superpowers, man, and I'm going to be your sidekick.
Ian, we have to tell them the truth, Tony said. He frowned.
Are you sure they can handle it?
Sabrina deserves to know that she was right all along. Carlos looked at Sabrina.
Menina, you were never delusional.
Bree shook her head. No, I was wrong. Vampires aren't real. Ian glanced at Carlos.
You know the truth, then?
He gave Tony a disappointed look.
You were not supposed to tell anyone.
Carlos needed to know what was going on, Tony said, and besides, he knows how to keep a secret. Ian regarded Carlos curiously.
Aye, he certainly does.
Carlos exchanged a quick look with Ian before turning back to Sabrina.
Menina, remember how you were attacked by some vicious vampires?
She shook her head. I was mistaken. You asked me to go to Central Park and find them, Tony said. Those same vampires jumped me. Bree gasped. No. Yes, I was attacked, and I might have died if a guy with a sword didn't come along and save me.
Did he have superpowers?
Teddy asked. Yes, Tony replied. He stabbed one of the attackers, and he turned to dust. The other two vanished. Then the guy with the sword teleported me to Romatech.
Is that another planet?
Teddy asked. Ian groaned. Tony smiled. It's Romatech Industries. They manufacture synthetic blood. Connor, the guy who saved me, told me he was a good vampire.
Whoa, Teddy said. A good vampire?
Bree shook her head. There's no such thing. Yes, there is, Tony insisted. Just like mortals can be good or bad, vampires can be good or bad. She motioned to Ian. He's a good vampire. Bree backed away, a look of horror on her face. He's one of them? He bites people?
Nay.
Ian frowned at her.
I drink bottled blood from Romatech.
And you have superpowers, Teddy added. That is so cool.
I guess you're fighting the bad vampires?
We call them malcontents, Ian explained. They call themselves the true ones.
Tony? Bree sidled up close to her and whispered, Why are you hanging out with him? Ian's one of the good guys, Tony whispered back. I've been working for them since I was attacked. Why? Are they controlling you? No. I wanted to find a way to prove you were right. You were never delusional, Bree. Your uncle's been holding you prisoner and keeping you drugged so he can control your money. But he's my uncle. It was sad to watch. Tony could see Bree figuring it all out step by step as the emotions flitted across her face. Disbelief, then shock, then horror, then anger. Her face flushed. I was never sick. No, sweetie. Tony gave her shoulders a squeeze. She gave Ian a wary look. And vampires are real. She closed her eyes and shuddered.
Let's go inside, Ian suggested. Hugo, these people are with me.
Hugo grunted and opened the door. Ian strode inside with Carlos and Teddy. Bree hung back, clinging to Tony. It's okay, Tony insisted. This is a nightclub for vamps. When Bree's face paled, she continued. They all drink from bottles. It's perfectly safe. Bree let Tony pull her inside. Bright flashing lights and loud music greeted them. Bree stayed close to Tony, and her gaze flitted nervously about. Tony noted the usual bunch of scantily clad girls bouncing to the music, close to the stage.
Those girls are hot, Teddy said. Are they all undead? Yes.
Carlos looked curiously about. The girls squealed when a dancer strutted onto the stage, dressed like a pirate. He tossed his tricorn hat into the crowd, and the ladies scrambled to claim it as a souvenir. More clothes flew through the air till the dancer was down to his bikini underwear. He turned his back to the crowd to show off the skull and crossbones printed on the back of his underwear. He rotated his hips suggestively. Oh my, Sabrina whispered. He's very talented, Tony agreed.
Ladies, are you coming?
Ian stood by Vonda's office, watching them with a wry look on his face. Carlos and Teddy were waiting with him. We're coming. Tony tugged on Bree's arm. She glanced back at the dancer. I'm starting to feel much better now. Tony laughed. It's good to have you back. She joined Ian at Vonda's office, and he arched an eyebrow at her. Her face grew warm. I was just looking. His mouth twitched, and he knocked on Vonda's office door. She greeted them. Come on in. I've got everything ready. As Tony entered, she smiled. Thank you for your help. No problem. Vonda regarded her sternly. Tony had a feeling she didn't approve. As Ian introduced everyone, Vonda's gaze flitted over Bree and Teddy, then came to rest on Carlos. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Carlos smiled slightly.
I like your catsuit.
Thanks. Vonda adjusted the whip she used as a belt. She opened a door that revealed a narrow staircase. This is the back entrance. I figured you don't want anyone to see you going up there.
That is correct.
Ian led them up the stairs. Tony stepped through some hanging strands of beads and brushed back a gauzy curtain. Good grief. Wow, whispered Bree. It's beautiful. It looks like Princess Jasmine's boudoir. Glad you like it. Vonda swept into the harem-styled room. As you can see, there's food and drink on the table and plenty of big cushions for resting. She pointed at 2 doors across the room. That's the restroom and the main stairs. It's perfect. Tony wandered over to the carved wooden screen. She could see the club below. Thank you, Vonda. She adjusted her belt with an annoyed look. Ian's a good friend. I'd do anything for him. So would I. Tony glanced at Ian. He was at the refreshment table, pouring himself a glass of beer. Vonda stepped closer. Would you give him up? Tony stiffened. Why would I do that? Because he wants a true mate, Vonda insisted. Someone who can spend eternity with him. You can't do that. I don't know how things will work out, Tony said, but I do know I'm in love with him. She heard a gasp behind her. You're in love with a vampire? Sabrina screeched. Tony winced as everyone stared at her with shock or dismay on their faces. Everyone except Ian. He was watching her intently, his eyes sparkling with emotion. She lifted her chin. Yes, I'm in love with Ian. He walked toward her, a smile slowly forming on his lips. Vonda scowled at him. You said all you wanted was a vampire. I changed my mind. Ian was grinning now, and the sharp points of his fangs showed. Sabrina pressed a hand to her chest. Tony, how could you? How could I not? She pulled the heart pendant out from behind her green sweater. The gold chain and heart glimmered in the soft overhead lights. Thank you for sending me your heart. Ian halted, and his grin faded. I did not send that. Tony blinked. But it came this afternoon with a note that said, All my love. Ian zipped toward her, and with a quick wrench of his wrist, he broke the chain around her neck. Ian! Tony gasped when he dropped the pendant on a low table and smashed it with his fist. He picked up a small metal piece. That's a tracking device, Carlos said. Ian dropped the device on the floor and crushed it with his heel. I'll summon Phineas and Dougal here, and we'll teleport everyone to Romatech. He stepped away, closing his eyes briefly. Tony realized he was sending out a psychic message. Sabrina clutched her arm. Who would want to follow us? Is it my uncle or the police? Worse, Carlos muttered. Teddy's eyes lit up. The evil forces! They're upon us! Shots exploded below in the club, and screams filled the air. Chapter 21. Ian dashed to the wooden screen to see what was happening below. He spotted Jedrzej Janov with a pistol in his hand and a sheathed sword hanging from his belt. Jedrzej shot twice in the air and laughed when the women scurried about, screaming. Thankfully, most of the women had enough sense to teleport away. Tony, call Dougal and Phineas so they can use your voice to teleport straight to this room, and tell them to bring extra weapons. When Ian had sent out a psychic message, he'd merely summoned them to the horny devils. But now he didn't want them to accidentally teleport into the turmoil below, and he didn't want to send another psychic message that Jedrzej could overhear. Tony whipped her cell phone from her pants pocket. Sabrina started crying, and Teddy tried to comfort her. Vonda and Carlos were peering through the wooden screen. They're taking hostages, Carlos said quietly. Ian looked at the scene below. About 10 of the lady vamps had frozen in fear and failed to teleport to safety. Stanislav and Yuri were using silver ropes to lasso them like frightened heifers, while Jedrzej stood on stage smiling as the silver burned their skin and made them scream. The women were herded together, and a malcontent woman looped more silver rope around them to keep them confined and unable to teleport away. Phineas and Dougal materialized next to Tony, carrying 5 swords and some wooden stakes. Ian passed a sword to Carlos. Do you know how to wield it? I can learn. Carlos gripped the hilt. Why don't you use guns? We can recover from most bullet wounds, but a sword through the heart is permanent. Ian offered the last spare sword to Vonda. No thanks. She untied the whip from her waist. I'm more comfortable with this. Can I have a sword? Teddy approached him. Teddy, no! Sabrina pulled him back. We shouldn't get involved. I want to be a hero too, Teddy insisted. Ian passed him the sword. You'll guard the women. He can protect Bree. Tony grabbed some wooden stakes. I'm not staying here. Ye are. Ian was interrupted by Jedrzej's booming voice. Ian McPhee, I know you're here. Bring me the stay-awake drug or I'll start killing. Jedrzej's voice was muffled by screams from the hostages. Ian motioned for Phineas and Dougal to join him at the screen. We'll teleport at the same time. I'll take Jedrzej. Phineas peered through the screen. I'll take Stan. Then I'll take Yuri, Dougal said. And I'll take the woman, Tony added. Ian stiffened. Nay, you're staying here. I will take the woman. Vonda glared at Tony. I can teleport, you can't. Tony glared back. I can handle the silver ropes to untie the hostages. You can't. You're not going. Ian was interrupted by Jedrzej. Don't think you can attack me, McPhee, he shouted from the stage. We have a hostage here, and she'll die if anyone comes close to me. Nadia, you will kill the blonde to please me. Yes, master. With gloved hands, Nadia tied a blonde hostage to the dancer pole on the stage.
"Oh no," Vonda whispered. "It's Coralie."
The bartender struggled against the silver ropes that bound her and sizzled against her bare skin.
Let me go!
Jedrick pointed his handgun at her.
"Silver bullets, my dear. They really hurt."
When Coralie whimpered, he smiled.
"Your fear makes you even more attractive."
"Vonda," Tony whispered, "do you have any wire cutters around here?"
"Maybe. There's a toolkit in my office." "Tony,"
Ian regarded her sternly,
"you're not going down there."
When she opened her mouth to argue, Ian continued,
"This is not a friendly request. I'm your boss. You'll do as I say."
Her eyes flashed with anger. Ian turned to Carlos.
"You both stay here." "You can't order me around,"
Carlos growled. Ian ignored him and motioned to the other vamps.
"We teleport on 3.
He counted, and they vanished. Ian materialized beside Jedrick, and with the first swipe of his sword, he sent the gun flying from Jedrick's hand. Jedrick jumped back, spotted the blood seeping from his cut hand, and yelled,
"Kill the blonde, Nadia!"
Ian glanced over to see Coralie, still tied to the pole, squirming and crying. Nadia was too busy avoiding Vonda's snapping whip to follow her master's orders. Ian charged at Jedrick, but he vanished.
"Damn!"
Ian spun around to see where the coward had teleported. Dougal and Phineas had engaged their opponents, and the clash of swords mingled with frantic screams from hostages. Jedrick reappeared, standing on the bar. He drew his sword, and blood dripped from his hand. Good. Let his grip grow slippery. Ian jumped from the stage and stalked toward him. Let him grow weak from the loss of blood. Jedrick kept his eyes on Ian as he reached down and nabbed some paper napkins off the bar. He pressed the napkins against his bleeding hand.
"Amazing how those little cuts can bleed,"
Ian observed. With a sneer, Jedrick tossed the bloody napkins to the floor. From the corner of his eye, Ian noticed Tony slipping from Vonda's office. Damn it, no! She had wooden stakes stuffed in her waistband and wire cutters in her hand. Staying low, she dashed to the back of the hostages. He couldn't let Jedrick see her. Jedrick had sent her the heart pendant. He knew Ian cared for her, and that made her a prime target. By all the saints, she should have known that. She should have minded him and remained hidden. Ian zipped quickly to the bar and leaped on top, forcing Jedrick to face him and turn his back to Tony. Ian lunged, slashing his sword with full force. Jedrick teetered on the edge of the bar, losing his balance, then vanished.
"Damn!"
Ian spun around. How could he fight the cowardly bastard if he kept teleporting? From his position on the bar, Ian could see most of the room. Already the group of hostages had dwindled from 10 to 6. Another vanished, making it 5. Tony was obviously freeing them as quickly as she could, but her own success would be her downfall. For with no hostages left, there would be no one for her to hide behind. Jedrick reappeared on the stage.
"This one will die, McPhee."
He lunged toward Coralie. "No!" Vonda snapped her whip at him. It tangled around his sword arm.
"You bitch!"
He grabbed the whip and yanked Vonda toward him. She released her whip to keep from being pulled onto his sword.
"I should have killed you in Poland. You would always hide in the caves like a rat."
Vonda scrambled back.
"It will please me, Nadia, for you to kill the blonde,"
Jedrick ordered. "Yes, master." Nadia advanced on Coralie.
"And I will kill you, Vonda."
Jedrick lifted his sword. Ian teleported to the stage and intercepted Jedrick. "Help me!" Coralie screamed as Nadia came closer. With an angry shriek, Vonda leaped on Nadia's back. The two women tumbled onto the stage, scrambling for the dropped sword. Ian wanted to help, but he was fending off Jedrick's attack. Behind Jedrick, he spotted Tony sneaking onto the stage. Oh, hell no. He fought furiously, attempting to keep Jedrick fully engaged. Tony ran past them and clipped the silver ropes holding Coralie to the pole. Coralie scrambled off the stage, crying. Meanwhile, Nadia reclaimed her sword, and she stalked toward a weaponless Vonda. Tony grabbed the silver rope that had bound Coralie and charged, swinging the ropes at the back of Nadia's head. Nadia cried out in pain. The air smelled of burnt hair. Ian leaped back as Jedric's sword narrowly missed slashing his stomach. He needed to pay better attention. He lunged at Jedric, but the bastard vanished once more.
Bloody hell!
Ian wheeled around, searching for his opponent. Jedric appeared next to Tony.
No!
Ian zoomed toward them, but Jedric vanished, taking Tony with him.
No!
Fear seized his throat in an icy grip. Relief swept over him when he saw Jedric reappear on the bar with Tony. At least the bastard hadn't taken her to some secret place to torture and kill her. Ian jumped from the stage and ran toward them. His relief was short-lived. Jedric yanked Tony against his chest and pressed his sword to her neck. Ian froze.
Comrades, to me!
Jedric shouted, and the 3 other Russians teleported to the bar.
You see, McPhee, we only need one hostage when we have the right one.
With a hissing sound, his fangs sprang out. He nuzzled his mouth against Tony's cheek. His fangs scraped her skin, leaving a pink mark. She squeezed her eyes shut.
I can smell her fear, McPhee. No wonder you like her so much. She tastes delicious.
Ian swallowed hard as bile rose in his throat. He had to save Tony, but God help him, he didn't know how. The second he attacked, Jedric would slice her throat.
You'll know what I want, McPhee. Bring me the drug.
Should he play along to buy some time? Despair roiled in Ian's gut, threatening to smother his ability to think. Couldn't bear to lose her. He couldn't bear to fail her. He dropped his sword, and it clattered on the cement floor.
Jedric smiled. You have 5 minutes.
A loud crash sounded overhead. Everyone looked up as splintered pieces of wood rained down, and through the cracked opening of the wooden shutters, a giant black panther leaped into the air. It roared, and the sound echoed in the stunned silence of the nightclub. With Jedric distracted, Ian retrieved his sword and moved toward him. Unfortunately, Jedric realized the panther was headed straight for him. He pivoted, dragging Tony with him so she'd take the full force of the animal's attack. He extended his sword, obviously hoping to skewer the panther as it landed. With Jedric's back turned to him, Ian zoomed forward and stabbed the malcontent's right shoulder. Jedric cried out and dropped his sword. His hold on Tony loosened enough that she was able to duck just as the panther slammed into them. Its massive paws caught Jedric on the shoulders and knocked him and Tony off the bar. Ian jumped to the right as the panther flew past him, hit the ground, and rolled onto its feet. Tony had landed on top of Jedric. She dove to the left just as the panther pounced. Jedric shrieked as razor-sharp claws ripped through his shirt and scored his chest with bloody stripes. Tony screamed and scooted away on her rump. The panther looked at her, then turned toward the bar, its amber eyes narrowing on the 3 malcontents. They teleported away. Jedric, too. The cat, realizing its prey had escaped, roared in anger. Dougal and Phineas approached slowly, their swords pointed at the beast.
Shall we kill it?
Dougal asked.
Nay, Ian shouted. Leave him be.
The panther swung toward him, snarling, then focused its familiar amber eyes on Tony. As its head turned, Ian noted the gleam of 2 gold studs in its pointed ears. Of course, he should have known, but he would have never guessed a panther. The giant cat stalked toward Tony. No! She scrambled back and tried to get to her feet, but her legs were shaking. Ian flung himself in front of her.
Carlos, no!
The panther growled low in its throat. Carlos? Tony whispered. Ian heard a dull thud and glanced back. Tony was sprawled on the floor in a dead faint.
Ah, lass.
He squatted beside her and brushed her hair from her face.
That's Carlos?
Phineas lowered his sword and whistled under his breath.
Hello, kitty.
The panther patted toward Tony on its huge paws. Ian was relieved to see its claws were in, but those teeth were awfully sharp. One nip and Tony would be a werepanther for life. Was that what Carlos wanted? The cat lowered its head to sniff her.
By all the saints, do not bite her,
Ian whispered. The panther whipped its thick tail around so hard and fast it knocked Ian onto his knees. Then it trotted toward Vonda's office. Tony had left the door slightly ajar, and the cat squeezed through.
I thought he smelled like a shapeshifter, Dougal said, but I assumed he would be a black wolf. Me too.
Ian supposed Carlos was headed back to the harem room to change and dress. When Sabrina screamed, he knew the panther had arrived. God, I hate shapeshifters. Vonda had found her whip and was looping it around her waist.
You know of them?
Ian asked. Vonda shrugged. Long story. Just get that cat out of here, okay?
He saved Tony's life,
Phineas reminded her. She wouldn't have needed saving if she'd followed orders, Vonda snapped.
You should fire her ass, Ian.
No! Coralie strode toward Vonda. Tony cut me free. She freed all the hostages. And she kept that terrible Nadia from killing you, Vonda. Land's sakes, I've never seen a mortal be so brave.
Okay, she's brave.
Vonda tightened her whip. But she still can't follow orders. Yes, she disobeyed a direct order. Ian tamped down on the anger simmering inside him. She disobeyed him and come bloody close to dying, and he'd been helpless to save her. If it hadn't been for Carlos, his anger spiked. Damn it, that was the real cause of his anger. Carlos had saved her. He had not. He heard her moan softly. He patted her cheek, and her eyelids flickered.
Tony, wake up.
She blinked at him with a dazed look. What happened?
He fainted.
She struggled to sit up. That's crazy. I never faint. She looked around. The malcontents?
They teleported away,
Ian explained.
I doubt we'll see them again tonight. Yedric's in bad shape.
Tony looked around again. Carlos? He's a...
Were-panther.
Ian helped her to her feet.
It's rather unusual.
Well, duh. She glanced up at the shattered wooden screen. I didn't think such creatures existed.
I've never known one who shifted to a cat.
Ian noticed Hugo stumbling into the nightclub. His hands were tied behind his back with silver rope, and blood oozed from a bullet wound in his thigh. Oh my God! Vonda rushed to him.
We'll take him back to Romatek,
Ian offered.
Laszlo can remove the bullet. I'll take him.
Dougal grabbed Hugo's arm, and they both vanished. With a sigh, Vonda ran a hand through her short, spiky hair. Everyone's gone. So I'm closing for the night. I just hope the customers will come back, that we're not ruined. Land's sakes, don't you worry about that, Coralie said. This place will be notorious. We'll be packing them in. I hope so. Vonda set an overturned chair upright. Let's get the place cleaned up. Coralie surveyed the room, frowning. Lady Pamela sure picked the right night to take off. Ian grabbed Tony and teleported to the VIP room. Phineas arrived shortly after them. Sabrina gasped at their sudden appearance and retreated across the room. Carlos was back in his human form and gave them a nervous glance as he buttoned his shirt. Tony approached him slowly. You saved my life.
I wanted to tell you about my condition, but...
He glanced at Sabrina, who was regarding him with horror.
I didn't want to lose your friendship.
Carlos. Tony wrapped her arms around him. You will always be my friend. He hugged her back.
Thank you, Menina. You know I would do anything for you.
She gave him a wry look. I thought I saw a putty dad. He grinned.
You did.
They both laughed. Ian felt a mixture of emotion, a twinge of jealousy and a surge of pride. Tony was so generous and accepting. She'd risked her life to save vamps she didn't even know, and she remained loyal to her friends no matter what. It's not funny, Sabrina muttered from across the room. I saw him change. It was awful.
It was awesome, man,
Teddy blushed.
Though it was kind of freaky when he started stripping.
That was nothing, Sabrina argued. What about the black fur sprouting out and the claws and the sound of bones breaking and shifting? She shuddered.
Yeah, that was cool.
Teddy's face brightened with excitement. Do you have a name, dude?
Like Panther Man?
No.
Carlos sat on a low table to put on his socks and shoes.
Ah, come on.
Teddy sat beside him.
You superheroes are totally ignorant about how to behave. How do you expect to get famous without cool names?
We do not want fame.
Ian stood in front of Teddy.
Listen to me. You cannot speak of us. Ever. If the outside world learned of our existence, they would kill us. That's true.
Carlos slipped on his shoes.
My kind was discovered by a land developer in the Amazon. He sent out hunters to destroy us all. They're tracking down my people and killing them.
Tony pressed a hand to her chest.
Carlos, I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
I managed to save some of the children. Their parents were slaughtered.
Those are the orphans you're supporting?
Tony asked.
Carlos nodded. 5 of them. Our numbers are dwindling fast. I've been searching Malaysia because there are panthers in the jungle, and odd stories are told in the villages. I've been hoping to locate more of my kind. I'll tell Angus, Ian said. He'll be happy to fund your research. His company has always been supportive of werefolk.
Carlos's amber eyes gleamed.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
What other kinds of shifters are there? Teddy asked.
Most of the ones I've met are wolves.
Ian went to the refreshment table to pour himself a blear.
Of course, Howard isn't.
What? Tony looked confused. Howard's a shapeshifter? Carlos helped himself to a sandwich off the refreshment table.
You said it yourself, Tony. He's a teddy bear.
Ian snorted.
Not nearly as cuddly as a teddy bear once he shifted, believe me.
Tony's mouth dropped open. My supervisor is a bear?
Aye, Howard Bear.
Ian drained his glass.
That is so incredibly awesome,
Teddy whispered.
No, it isn't,
Sabrina screamed.
I can't take it. Panthers and vampires and bears.
Oh, my,
Phineas quipped.
You're all monsters.
Sabrina edged toward the main staircase.
I'm getting out of here.
Bree, wait. Tony ran toward her. You can't go. You have no money, no ID.
And the police are looking for you,
Carlos added.
Like that's my fault?
Sabrina glared at them.
You took me from my room.
We rescued you, Tony said, frowning.
You made me a penniless fugitive.
Sabrina lifted her chin.
Now I'm going to my apartment to get the key to my safety deposit box. I have a passport in there and lots of cash, so I don't have to hang around with monsters.
Carlos walked toward her.
You can't go to your apartment, Bree. The police will look for you there, and it's a good 10 hours before the banks open.
I am not spending the night with vampires.
Calm down, menina.
Carlos raised his hands.
I'll take you somewhere safe for the night. Another hotel.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Tears streamed down Sabrina's face.
You're an animal.
Carlos halted, and he scowled at her.
That's why I never told you my secret. Vanderkitty told me you couldn't handle the truth.
Sabrina gasped.
You talked to my cat?
Ian was fast losing patience. There was no way he was letting Sabrina leave with the knowledge she now possessed. Sabrina glared at Carlos.
You said you had orphans for our orphanage, but they're animals like you.
Carlos's face flushed with rage.
They're children in need of a home and education, and compassion.
Sabrina wiped tears from her face.
I can't possibly put them with normal children. They might bite them or eat them.
Enough!
Ian moved toward Tony as he sent a psychic message to Phineas to take Sabrina.
Miss Vanderworth, your fear is an unfortunate result of your ignorance.
She gasped.
How dare you!
Ian wrapped an arm around Tony.
Ye and your friend are coming to Romatek. No arguing. No disobeying.
That earned him a dirty look from her. He glanced at Carlos.
You can come if you like. I'll come tomorrow,
Carlos said.
And I'll bring Teddy.
Sabrina squealed when Phineas grabbed her. Ian vanished, taking Tony with him. Chapter 22.
They're holding us prisoner.
Sabrina trudged about the silver room.
They're keeping us safe.
Tony opened a can of chicken noodle soup and poured it into a saucepan. This room is lined with silver so no vampires can teleport in. She didn't dare tell her friend that she knew how to unlock the door. The last thing they needed was Bree running around White Plains claiming she'd seen vampires and werepanthers. She'd end up back in Shady Oaks before the night was over. Bree collapsed into an easy chair.
This is crazy.
Tony stirred the soup as it heated on the stove. You'll find it easier to accept everything once all the drugs are out of your system.
Why would I want to accept vampires? And Carlos, I can't believe him. I feel so betrayed.
Your uncle was the one who betrayed you. Tony tamped down on the anger she'd been squelching for hours. First, Ian had tried to order her around. Vonda had treated her like a lowly worm. Carlos had somehow forgotten to tell her he was a shapeshifter, even after she'd told him about vampires. And Sabrina was acting like they'd ruined her life instead of rescuing her. Tony gritted her teeth. I'm sure Carlos can't help being born a shapeshifter, no more than I could help being born an illegitimate embarrassment. Sabrina yawned.
That's it, isn't it? You accept all these weirdos because they're outcasts, and you've always felt like an outcast too.
Tony started to argue, but paused. Sabrina could be right. She'd always felt a natural empathy toward anyone who felt unworthy or didn't fit in. Ian's fear that he didn't deserve true love because of his jaded past, that had touched her deeply. It had made her determined to prove him wrong, and her eagerness tonight to jump into danger to rescue vamps. Was she still trying to prove she was worthy?
I can't believe you're working for the undead,
Bree grumbled.
I mean, you get attacked by vampires, and then you go to work for them? That's crazy.
There's a world of difference between the malcontents who attacked us and the vamps I've been working for. Tony poured soup into 2 bowls and brought them to the table.
They both look violent to me.
Sabrina sat at the table and yawned.
I'm so tired.
You've been on some strong meds. Tony set 2 spoons on the table. Bree rubbed her eyes.
I can't believe I saw one of my best friends turn into a panther.
We'll try to get you back to a normal life as soon as possible. You'll need your IDs. Do you know where your handbag is? Shady Oaks or your uncle's house? Bree ate some soup while she considered.
I don't remember much. I think it's still at Uncle Joe's house.
We'll get it back. Bree frowned.
When you say we, you mean you and that vampire?
Yes, Ian. He was bossing you around. He was anxious to keep me safe. Tony had realized too late how vulnerable she would be. She'd always fought well in practice sessions, but the good vamps fought with honor. The malcontents resorted to vanishing and taking hostages. It's hard to compete with a vampire.
Exactly.
Bree set down her spoon.
You can't compete with them, Tony. You don't belong in their world. Whatever possessed you to join up with them?
I did it for you. I wanted to find proof that they existed, so I could prove you weren't delusional. Bree's eyes filled with tears.
I'm sorry. Here I am giving you a hard time when you've been such a good friend. You've always been there for me.
Tears burned Tony's eyes. Careful, or we'll both start blubbering. Bree sniffed.
It scares me for you to be with those creatures. I don't want to lose you.
You haven't lost me. Bree frowned.
You said you were in love with him.
Tony set down her spoon. I am.
How long have you known him? A week?
A little bit longer. Tony took her bowl to the sink.
But not very long. Can a relationship forged that quickly last an entire lifetime?
Tony rinsed out her bowl, then cleaned the saucepan. Bree's comment stung, but she knew her friend was truly concerned about her. I'm not sure how things will work out, or if they even could. But I do know I love him. He's very good-looking, I'll grant you that.
But Tony, he's dead.
Only half the time.
You want half a life?
Sabrina yawned again. Go on to bed, you're exhausted. Tony took her bowl to the sink.
We've been working on our plan for 10 years.
I know. Tony rinsed out her bowl.
You can't live in both worlds, Tony.
She turned and saw Bree climbing into bed. The same bed where she'd seen Ian in his death sleep, where she'd touched the dimple in his chin.
I really do love him. It was a chapter in your life, but it's over, Bree whispered. Just like the hell I've been through the past week. It's time for us to move on.
Tony turned down the light so Bree could sleep. Then she collapsed in the easy chair. A dull ache was spreading in her chest. It grew more and more as reality sank in. For the last 10 years, she'd clung to their mission of the orphanage. It had kept her going when the workload from school had seemed too hard. It had given her a noble purpose and identity when she'd felt unimportant and unworthy. She hadn't expected Ian to come into her life, or love to bloom in her heart and make her feel whole. A few times during the last week, she'd felt pulled between two worlds, her new world with the vamps and her old world with Bree. When Ian had offered to help her rescue Bree, she'd felt elated, as if the two worlds were finally connecting and she could have both. The ache in her chest intensified, squeezing her heart. What if the two worlds could never coexist? What if she was forced to choose? How could she fail Sabrina after all they'd been through? How could she ever give up Ian? It was mid-morning when Tony awoke in the large bed. She glanced at Sabrina sleeping peacefully beside her and wondered where Ian was spending his daily death sleep. Probably next door with the other guys. She showered and skipped her morning affirmations. They seemed like a cruel joke now. Yes, she was worthy to be loved, but that didn't guarantee it would work out. She dressed in her uniform and slipped her cell phone into a pants pocket. Time to go see the bear, her supervisor. She took the elevator to the first floor, then strode down the hall. What kind of bear was he, anyway? A friendly little brown boo-boo bear or a huge grizzly? An image flitted through her mind of Howard turning bright yellow and fluffy with a sunburst on his tummy. She snorted. Well, why not? If vampires could be real, so could Care Bears. She passed some mortal employees going about their daily work. As far as they knew, they were making synthetic blood for hospitals. They were, actually. They had no idea that the night shift consisted of vamps who were making chocolate, blood light, bubbly blood, Blisky and Blear. Night and day, two different worlds. Could she possibly live in both? She passed by Constantine's closed nursery. She missed the little guy. As she walked past Shanna's dental office, she noted the sign on the door. On vacation, will return soon. Shanna, who managed to exist in both worlds, still had major problems keeping herself and her family safe. Tony entered the McKay security office. Hi, Howard. Don't think of him as a bear. Sorry I'm late.
No problem. You haven't missed anything.
Howard sat behind the desk, looking like his usual cheerful self.
Not much going on today.
Not a grizzly, Tony thought. Far too friendly and easygoing. Maybe a pink cheer bear. She sat beside him just as he pushed the donut box her way. Thanks. Tony hesitated with her hand halfway in the box. There were plain donuts and bear claws. She quickly grabbed a plain one and scanned the monitors. She could see Sabrina still sleeping in the silver room. Phineas and Dougal were on the twin beds in the guardroom, while Ian lay dead as a doornail on the floor. Poor guy. Though he would hardly notice a hard floor.
So I heard it got rough at the Horny Devils last night.
Howard grabbed a bear claw from the box. Yeah, pretty grisly. She winced and crammed the donut in her mouth to keep from talking. Like a virgin, a female voice sang. Tony sat up and looked around. Howard chuckled.
Your pants are singing.
Tony jumped up and pulled the phone from her pocket. She opened it, cutting off Madonna's claim that she'd been touched for the very first time. Carlos's idea of a joke, no doubt. He could laugh all the way to hell. Hello?
Menina, how are you?
Carlos. Tony walked across the office. I swear I will have you declawed. He laughed.
I see you like your new ringtone. How is Sabrina?
She's still asleep. Tony glanced at the monitor.
Are you able to talk freely?
Sure. I'm in the security office with Howard Barr, She winced. Howard chuckled and grabbed another bear claw.
Menina, the police were just here in the apartment building looking for you and Bree. They knocked on all the neighbors' doors to ask about you.
Tony swallowed hard. So they think I'm involved in her disappearance?
They suspect you. They questioned me, too, and asked to see my apartment.
Good grief. What about Teddy?
Don't worry. I sent him out this morning with some money and instructions to buy new clothes and a new hairstyle. We're supposed to meet in Washington Square at 3.
He's fine then? Tony had worried that Teddy wasn't quite ready for the real world.
He's very happy. The police are looking for him, too. They had photos of him and Bree. I gather the hospital takes pictures of all the patients when they're admitted. I acted very shocked and concerned, of course, about Bree's disappearance.
Good. Tony could just imagine Carlos putting on a convincing show for the police.
They think Teddy and Sabrina might have developed a romantic relationship and escaped together.
Did they say anything about the nurse, Bradley? Tony asked.
No. I suspect the hospital wants to keep that little problem a secret.
Tony checked the monitor again. Bree was still asleep. I asked her about her purse. She thinks it's still at her uncle's house.
Carlos paused. I could drive over there and see if the maid would give it to me.
But we still have the problem of her Uncle Joe wanting her back in the psych ward.
And problems with the police, Carlos added. I'll bring Teddy this afternoon and we'll discuss strategy.
Okay, sounds good.
I hope Bree can get over her fear of me,
Carlos said sadly. I hope so too. Tony hung up. She also hoped Bree could get over her fear of 5 orphaned werepanther children. Those poor kids needed help. They needed acceptance and love, so they wouldn't grow up feeling like monsters who deserved to be butchered like their parents.
A guard's coming.
Howard stood and lumbered toward the door. Tony noted the daytime Romatech security guard on a monitor. He was holding a small gold box. Howard opened the door.
Yes?
This was delivered to the front gate for Tony Davis?
Thanks.
Howard closed the door and offered the small gift box to Tony. She eyed it warily. Do they expect me to fall for that again?
Howard smiled. This is legit. I saw Ian order it online last night.
Really? She grabbed the box and unraveled the golden ribbon. Inside the box, on a bed of cotton, lay a beautiful gold filigree heart. She grinned. With the filigree design, it was obvious there was nothing hidden within the heart. It was pure. Wedged in the top of the box was a note.
My dearest Daytona, you brought sunshine back into my life. Ian.
She pressed the note to her chest as her heart constricted with emotion. In that moment, she knew no matter what happened, she would not make a mistake as long as she followed her heart. When Ian awoke Thursday evening, he warned Dougal and Phineas to be extra vigilant. Jedrick would be completely healed after his death sleep, and no doubt plotting to avenge his embarrassing defeat at the Horny Devils. While Phineas and Dougal made a sweep of Romatech and the grounds, Ian called Angus to give him an update and request extra guards. Angus was still at Jean-Luc's home in Texas. Since Jack and Zoltan were planning to return to Europe soon, they agreed to stay in New York for a few nights before teleporting east. They would arrive before dawn. A quick check of the monitors in the security office showed him Tony's location. She was in the Romatech cafeteria with Sabrina, Carlos, and Teddy. He studied the monitor screen closely. Tony was wearing the heart necklace he'd ordered. That was a good sign. She was laughing with Carlos and Teddy. Sabrina was eating quietly, casting an occasional wary look at Carlos. According to Howard, Carlos and Teddy had arrived an hour ago and filled out employment applications for McKay's security and investigation. Carlos would make an excellent guard when he wasn't busy tracking down more of his own kind. As for Teddy, Ian had different plans for him. He stopped in Shanna's office to pick up her folder. Then he proceeded to the cafeteria. Tony's pretty green eyes lit up when he approached. Her hand moved to the golden heart on her chest. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He kissed her cheek, then greeted the others. Sabrina watched him curiously. He's wearing a kilt, she whispered to Tony. He's a medieval Scotsman, Tony whispered back.
Oh.
Sabrina's eyes widened.
We have some nachos left.
Carlos motioned to a plate on the table.
But I don't suppose you're interested. I already ate.
Ian sat at the end of the table.
Anyone we know?
Carlos's amber eyes twinkled.
Ouch!
He glared at Tony. Ian smiled, for he'd heard the kick underneath the table.
I mostly drink AB positive. It's my favorite flavor.
When Tony's cheeks turned a pretty pink, he inhaled deeply.
Smells like heaven on you.
Her blush deepened.
You can taste the difference between different blood types? And you can tell which type people have? Aye.
When Sabrina grimaced and turned away, Ian realized he'd better change the subject. He tapped the folder he'd brought from Shanna's office.
This is something that Roman and Shanna have been working on since Constantine started levitating at the age of 3 months.
He glanced at Sabrina and Teddy.
I should explain. Roman Dragoneste is the owner of Romantech and inventor of synthetic blood.
I already told them who's who, Tony said.
And Howard told Teddy and me about the war against the malcontents,
Carlos added.
Good.
Ian opened the folder.
Roman and Shanna have a second child on the way. Heather and Jean-Luc plan to have children too.
You're talking about half-vampire children?
Sabrina asked. Her nose wrinkled.
Aye, it's the only way we can be fathers.
Ian glanced at Tony, wondering how she would feel about giving birth to such a child. Her gaze met his, and her eyes widened. Did she know what he was thinking? Did she know how deeply he was falling in love with her? Carlos cleared his throat. Ian broke eye contact and removed a few large photos from the folder. He slid them down the table.
This is a property in upstate New York that Roman recently purchased. There's a mansion, numerous other buildings, a pool, tennis courts, and 300 acres.
Wow! Teddy grabbed a picture. It's huge. Tony studied a picture of the main house. It's beautiful. She passed the photo on to Sabrina.
Impressive.
Carlos looked at an aerial shot of the extensive grounds.
Roman must be extremely wealthy. Aye, but this is not meant to be a show of wealth. Roman's keeping it a secret. He and Shanna realized some time ago that the children would need a safe place to be educated and learn their special skills.
Teddy looked up from the photo he was examining. You plan to turn this mansion into a school?
Aye.
Ian handed them the rest of the photos.
You understand the need for secrecy about this. The children attending this school will be unique.
What about the were children? Carlos asked.
Would they be welcomed there? Yes. Ian nodded. Any child with abnormal abilities, or children who simply know too much. Heather's daughter falls into that category.
This is so cool. Teddy thumbed through different photos. A school for future superheroes. Would they live on campus?
They could.
Ian shrugged.
Some of the vamp children could be teleported there if they wanted to live at home.
This is great. Tony passed another photo to Sabrina. I can't wait to introduce you to Constantine. He's so smart and sweet, and he can already levitate and teleport. Sabrina remained quiet, frowning at the photos.
Look at these.
Carlos pointed at a picture of a lake.
There's an island here. It would be the perfect place for my kids to practice their panther skills without putting any other kids in danger.
Tony leaned forward to look. That's an excellent idea.
The main problem Roman and Shanna face, Ian continued, is finding teachers and administrators who can be trusted.
Count me in, Teddy said.
Me too, Carlos said. I'd love to bring my orphans there.
Ian gave Tony a questioning look.
What do you think?
I think it was very wise of Roman and Shanna to plan ahead like this. I don't think Tino could be happy in a normal school. She turned to Sabrina. This would be an interesting place to run, don't you think? Sabrina slowly stacked the photos. It's a beautiful place, and an interesting idea. She gave Tony a worried look. But this was not our plan. We wanted to help children who were homeless, starving and suffering. This Constantine has a billionaire dad to take care of him. What about the children who have nobody? We can't turn our backs on them just because these mutant children are more interesting. Tony's cheeks turned pink. Don't call them mutants, please. Sabrina's eyes narrowed. You're not planning on having any, are you? An awkward silence fell upon them. Ian watched Tony carefully, but she avoided his eyes. Her blush reddened. Was she embarrassed to be involved with him? Sabrina pushed the stack of photos away.
This is admirable, but it's not our plan. Tony and I have been working on our own plan for 10 years.
Tony closed her eyes with a pained expression. A twinge of panic crept into Ian's gut. What if she decided to completely leave the vamp world behind? What if she left him? He grabbed the stack of photos. There's 300 acres here. We can build more buildings. We do not need to turn children away. Tony finally looked at him.
We could fit a regular orphanage in there?
Ian took her hand. We would have to okay everything with Roman. But I do want ye to keep both worlds. You should not have to choose one or the other. Her eyes glimmered with moisture.
That would be good.
Look at this field behind the mansion. Carlos showed a photo to Sabrina. It would make a perfect soccer field. She snorted.
I can see where your priorities are.
Come on, Sabrina. Teddy leaned forward. This is the coolest opportunity ever. She sighed.
I'll think about it. I still need some time to adjust to everything.
She glanced warily at Carlos and Ian. And I still have a year of school left. That is, if I can go back to school without my uncle trying to lock me up. We were just talking about that before you arrived. Tony selected a chip from the tray and bit into it. We need to get Bree's purse from her uncle's house and somehow convince him to leave her and her money alone. Carlos grabbed a salt shaker and sprinkled more salt on the chips. The police came by today, looking for Bree, Teddy, and Tony. We need to get this mess straightened out before one of us gets arrested. Ian considered as he stacked the photos back into the folder. Where does his uncle live? Westchester. Carlos munched on a chip. I've been there before. I think I could get the maid to bring me Bree's things.
I should go,
Sabrina said. Ian shook his head. Nay, you'll be safer here with Teddy. He stood. Carlos, drive Tony to the uncle's house, then call me, and I'll teleport there to meet you. I have to go somewhere else first.
Where?
Tony asked.
What are you planning?
I left my cape in Scotland, but Roman has a vampire cape and tuxedo at the townhouse. I need to get into costume first. Tony's eyes widened.
Costume?
Teddy grinned. Cool. I always said you needed a cape. Sabrina frowned.
What are you going to do to my uncle?
Do not fash. I'll not be violent. Ian smiled. But I do not believe your uncle will enjoy his encounter with Count Dracula. Chapter 23. You look very handsome. Tony adjusted Ian's black tie. He'd just materialized in the alley behind the Proctor's house in Westchester. I'm supposed to look scary, he muttered. More like sexy. Tony ran her fingers over his elegant black tuxedo. His black satin cape was lined in red, and his black hair curled inside the stand-up collar. If I was making a vampire movie, I'd hire you in a second. Carlos cleared his throat. If you two are finished admiring each other, we'll get on with this. He approached the back kitchen door and knocked lightly. The maid peered out the window and smiled when Carlos waved. She opened the door and spoke to him softly in Spanish. He motioned to Tony and Ian, and the maid nodded. Maria's letting me sneak up the back stairs, Carlos told them. I'll collect Bree's stuff and meet you downstairs. She says the doctor's in the library at the front of the house. I'll go around. Ian disappeared into the shadows. Carlos slipped up the back stairs while Maria escorted Tony to the library. Dr. Joe Proctor was pacing behind his desk, talking on his cell phone. Look, Jenkins, you're supposed to be the best PI in the business. Don't tell me you can't find one lousy girl. He paused, rubbing a hand over his balding head. Yeah, I realize she must be getting help. He spotted Tony at the library entrance. I'll call you back. He dropped his phone on the desk as he approached Tony. Who are you? I'm Tony Davis, Sabrina's roommate. He hesitated, then broke into a big grin. Tony, how wonderful to meet you. You must be terribly worried about Sabrina. Let me assure you I am sparing no expense to find her. You wouldn't happen to know anything about her disappearance, would you? You'll never find her. His smile morphed into a snarl. You helped her escape, didn't you? He strode back to his desk and grabbed his phone. I'm handing you over to the police. Of course you could avoid being arrested if you just tell me where Sabrina is. Go ahead. Call the police. I'd like to report some crimes. Let's see. There's medical malpractice for claiming Bree was delusional when she wasn't. He lifted his chin. Any psychiatrist would agree with my diagnosis. Then there's the embezzlement of her trust fund and holding her prisoner so you could steal more of her money. He snapped his phone shut. You can't prove any of that. Tony strolled toward him. Once the police investigate your financial records, it'll be very clear. You imprisoned Sabrina. You poisoned her mind. You tried to steal her entire life from her. No. He waved a hand in the air. I wouldn't have kept her locked up forever. I just needed a little money to pay off a few gambling debts. And then there would have been more gambling debts. Proctor's eyes narrowed. Those guys would have killed me. I didn't have any choice. Those guys are the least of your problems. Have you wondered how Bree escaped? He watched her warily. Of course I wondered. You locked her away because she said vampires are real. But only a vampire could have helped her escape. You're as crazy as she is. Proctor's eyes lit up. I'll lock you both up. Tony smiled. You can try. But first let me introduce you to someone. She lifted a hand to cue Ian, who was waiting outside by the window. His body materialized in the middle of the room. Proctor gasped and stepped back. What? This is some kind of trick. Ian raised his arms, spreading his cape wide. You do not believe in the existence of the undead? Tony bit her lip to keep from laughing. Ian's fake Transylvanian accent still had a touch of Scottish in it. Impossible, Proctor breathed. Ian zoomed toward the desk at vampire speed. Proctor stumbled back and knocked against the bookcase. Ye will believe. Ian levitated into the air. Tony winced as his head almost bumped the ceiling. At least Proctor looked truly terrified as he cowered behind his desk. She just thought Ian looked incredibly cute. He dropped onto the desk, and with a flash, his eyes glowed a brighter blue and his fangs sprang out. Tony flinched. That wasn't very cute. Proctor huddled on the floor, lifting his arms in a defensive posture. Don't hurt me, please! With a hiss, Ian flipped his cape back over his broad shoulders. Tony wobbled as her knees grew weak. Good grief, he was in full monster mode, and all she could think of was bite me. How strange that the malcontent attack had left her terrified and disgusted, while the thought of Ian biting her made her skin tingle with anticipation. Her face heated up, and she flushed all over, feeling the rush of blood through her veins, rushing faster and faster as if it needed to escape, as if it were calling to him. Ian turned to look at her, and a surge of lust nearly knocked her off her feet. She gasped as the blue glow of his eyes turned red hot. Oh God, he knew she was turned on. She stepped back, lifting a hand to her throat. Her heart beat wildly. Her thighs squeezed together with sudden hot need. Good grief, no wonder women had offered him blood over the centuries. Ian turned back to the trembling doctor, huddled on the floor. He reached out his right arm, and Proctor flinched as if an invisible force had struck him. Ye are under my control. Ian's eyes glowed an intense blue, and Tony realized he was using mind control. Ye are lowly, and I am your master. You are lowly, and I am your master, Proctor whispered, his eyes wide and glazed. Ian grimaced. Nay, I am the master. You are the master, Proctor said. Tony stifled a grin. Ian wasn't very good at being an evil monster. No wonder she adored him. Listen and obey, Ian ordered. You'll never steal from Sabrina again. You'll never interfere in her life. You'll be an honorable uncle to her. Do you understand? Yes, master. Ian turned to Tony. Anything else? Call off the police, she whispered. Ian extended his arm again. You'll cease your search for Sabrina and Teddy. You'll tell the police it was all a mistake. You'll fill out the proper release forms.
You'll never gamble again, and you'll pay off your debts, using your own resources.
Proctor nodded.
Yes, master.
Ian jumped down from the desk to stand beside the doctor.
You'll tell no one about this night. I know how to find you, Joseph Proctor. Yes, master.
Are you done? Carlos asked at the entrance, his arms full of Bree's belongings. The maid looked curiously at Ian.
One more thing.
Ian turned to Proctor.
You will treat your maid with respect.
He laid his hand on Proctor's head, and the doctor slumped into a deep sleep.
Thank you, senor.
Maria crossed herself, then led them to the back door.
Is Sabrina okay?
Yes, Tony told her. Thank you for your help.
Gracias.
Carlos kissed the maid's cheek. Maria giggled as she shut the door.
You were wonderful.
Tony hugged Ian.
Thank you.
He smiled and kissed her brow.
Get a room,
Carlos muttered as he strode to his car. He dumped Bree's stuff in the trunk. Ian held Tony's hand as they walked back to Carlos's car.
Zoltan and Jack will be arriving before dawn. There's not enough room for everyone at Romatek, so we'll go back to the townhouse for our death sleep.
Are you sure it'll be safe there?
Tony asked.
It'll be safe during the day,
Ian answered.
The malcontents will be as dead as we are, and Howard will spend the day there. Carlos, too.
All right.
Tony stopped next to Carlos's Jaguar. Coming with us, Dracula?
I'll see you later, sweetheart.
He vanished. But she didn't see him later. After Carlos drove her back to Romatek, and they told Sabrina and Teddy the good news, Bree immediately wanted to go home and see Vanderkitty. Then, with everyone at Tony's and Bree's apartment, they ordered in Chinese food and celebrated. Howard had asked Carlos to start his security job right away, so Carlos packed some clothes to take to the townhouse. Tony packed some more of hers. She was nervous about leaving Bree alone, so Teddy offered to stay overnight at the apartment. It was 10 p.m. by the time Carlos and Tony arrived at Roman Dragonesti's townhouse on the Upper East Side, and it took 30 more minutes for Carlos to inspect and admire each room. He chose the bedroom next to Tony's for his own.
This is perfect for me, menina.
He ran his hand appreciatively over the bed's wood and wrought iron footboard.
I love this Spanish decor.
I believe the room belonged to a medieval Spanish lady named Maria Consuela, Tony said.
What happened to her?
Carlos hefted his suitcase onto the red velvet bedspread. Tony tried to remember what Dougal had told her about the former harem when she'd moved in more than a week ago. She'd been so insulted by the idea of a harem that she'd tuned out half of what he'd said. My room belonged to some medieval chick called Princess Joanna. She and Maria Consuela weren't too thrilled about being co-owners of the Horny Devils, so they sold their shares to Vonda and moved back to Europe. London, I think. Carlos unzipped his suitcase and began removing clothes.
I have to thank you, girlfriend. This is the best possible job for me. Howard said they'll work around my remaining classes so I can finish my master's.
That's great. Tony eyed the pile of bikini underwear Carlos had piled up. One was spotted like a leopard, and another was striped like a tiger.
And they'll work around my research trips, too. I would never find another employer that understanding.
Well, the vamps know how much they need mortals they can trust. Not that Carlos was entirely mortal. Carlos Pantera. Tony mentally slapped herself on the brow. She should have known. She winced when he said another item on the bed. Good grief. Those were the biggest nail clippers she'd ever seen.
It's just so wonderful, menina. I've always had to keep my secret. Well, secret, you know. But with this job, I am free to be myself. In fact, being a shapeshifter actually adds to my value, and I found a home for my orphans.
Tony smiled.
I'm very happy for them.
And you. Carlos skirted the bed and hugged her.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carlos.
You've always been a great friend. She resisted the urge to pet him behind the ears. The guy was practically purring. I'll let you settle in. We have to be up before sunrise, you know. She moved toward the door. He grabbed a stack of clothes and headed for the dark, ornately carved wooden dresser.
What are you going to do, menina? Will you stay with Ian or go back to Sabrina?
That was the question of the day. Tony fingered the heart pendant on her chest.
I'm hoping that it won't be an either-or situation, that Sabrina will come around in time.
Carlos nodded. Sometimes you must dare to believe.
Tony went to her bedroom, repeating those words to herself. Dare to believe. She loved Bree, and she loved Ian. She had to believe it would all work out. She overslept in the morning and didn't wake until she heard Carlos banging on her door. "I'll be right down," she called out. Damn, damn, damn. She hated these early mornings. She rushed through her shower and threw on her uniform. She was hurrying down the stairs, pulling her damp ponytail through a scrunchie, when she spotted Zoltan Chakvar and Giacomo di Venezia, a.k.a. Jack, coming up the stairs.
Bellissima, you're as lovely as ever.
Jack bowed.
Boy, was he full of it.
Tony appreciated the compliment, but she knew her male uniform was baggy and ugly, and she was wearing very little makeup. You guys retiring for the night? I mean, day?
Yes. We'll be in guest rooms on the 4th floor, Zoltan said.
Between his yawn and his Hungarian accent, he was hard to understand.
Bellissima, will you check on me personally?
Jack's brown eyes twinkled. If you like, sure.
Molto bene. Ciao, bellissima.
Jack started up another flight of stairs. Zoltan trudged behind him.
You're planning to sleep in the nude, aren't you?
Jack chuckled. Tony rolled her eyes, then ran down the stairs. Hopefully Ian was still awake. In the foyer, she met Dougal and Phineas heading down to the basement. Phineas yawned.
Good night, sweetness.
Good night, or morning. These guys were confusing her. Have you seen Ian?
Already gone to bed.
Dougal shut the cellar door behind him. Too late. Damn it. It was hard having a boyfriend on the graveyard shift. She trudged into the kitchen.
Good morning.
Howard sat smiling at the kitchen table, munching on a bear claw. Donuts again? If she kept eating those, she'd be as big as a bear. She noticed Carlos was spooning something from a bowl into his mouth. He looked a bit healthier. What are you eating? Meow Mix? Howard snorted with laughter, while Carlos gave her a bland look. Tony smiled sweetly. I hear they have a new anti-hairball formula.
E-cereal.
Carlos showed her the box. Special K for kitties? Can I have some? She fetched a bowl.
If you'll stop being catty,
Carlos grumbled. Sorry. She patted him on the head. She knew she was being ornery. She was just so disappointed about not seeing Ian. It would be a long, long time till sundown. After breakfast, she offered to go check on him. Is he on the 5th floor?
Yes.
Howard finished his cup of tea, with extra honey, no doubt.
What do you say, Carlos? Are you up to a martial arts session? I want to see how well you can fight.
You're on. Carlos and Howard headed down the basement stairs, while Tony started the long climb to the 5th floor. She was breathing a bit heavily by the time she reached the 5th floor office. The room was dark, the aluminum shutters closed. An empty blood bottle sat in the sink at the wet bar. Ian must have had a snack before going to bed. She opened the double doors leading into the bedroom. Light spilled from the partially closed bathroom. You left the light on. Shame on you. She approached the left side of the bed. Ian was lying there in his white t-shirt and plaid flannel pajama bottoms. He'd folded back the tan suede comforter to lie on the cool cotton sheets. His black hair was loose from its leather thong and made a dramatic contrast to the white pillowcase. He was in the usual position he assumed for his death sleep. Flat on his back, big feet pointed to the ceiling, hands clasped neatly over his flat stomach. He'd probably learned this position from centuries of sleeping in a coffin. Tony did a double-take to the area below his clasped hands. There was a definite bulge in his pajama bottoms. She leaned over for a closer look. Good grief. He'd fallen into his death sleep with a hard-on. Was it possible for a stiff to be that stiff? She straightened with a deep breath. Naughty boy, she whispered, and glanced at his handsome face. A shadow of dark whiskers lined his strong jaw. His black eyelashes were so thick. She would hate him if she didn't love him so much. She reached out to touch the cute dimple in his chin. His eyes suddenly opened. She jumped,
A hand locked around her wrist in a tight grip. She gasped.
Surprise!
He seized her by the arms and rolled her onto the bed. Chapter 24. He'd certainly surprised her. She lay on the bed, her bonny mouth dropped open. He rolled onto his side to face her and propped himself up on an elbow.
You're not dead,
she whispered. He smiled.
Not at the moment.
How? You took that drug? The stay-awake drug?
I know where it's hidden.
She sat up.
But Ian, it makes you grow older.
1 year for each day.
He shrugged one shoulder.
So I'll look 28 instead of 27.
Her mouth fell open again.
You were willing to age a year?
To spend a day with you, aye.
That's so sweet.
She stretched out, facing him.
But are you sure you should be sweet? I mean, you're awake and the bad guys are asleep.
His smile widened. She was as much a warrior as he was.
So you want to slaughter them while they're unable to defend themselves?
She winced.
I realize it's not a very honorable thing to do, but they would do it to you in a second.
Aye, they would. So we'll have to make sure they never get that drug.
He reached out to brush a tendril of damp hair off her cheek.
Actually, I would be tempted to kill them all and be done with this mess. But they have about 20 Russian mafia guys guarding them with high-powered assault rifles.
Oh.
She made a face.
That would be nasty.
Aye, very nasty. Ever since Roman visited them during the day, they've been extra vigilant.
He trailed a finger along the line of her jaw.
And then there's the problem of me burning to a crisp if I go out in the sun.
I guess we'll have to stay inside.
Aye.
He skimmed his finger over her ear.
I guess we could think of something to pass the time.
Her eyes twinkled as she glanced at his pajama bottoms.
It looks like you've been thinking ahead of me.
He smiled wryly.
A man should never be unprepared.
It was true that while he lay in bed, waiting for her to arrive, he'd grown aroused just thinking about making love to her. He knew his eyes were turning red now. A red tint shaded the room, making Tony's skin look pink and ripe with blood. It would be a challenge to keep control. He'd purposely filled up with synthetic blood to make it easier. The way she'd looked at him when he'd unleashed all his vamp power in Dr. Proctor's library, that had stretched his control to the max. He'd heard her heart racing. He'd smelled the scent of her arousal. He'd wanted to leap on her and sink his fangs into her neck. His gums tingled, and he collapsed on his back, squeezing his eyes shut. Control. He didn't dare make love to her if he couldn't control himself.
Are you all right?
She whispered.
I do not want to influence you in any way. If you stay in my bed, it should be your decision. But know that I will make love to you.
Well, I was sort of counting on that.
Her voice sounded muffled, then something soft fell on his face. He brushed it aside and opened his eyes. There was a navy polo shirt in his hand. Her shirt. She sat beside him, sliding her bra straps off her shoulders. The heart pendant he'd given her was nestled between her breasts.
Are you certain?
Do I look uncertain?
She flung her bra on the floor. He pounced, pushing her onto her back.
I love a decisive woman.
She smiled. I love an aggressive man. He splayed a hand around her ribcage.
I know you have not known me for very long.
But I've waited for you for years.
For centuries. I think my heart recognized you the very first night we met. It just took a few more nights for my brain to catch up.
She touched his face.
I was the same way.
He skimmed his hand up to cover her breast.
I want you to know that I'll be faithful. I love you dearly. That will never change.
Oh, Ian.
She wrapped her arms around his neck.
I love you, too.
He leaned down to kiss her lips. They were soft and moist, and they opened sweetly. He swirled his tongue inside, exploring and tasting. She quivered beneath him, so fragile in her mortality but so strong with passion. She was everything he wasn't, everything he craved, life and light, pure and good. Her tongue skimmed along his teeth, then swirled bravely around the sharp point of one of his fangs. He groaned. Did she know how badly she was flirting with danger? She pressed her tongue against the point. With a sharp breath, he broke the kiss. Her skin, her neck, her breasts, they all looked pink and delicious through his red-tinted eyes.
By all the saints, I want you.
He trailed kisses down her throat to her breasts. Her pounding heart echoed in his ears, pounding faster and accelerating the flames of his passion. He scooped a hand behind her back and lifted her ribcage in the air. Her back arched, pressing her breasts against his mouth. With a moan, she flung her arms to the side, as if surrendering her body to his needs. And he needed her, every inch of her. He nibbled and suckled on her plump nipples till the tips grew hard in his mouth. He sucked on one and pinched the other one lightly. When he tugged on both, she gasped.
Oh, please.
She grasped his t-shirt and pulled. He yanked his t-shirt over his head and threw it. Then he unbuckled the belt around her hips and attacked the waistband and zipper of her khaki trousers.
Bloody hell! I never thought I'd be removing a pair of men's pants.
She laughed and tried to help him by lifting her hips in the air. He groaned at the sight. He tugged her pants down to her ankles, but was halted by her athletic shoes. With a quick flick of his wrists, they went flying into the air. Her socks and trousers followed.
I love your legs.
He grasped an ankle and lifted her bare leg so he could plant kisses along her calf.
Take off your pants.
Now?
He tickled the underside of her knee. Her leg jerked.
Yes, now.
He lowered her ankle onto his shoulder, then rose to his knees to pull his pajama bottoms down. His erection sprang out. She propped herself up on her elbows to get a better look at him.
Wow. I hope you do not expect me to dance like that guy at the Horny Devils.
He tossed his pajamas on the floor. What guy? She murmured, her eyes glued to his crotch. The more she stared, the more swollen he became. At this rate, he wasn't going to last another minute. He needed to distract her quickly.
Now, where were we?
He kissed her ankle.
No.
She slid her leg off his shoulder and leaned forward.
I want to touch you.
She circled her hand around his erection.
Ah, lass, I cannot endure this for long.
Ah, come on. She squeezed gently. You're a tough guy. He hissed in a breath as she teased the tip with her thumb. He'd already leaked a drop, and she spread the moisture around.
I am tough.
He gritted his teeth.
I'm a seasoned warrior.
A real He-Man. She shoved him back onto the bed. His head was halfway off the end of the bed. He gasped when her mouth enveloped him. He crushed the comforter in his fists. He could handle this. He wasn't a green boy.
I grew a few inches over the summer.
She made a sound of appreciation deep in her throat. Her fingers tickled his balls, then squeezed. Her tongue was swirling around him. The room swirled around him. He couldn't believe it. This was different from all the sex he'd had over the centuries. Maybe it was because his equipment was slightly different, bigger and more mature. Or maybe it was because Tony was Tony. She was making love to him. He never wanted it to stop. But it was going to stop, and bloody well soon.
Nay, Tony!
She looked up at him just as he lost control. With a groan, he spurted on her chest. He retained enough control to turn away from her. Mortified, he ejaculated all over Roman's suede comforter. And the damn stuff kept coming.
Ugh, lass, I'm so sorry. I'm not used to this longer. I did not control it properly.
He lowered his head, too ashamed to look at her. The sound of giggling broke the silence. He looked warily at her. She was rolling from side to side, laughing so hard there were tears in her eyes. His face heated up.
Ah, it is truly every man's desire to be laughed at in bed.
Ian, you're so cute.
Ah, mercy, me cock is too big. It's out of control.
She mimicked his Scottish accent and laughed some more. You poor baby. It's so sad to be over-endowed.
I think I may have to cry.
He glowered at her.
You're certainly enjoying this.
Of course.
She sat up, wiping her eyes.
I am so thrilled that I can make you lose control.
Really?
Oh, yes. It's like an amazing power trip.
She flexed her biceps.
Mere mortal drives hunky immortal vampire past the brink of his control. I feel like Superwoman.
You liked it?
Oh, God, yes.
She pressed a hand to her chest, then laughed some more when her fingers landed in cum. She grabbed the edge of the sheet and wiped her hand and chest. Ian was amazed. He could embarrass himself with Tony, and she still loved him. He was the luckiest man on earth. And I have to say that I really appreciate those extra inches. Her gaze dropped to his crotch. You are magnificent.
Thank you.
He was feeling much better now.
I could easily be persuaded to lose control again, since it makes you feel so good.
Her mouth twitched. That's real noble of you.
I aim to please. In fact, now that I'm no longer in danger of exploding, I can devote more time to pleasing you.
Her eyebrows rose. That sounds good.
Aye.
He trailed his fingers up her bare leg.
It will be my mission to drive you past the brink of control.
I love a man with a mission. He arched a brow.
Off with your undies, lass.
With a giggle, she lay back. Aye, aye, medieval warrior. She hooked her thumbs in the waistband of her panties and slowly wiggled out of them. You may have your lusty way with me.
That I will.
He admired the way she moved her hips. When her undies reached mid-thigh, she couldn't reach any farther with her hands. Could you be so kind as to offer me some assistance?
My pleasure, dear lady.
He hooked a finger in her undies and dragged them down her legs.
Why, thank you kindly, sir.
Her southern accent grew more pronounced, and she gave him a sultry look. He chuckled. He should have known making love to Tony would be like nothing he'd experienced before. She filled his heart with joy.
You're most welcome, fair lady.
He tossed her panties in the air. When they defied gravity, he looked up and spotted them hanging from the light fixture. Tony reclaimed his attention when she planted one foot to the right, and then, with a seductive sway of her hips, she planted the other to the left. She opened her legs. I do hope you'll enjoy the view.
Aye, I do.
He could see the moisture glistening on her tender folds. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of her arousal.
Ah, lass, you're the most beautiful of all fair maidens.
You are too kind. She wiggled her hips provocatively. I shall endeavor to accommodate your manly size. She grinned at him.
I'm going to suck on you till your eyeballs pop out.
Her eyes widened. Okay. He grasped her ankles and placed them around his neck.
Hold on, sweetheart. This could get wild.
She giggled. He seized her hips and buried his face in her scent. She gasped when he started to lick and trembled when he sucked. He inserted 2 fingers and stroked her gently. With panting breaths, she moved her hips in rhythm with his fingers. She was so wet now, so hot, so beautiful. And he was growing hard again. He enjoyed one last look at her wet, engorged flesh, then moved in for the final assault. He flicked his tongue, increasing his speed as only a vampire could do. Her legs clenched, her hips rose, almost there. With a squeal, she jolted. Her inner muscles spasmed around his fingers, her whole body shuddered. He kissed her trembling thighs and lowered her feet to the bed. He kissed her belly, her breasts. He held himself poised over her, and the tip of his erection grazed her slick opening. Ian. She skimmed her hands up his back to his shoulders.
I want to see the love in your eyes when I enter you,
he whispered. You have it. She looked at him. I love you. He slid inside her. A mixture of sensations surged through him. Joy, love, erotic pleasure, and a primordial male triumph as he took possession. He intended to make love slowly, but she was so beautiful, so sexy, so loving, that they were soon hurtling together toward a climax. They couldn't get close enough. Her legs locked around his waist, and they ground their bodies together. His orgasm hit hard. He pumped into her with the speed and ferocity that only a vampire could do. She screamed and came with a shuddering rush. She clung to him as her body continued to spasm.
"Oh, my,"
she panted, trying to catch her breath. He rested his brow against hers as their breathing slowly returned to normal.
"I hope I didn't hurt you,"
he whispered.
"No, it was wonderful, spectacular, mind-blowing."
He collapsed beside her and pulled her close. Her eyes flickered shut.
"You wore me out."
He shut his eyes and nuzzled his chin against her hair. A man could easily want an eternity of this. Toni woke up, slowly becoming aware that she was naked and cold. She sat up. In the dim light that spilled from the cracked bathroom door, she spotted Ian beside her. Her gaze drifted down his naked body and back to his face. Gorgeous man, so sexy, and so sweet to age another year just to be with her. Had the drug worn off? He certainly looked dead to the world. She glanced at the bedside clock. Good grief, it was almost noon. Carlos and Howard had to be wondering what had happened to her. She pulled the sheet up to cover Ian to his chest. Then she went to the bathroom and took a hot shower. She padded back into the bedroom with one towel wrapped around her head and another around her body. She found her polo shirt on the floor on one side of the bed and her bra on the other. She glanced up at the wrought iron chandelier above the bed. Her underwear was dangling from one of the spiky branches. She doubted she could reach it, even if she stood on the bed. What a shame she couldn't levitate like the vamps. Maybe she could find something that would knock her panties down. She looked inside the closet and smiled at the kilt hanging there. She stroked the softness of Ian's sweater and leaned close to smell his scent. She spotted the black leather pants he'd worn the night they rescued Bree. Behind that was the tuxedo he'd worn to play Dracula. And then there was the vampire cape. She skimmed her fingers down the sleek black satin. The stand-up collar was so cool. She glanced back at Ian, still dead to the world. Well, why the heck not? She dropped her towels to the floor and grabbed the cape. She twirled around, flourishing the cape like a matador. Then she swirled it onto her shoulders and tied the strings at her neck. She clasped the edges with her fingers so she could lift her arms and spread the cape wide. Whoosh! She ran across the room, letting the cape billow behind her. Then she executed a few lunges in a paso doble style. Happy with that, she bent her right elbow, letting the cape cover the bottom half of her face. Like Snidely Whiplash, she stalked across the room. She jumped onto the foot of the bed and lifted her arms wide. With an ominous glare at Ian, she said in a spooky low voice, "I am your master." Like a virgin, a female voice answered. Toni jerked around. That had to be her cell phone. Her pants were somewhere on the floor. Madonna claimed she was being touched for the very first time. Oh, hush. Toni jumped down from the bed and strode about the room, searching for her pants. You're about as virginal as I am.
"That's debatable,"
a male voice said. With a squeak, she spun around. Ian?
"Toni?"
His eyes widened as he took in her costume, or lack of costume. She whipped the edges of the cape together to conceal her nude body. I thought you were dead, again. His mouth twitched.
"I wouldn't miss this for anything."
Her face heated up. Like a virgin, Madonna taunted her. She snatched the phone from her pants pocket. Hello?
"Menina, what happened to you?"
Carlos asked.
"You went upstairs to check on Ian and never came back."
I'm fine. Ian's fine. She glanced at the bed. Ian was grinning at her.
"Did you fall asleep?"
Carlos asked.
"I know you were tired this morning."
I slept a little. Sorry.
"It's okay. Nothing's happening. I just thought you might be hungry. Howard's making some paninis in the kitchen. You want one?"
She watched Ian stroll past her into the office. The view from the back was great. He removed a bottle of blood from the small fridge at the wet bar and popped it into the microwave.
"Toni, what's going on?" Carlos demanded. "Do you need some help up there?"
No,
I'm fine, really.
He's awake, isn't he? Carlos demanded. Either that or you have developed some tastes that are way too kinky.
Okay, he's awake, she confessed.
Howard told me about the stay-awake drug, Carlos said. I guess you two are putting it to good use?
Oh, yeah.
Carlos chuckled. Ciao, menina. He hung up. They know what we're doing?
Ian removed his bottle from the microwave and poured the blood into a glass.
Yes.
She dropped her phone and wandered into the office.
Are we going to be in big trouble?
No one has a way to contact Connor right now, so I would not worry about it.
Ian sipped from his glass as he watched her approach.
That cape looks better on you than it does me.
I don't think it's the cape you're looking at.
She swept the cape open for a second to flash her body. Ian smiled and took another sip.
Something amazing happened.
Oh, yeah, the sex was great.
She perched on a bar stool. He chuckled.
That too. But Tony, I actually fell asleep.
He leaned toward her, resting his elbows on the bar.
It was so strange. I have not slept in centuries.
Wow.
He drank more blood.
I'd forgotten what it was like. Death sleep is so blank. It's nothing but death and total oblivion. But this was sweet and
restful. His eyes glimmered with moisture.
I had a dream. I dreamed of you.
Oh, my.
She noticed the tears in his eyes were reddish in color. He touched her face.
I would have never thought it possible.
She took his hand.
What did you dream?
His mouth quirked.
He did a striptease dance for me in a vampire cape.
Really?
When he laughed, she made a face at him. Very funny. What was the dream? His eyes softened.
I'll tell you someday.
She scooted off the bar stool. She walked away from him, then flipped one side of the cape back to reveal a rounded hip.
I have ways of making you talk.
She gasped when he zoomed up to her at vampire speed.
I have ways of making you scream.
He untied the strings at her neck and pushed the cape off her shoulders. The satin material pooled on the floor, the red side up. Ian lifted her in his arms, then laid her down on the scarlet satin.
Well, why not?
She gave him a wry look. We've stained everything else in this place. With a laugh, he zoomed back to the bar and grabbed his glass. An inch of blood still remained in the bottom.
You've given me an idea.
You're going to stain the carpet?
Nay.
He knelt beside her and drizzled the blood over her breasts and down her torso.
Ooh, I hope you plan to clean that up.
She forgot to be indignant when his tongue lapped the blood off her breasts. He followed the trail of blood down her torso, then licked the last remaining drops from her belly button. She squirmed on the red satin, enjoying the decadent feel of it against her backside. Ian returned to her breasts to suckle. She felt his teeth nibbling ever so gently and recalled the look of his fangs when he'd gone into full Dracula mode. His eyes had glowed blue, intense with vamp power. Then they'd turned red as he'd looked hungrily at her. The old bite marks on her breasts and torso itched, but not with fear or repulsion. She felt desire and need.
Ian?
He glanced up at her, and the red glow in his eyes tugged deep within her. Her bite marks burned. She raked her hands into his long black hair and gripped his head tight.
Bite me.
He blinked.
Nay. Do not say that. I will not use you for food. I'm not hungry.
I am. I have a deep hunger inside me.
Tony, you're reacting to my vamp power. I'll try to tone it down.
No, let it loose.
He studied her curiously.
Do you know what you're asking? You were attacked. You have terrible memories.
I want to turn that terror into something beautiful. Can you do that?
I can keep it from hurting. But it is all an illusion. Mind control. And I know how ye feel about that.
I'm not afraid of your mind. I love you.
He hesitated, frowning.
Do it. Do it all. I want to experience everything with you.
He closed his eyes.
You're so very tempting. I can smell your blood, hot and delicious. I can hear it rushing through you, calling to me.
Take me.
His eyes opened, and she gasped at the startling blue. A wave of icy cold air struck her forehead, then swept down her body, prickling her skin with gooseflesh.
I am with you.
His voice reverberated in her mind, and her entire body tingled as if he were blowing his breath over her. He nuzzled her neck.
We will share mind, body, and blood.
He licked her neck, and she gasped as the same sensation happened between her legs. It had to be an illusion, but one hell of an illusion. All the tingling on her neck was echoed below. Her need grew more desperate, and the tingles grew into throbbing pulses, demanding satisfaction. She wrapped her legs around him.
Take me now.
His fangs extended with a small hissing sound that made her ache for him. She shuddered as his erection pressed against her, and his teeth softly scraped her neck. Soon it would happen. He plunged into her core with so much force, she barely noticed the prick on her neck. And then he was loving her, taking her body and blood.
I am inside you in every way. You're mine, and I am yours.
With each suck at her neck, a shudder of pleasure skittered through her. Then he pulled away from her neck.
I do not want to take too much.
He licked the bite wounds, and the shudders continued, intensified with each bodily thrust into her core. His pace picked up.
I can feel ye coming. We're coming together.
And they did. Toni cried out just as she heard his roar of pleasure thunder through her mind. She'd never felt anything like it. Their bodies shuddered together like a choreographed dance. Their minds pulsated in shared pleasure. Amazing, she thought. Or did he think that? She could no longer tell who was who. They were one.
Ian,
she whispered as their breathing returned to normal. Even their breaths were in sync.
Do you feel how much I love you?
His voice filled her mind. A warmth flooded her and brought tears to her eyes. Then a chill swept through her, and he was gone. Gone from her mind, but lying next to her with love in his eyes. And she knew, then and there, that nothing would stop her from spending her life with Ian. No friendships or villains could stop her from loving him. Even death couldn't come between them. Chapter 25. That evening, just after sundown, Toni was sitting in the parlor with Ian, Carlos, Howard, and all the vamp guys, watching the Digital Vampire Network. Stone Coffin of the Nightly News droned on and on. Phineas and Jack made everyone laugh with their impersonations of the boring newscaster. Stone turned his head.
What is the meaning of this?
The camera swerved, and Toni gasped. Yedrik Yanov was approaching the newscaster's desk with a pistol in his hand.
Take him,
he ordered, and a Russian malcontent rushed past him to loop silver rope around Stone Coffin.
What are you doing? Stone asked. This is highly irregular.
On me,
Yedrik demanded, and the camera shifted to him.
You, cameraman, will do as I say if you want to leave.
The camera didn't budge. Yedrik nodded.
Good. Now show our audience what we have behind door number 1.
He motioned to his right. The camera panned to the door. Yuri and Stanislav entered the recording studio, each dragging a hostage. Toni gasped. They have Corky Corrent.
And another woman,
Ian muttered.
I say we let him kill Corky,
Phineas said.
Shh.
Ian turned up the volume as Yedrik spoke.
As you can see, we have taken over DVN. Your regularly scheduled programming has been cancelled for a far more interesting show. Ian McPhee, you have 20 minutes to bring me the stay-awake drug, or I start executing people on live television.
Toni remained stunned and speechless, while the men all started to talk at the same time. How many men did Yedrik have? Who knew the layout at DVN? The vamp men suddenly leaped to their feet.
Sorry, a voice called from the foyer. Grigori entered the parlor. Didn't mean to trigger the alarm.
Dougal rushed into the foyer to turn off the alarm.
Grigori glanced at the TV. I saw what was happening. I thought I should warn you in case you didn't know.
Do you know the layout of DVN?
Ian asked. Sure, I've done a bunch of commercials there. Got some paper? Grigori asked.
Tony ran to the desk. She collected some paper and pens, then dropped them on the large, square coffee table. Grigori sat on one of the couches and began drawing.
Phineas, Dougal, go below, Ian ordered. Bring up some weapons. Howard, do you know where DVN is? It's in Brooklyn. Howard stood. You want me to drive there?
Ian ran a hand through his hair while he considered.
We do not want to teleport into a trap, so I think we should attack from the outside. Agreed, Zoltan said.
Their attention was snagged by a scream emanating from the television. "You're burning my skin, you bastard!" Corky Corn screeched as Yuri looped silver rope around her wrists. The other woman whimpered as she was tied up. Stone Coffin looked curiously at his ropes.
I say, what do you expect to gain from this?
Yedrick sneered.
The world. With the stay-awake drug, I can rule the vampire world.
Stone gave him a bland look.
No such drug exists.
Of course it does.
Ian McPhee took it. That's how he aged.
Yedrick moved behind Corky and slid his hand around her neck.
I have you to thank, Miss Corrant. You're the one who brought him to my attention.
Corky's eyes widened as his hand tightened. If I helped you, then why don't you let me go? Yedrick tilted her head back to force her to look at him.
I enjoy watching blondes die. Isn't that so, Nadia?
The camera swerved to a small brunette standing next to Stone.
It pleases the master when I kill a blonde, she whispered.
You can't kill me, Corky screamed. I have fans. She glanced at the captured woman beside her. Kill Tiffany. She's blonde, and she slept with my boyfriend. No, Tiffany squealed. I'm too young to die, and too pretty. Pretty? Corky snorted. Men just tell you that so you'll sleep with them. That's not true. I've been told I'm pretty by hundreds of men. And how many of those men did you sleep with? Corky snarled. Tiffany's eyes widened.
Enough!
Yedrick rolled his eyes.
Gag them, Yori, before I kill them now.
Yori plastered a strip of duct tape over Tiffany's mouth. Corky struggled with her ropes. You can't kill me! I'm entertaining! Kill Stone! He's boring as hell!
Why, I say, Stone stammered. That seems uncalled for. I happen to find myself somewhat interesting.
Yedrick held Corky's head still while Yori stuck duct tape across her mouth. Then he turned to inspect Stone, who stared blankly back at him.
What do you do?
Stone blinked.
I read the news.
Yedrick strolled toward him.
And? I have nice hair.
Yedrick rolled his eyes.
This man is boring. I can't even sense any fear from him. Let him go.
Stone looked mildly surprised.
I must say, that is rather good news.
Nadia untied the silver ropes binding him and led him to the door. Corky tried to trip him as he passed by. Yedrick paced in front of the two blonde hostages.
Now, the question is, which one of you shall I kill first? Or perhaps Ian McPhee will come to save you.
Corky and Tiffany strained against their ropes. Yedrick smiled.
That's it. Show me your fear. Let it ooze from your pores so I can revel in the smell.
His gaze lowered to Corky's overly abundant breasts.
We'll need an extra long steak for this one.
Yori chuckled.
Yes, master.
Corky's scream was muffled and desperate. Yedrick inhaled deeply.
Ah, the smell of fear.
He turned to the camera.
Are you afraid, McPhee? Are you going to let these women die so the entire vamp world will remember you as a coward? Go to hell,
Ian muttered. I'm done, Grigori announced. He'd drawn a detailed schematic of DVN at vampire speed. Phineas and Dougal whooshed into the room, their arms piled high with weapons. They set them down on the floor.
Howard and Carlos, arm yourselves and get going, Ian ordered.
As the two mortal men grabbed swords, stakes, and daggers, Tony looked at Ian. Did he have other plans for her, or was he trying to completely leave her out? Ian? His eyes met hers.
Can you stay here?
She shook her head. For better or for worse, I'm with you. A pained look crossed his face.
All right, go with Howard.
She quickly gathered some weapons.
Find a dark, secluded place nearby, Ian said. Then call us and we'll teleport. We'll have a plan by then. Okay.
Howard motioned to Carlos and Tony.
Let's go.
On the way to DVN, Howard drove like a madman.
Don't get into a battle with a vampire, Tony. They're too fast and strong. They'll use mind control to freeze you.
I understand. She couldn't compete with them. The vampires would always be superior. Even Howard and Carlos had abilities that she would never possess. Howard drove onto the Brooklyn Bridge.
Carlos, if they try to take over your mind, shift. They can't control us when we're in animal form.
I'll be ready for them,
Carlos said. Tony turned to look at Carlos in the back seat.
Be careful,
she whispered.
You too, Menina.
Carlos winked. Tony nervously fingered the wooden stakes in her lap. I wonder how many men Jedrick has.
Well, he had 2 men and a woman in the studio with him, Howard said, and at last count, the Russian coven was down to about a dozen.
So there could be 10 more scattered about the building,
Carlos concluded. Tony mentally counted their number. 3 mortals and 6 vamps. Ian, Phineas, Dougal, Zoltan, Jack, and Grigori. Howard parked in a dark alley next to the DVN parking lot. They immediately called the townhouse, and within seconds, the 6 vamps were there, fully armed. Moonlight gleamed off their swords and daggers. Ian explained the plan. All the men nodded, but Tony shook her head. No, Ian, it's too dangerous for you.
I'm the one he wants. This is the best way.
Shh. Phineas held up a hand.
Someone's coming.
The men spread out in the alley, and soon Tony heard a yelp.
I say, there's no need for violence.
Tony blinked. It was Stone Coffin.
What are you doing here?
Ian demanded as Phineas dragged the newscaster forward.
Are you the good guys? Stone asked. I was hoping you'd come. I want to help.
He patted his perfect hair.
I want a piece of the action because I'm not boring.
Shh. Ian hushed him.
Can you wield a sword?
No, but I'm real good with a hairbrush. Oh, and I know where there's a secret entrance. Will that help?
Yes, you'll take the mortals in through the secret entrance, Ian ordered. Grigori, go with them. The rest of you, you know what to do. Let's go.
He strode toward the end of the alley. Tony ran to join him. Ian, please don't do this. There has to be a better way.
I've weighed the options, Tony. If we attack, Jedrick will kill the hostages. This way, he'll think he's won, and he'll be easier to defeat.
He gave her a worried look.
If I begged you to stay here in the alley, would you do it?
You know I can't. I have to be there for you. Ian sighed.
Dinna try to take on a malcontent.
Yeah. The vampires are superior. I've heard it before. I'm not good enough. Ian stopped and took her hand.
No one is more valuable to me than you. Dinna blame me for being terrified for your safety.
I feel the same way about you.
I'll be fine. Trust me.
He kissed her brow, then skirted the alley wall to enter the DVN parking lot. Tony said a silent prayer for him. Hot tears stung her eyes, but she blinked them away. No time for that now. Phineas, Dougal, Zoltan, and Jack moved stealthily into the parking lot, keeping themselves hidden, while Ian strode straight to the entrance door.
Let's go!
Howard motioned for her, Carlos, Grigori, and Stone to follow him. They crept along the back of the DVN parking lot, staying in the shadow. They stopped behind 2 large cars to watch. Ian approached the entrance, where 2 malcontent guards pointed their rifles at him. He raised his hands.
I'm Ian McPhee. I brought the drug for Jedrick.
One guard held his rifle on Ian, while the other patted him down.
No weapons. What about his purse?
The malcontent pointed his rifle at the leather pouch in front of Ian's kilt.
It's a sporran.
Ian opened it and showed them the vial of greenish liquid.
I'm to deliver this personally.
Tony's breath caught. Did he really have some of the drug with him? The guard checked Ian's sporran.
There's nothing else inside. Let's go.
He opened the door and motioned for Ian to enter. The guard scanned the parking lot, and not seeing anything, they both went into the building to escort Ian to Jedrick. About 5 minutes later, Tony saw a blur of movement as Phineas and Dougal zipped at vampire speed toward the now unguarded entrance. They slipped inside. 2 more figures crept from the shadows. Zoltan and Jack stood on each side of the door, pressed against the wall. Grigori cursed under his breath.
Their alarm just went off.
There must be a malcontent in the security office, and he spotted our guys. We knew that could happen, Howard whispered. At least the recording studios are soundproof, Grigori said. Yedra can't hear it.
Tony recalled the plan that Ian had explained in the alley. Phineas and Dougal were supposed to take over the security office as quickly as possible. The 2 guards who had escorted Ian returned. They ran out the front door with swords drawn, but they didn't get far. Zoltan and Jack jumped them, and in a flash, both guards were nothing but piles of dust on the pavement. Zoltan and Jack sheathed their daggers and drew their swords. Then they rushed inside. Their mission was to zoom through the building, killing any malcontents they came across. From what Tony could tell, they looked quite capable of the job.
All right, Stone, let's go.
Howard gave the newscaster a push. They ran to the side of the building. Stone moved a heavy potted plant to reveal a trap door in the pavement next to the building. He pulled on a metal ring to lift the door and revealed a staircase leading into the basement. Howard pulled a small LED flashlight from his utility belt and flipped it on.
Let's go.
This is all storage, Stone whispered, once they were downstairs. No one comes down here except Tiffany and the boss when they want to.
We gotcha, Grigori muttered. Take us to the stairwell that's closest to the control room.
This way. Stone led them across the vast storeroom and up a narrow flight of stairs.
Me first.
Grigori drew his sword. Of course. Stone let him pass. Grigori cracked open the door and peeked outside.
It's clear.
He led them down an empty corridor. The sound of clashing blades could be heard in the distance. As Tony passed beneath the security camera, she could only hope they were being watched by Phineas or Dougal, and not the malcontents.
This is it.
Grigori stopped by a door with a sign that read, Control Room. Clashing blades could be heard inside. Grigori flung open the door. Tony followed him just in time to see Zoltan slash his sword across a malcontent's neck, then skewer him through the heart. The dead vampire turned to dust. Zoltan swiveled to face them and bowed.
The room is yours.
He zoomed out the door. Wow. Tony watched Zoltan disappear around a corner.
I'm glad that guy's on our side,
Carlos muttered.
Grigori cursed. Look at this.
He motioned to the wall that was covered with 12 monitors. Tony gasped. All 12 monitors showed the same scene. The studio where the nightly news was aired. Ian had been stripped to his kilt, and Nadia was casually looping silver rope around his bare chest. Red welts appeared on Ian's skin, and the sizzling sound made Tony's stomach lurch. We have to get him out of there! Tony pulled her dagger from her belt.
We will, soon, Grigori assured her. Ian wanted to make sure we had the rest of the building completely under our control and as many malcontents as possible killed before we make our final move on Yedrick.
Howard stood guard at the door, while they all watched the monitors, unable to help Ian.
You have the drug, Ian spoke through gritted teeth. Let the hostages go.
Yedrick lifted the vial of greenish liquid.
How can I be sure this is really the stay-awake drug? You might have filled it with poison. Is it poison, McPhee?
Ian glared at him.
Is it poison? Yedrick shouted.
Nadia looped some silver rope around Ian's neck and pulled it tight. His neck sizzled. Tony swallowed hard at the bile rising in her throat. Ian glowered at Yedrick.
It's not poison. Try it and see.
Yedrick nodded slowly.
You want me to drink it?
He strode to Corky and ripped the duct tape off her mouth. She screeched, That hurts, you bastard!
This might hurt worse. Hold her,
Yedrick ordered, and Yuri held Corky's head still. Corky glued her lips together, but Yedrick pinched her nose till she opened her mouth to gasp for air. Yedrick poured some of the greenish liquid down her throat. Back in the control room, the door opened slowly and Phineas peered inside.
Don't shoot, he told Howard. Do you have the security office? Howard asked. Yeah, I left Dougal there. Zoltan and Jack are doing one final sweep. We're almost ready to move on Yedrick.
Thank God. Tony motioned to the monitors. Have you seen what they're doing to Ian?
Yeah.
Phineas grimaced.
There's a monitor in the security office that shows us what's on air. More importantly, the whole vampire world is seeing what they're doing to Ian. And he has a bunch of admirers out there.
So? Tony didn't want to hear about all the vamp women who still wanted to date Ian.
So they're all showing up outside, Phineas said. We can see the parking lot on a monitor, and there's got to be 50 angry vamp women out there. They're all screaming that Ian McPhee must be released.
Good grief, Tony breathed.
It's getting wild out there, Phineas continued. Those women have whips and baseball bats.
I have an idea. Grigori went to the wall of shelves and grabbed a camera. He turned it on and looked at the monitors. How do I get this to show up there? Here. Stone went to the control panel and flipped some switches. A bottom monitor showed them in the control room as seen through Grigori's camera. And how do we get this on air? Grigori asked. Stone showed them which switches to use. He handed Carlos the earphones and took a small one for himself. I'll let you know when we're ready. Grigori headed out the door. Let's go, Stone. Phineas and Howard stood guard while Carlos studied the control panel. Tony watched the monitors, wondering how Ian was faring. She couldn't see him at the moment because the cameraman was still focused on Corky. The vamp world was waiting to see if Corky was going to die from poison.
How do you feel?
Jedrick asked her. I'm fine.
You don't feel anything at all?
Corky glared at him. I feel great, actually. Full of energy like I could kick your ass all the way to China.
Gag her,
Jedrick said, and Yuri stuck the tape across Corky's mouth. Jedrick paced across the room and stopped in front of Ian.
Full of energy? That sounds about right.
He lifted the vial to his mouth and drank the entire contents. He sneered at Ian's face.
You realize what will happen, McPhee. The sun will rise, and you'll fall into your death sleep while I remain awake. You'll be the first one I'll kill.
Ian remained silent.
Master?
Yuri asked hesitantly.
What if he's taken the drug too?
Jedrick turned sharply to look at Ian, who simply stared back.
It won't matter. We'll just keep him tied up. He won't be able to defend himself.
Master! Another male voice called, and the camera swerved to the door where Stanislav was entering.
Master, the vamps have invaded the building.
Jedrick gritted his teeth.
Do I have to tell you what to do? Just kill them.
Stanislav paled.
They were too fast. I can't find any of our men. What?
Jedrick shouted. Look! Tony pointed at the bottom monitor. Grigori and Stone were in the parking lot. They're ready. Carlos flipped the switches and spoke into the headphone.
You're on.
Stone's face filled almost all the monitors now, while Jedrick was relegated to one monitor on the bottom row.
This is Stone Coffin, reporting live from the parking lot of DVN, the newscaster shouted. As you can see, this is definitely not boring. Over 50 vamp women and a few men have gathered here in support of Ian McPhee, who is being held prisoner inside. In fact, more vamps are teleporting here as I speak.
Grigori panned the camera along the angry mob. They shook their fists and baseball bats in the air. Set Ian free! Set Ian free!
I have their ringleader here, Stone continued, and Grigori aimed the camera back on him. Vonda Barkovsky, do you have anything to say?
Vonda lifted a fist, holding her whip.
You're going down, Jedrick. Nobody hurts our Ian McPhee. We love Ian.
The crowd took up her shout.
We love Ian! We love Ian!
Oh, please, Tony muttered inside the control room.
Look at this.
Carlos turned up the volume on the monitor, showing the studio where Jedrick was waving his hands in the air.
What the hell is going on?
Jedrick glared at the monitor in the studio.
What is Vonda Barkovsky doing on national television? How did she steal my place? The vamps must have taken over the control room, Stanislav said.
Jedrick whirled around to glower at the malcontent.
They cut me off? This is my show!
He pulled his pistol from his belt, zoomed to Ian, and pressed the barrel of the gun against Ian's forehead.
Put me back on, now!
Tony gasped. Carlos, quickly!
I got it.
He put Jedrick back on air. Jedrick glanced at the monitor and saw himself.
That's more like it.
Stanislav, Yuri, go take back the control room now.
Yes, master. They ran from the recording studio. Tony gulped and tightened her grip on her dagger. They're coming. Carlos jumped to his feet and drew his dagger. Howard took up a position by the door with his dagger in hand.
Phineas raised his sword. "I'll take one, the three of you take the other." The door burst open. Stanislav zoomed toward Phineas, and their swords clashed. Yuri halted when he spotted Carlos and Tony. "Mortals," he sneered. He pointed his sword at them. "This will be too easy." With a bear-like growl, Howard leaped on Yuri's back and plunged a dagger into his side. Yuri screamed and threw Howard off his back with so much force that Howard flew across the room and crashed into the wall of shelves. Contents from the shelves spilled down on Howard. He didn't move. Yuri sucked in a hissing breath as he looked at his bleeding wound. "You'll pay for this!" He lifted his sword and charged. Carlos ducked, and Tony leaped to the side. She heard Phineas cry out and glanced his way. Oh no! Stanislav had managed to stab Phineas in the shoulder. A blur shot past her, and she whirled, lifting her dagger. "No!" Carlos shouted. Yuri caught her from behind. He pressed the edge of his sword against her neck. "Drop your weapon." The sword pinched her skin. "Drop it!" She let her dagger tumble to the floor. "Stand back!" Yuri shouted. With a stricken look, Carlos stepped back. The clash of swords echoed in her ears as Phineas continued to fight Stanislav. A low growl emanated from Carlos as he ripped his shirt off. She realized he was going to shift. Yuri cursed, then Tony gasped as everything went black. Chapter 26. Tony materialized right into a shootout. Yuri jerked them both down to the floor as bullets sprayed overhead. She looked quickly about. Corky and Tiffany had dropped to the floor and were squirming out of the way. Jedrik was shooting at Jack and Zoltan. They must have just charged into the studio. Jack jumped behind Stone Coffin's desk, while Zoltan rushed in the opposite direction, taking shelter behind an unmanned camera. The cameraman was huddled on the floor behind his camera. Jedrik's pistol made some empty clicking noises. With a curse, he threw it aside and drew his sword. Zoltan rushed forward to engage him, while Jack dashed toward Ian to press a dagger into his hands. "Stop!" Nadia ran at Jack, her sword raised. Jack lunged at Nadia, forcing her to retreat. "No!" Yuri lurched forward to help Nadia. With a quick slash, Jack nearly sliced off Yuri's arm. Blood splattered. With a screech, Yuri fell to the floor. Jack turned him to dust, then went after Nadia. Tony swallowed hard. She couldn't let this violence freak her out. Yuri's sword was lying on the floor, and she needed to grab it. She stumbled to her feet, but an icy cold assault knocked her flat on the floor. The familiar icy wave swept through her, freezing her body. "You cannot move." Jedrik's command rang in her head. He zoomed toward her. "You will drop your swords." He pointed his sword at Tony's heart. She stared at the sharp point, poised to kill her. Her body couldn't budge. She couldn't even turn her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Ian's stricken face. Swords clattered on the floor. Jack and Zoltan had surrendered. Oh God, what if Jedrik killed them? What if he killed Ian? And all because she was unable to function on their level. An old familiar shame swept through her. Always unworthy, never quite good enough. "Tie them up," Jedrik ordered. Nadia looped silver rope around Jack's wrists. Jedrik strolled over to them. "What shall I do with you two? Shall I kill you now? Giacomo, the famous son of Casanova." He stopped in front of Zoltan. "And the mighty coven master of Eastern Europe. I should tie you both to a lamppost and let the sunrise burn you to death." Tony noticed from the corner of her eye that Ian had cut the silver ropes looped around his chest and wrists. He stuffed some rope into his sporran. Nadia was too busy tying the new prisoners, and Jedrik was too busy taunting them to notice. She had to help Ian. His poor chest and hands were covered with red welts. God help her. She couldn't lie here helpless while he tried to save everyone. And how could he save anyone if Jedrik kept control of the situation by threatening to kill her? She had to fight this. Somehow she had to break through Jedrik's mind control. Tony concentrated hard on Ian, on how much she loved him, on how strongly she wanted to help him. Her fingers twitched.
She glanced at Jedrik and Nadia. Their backs were turned to her as they tormented Jack and Zoltan. Her hand jerked awkwardly to the wooden stake in her belt. Slowly, she closed her fist around it. She turned her head and saw Ian watching her. He nodded slightly. He was counting on her. She focused hard. Her love for Ian had to be stronger than Jedrik's power.
Jedrik, have ye figured out yet that ye've been tricked?
Ian asked, and Jedrik whirled to face him.
Do ye really think I would give you the stay-awake drug? That vial was naught but an energy drink.
Jedrik's face turned red with rage.
I'll kill you now!
He ran at Ian, raising his sword in the air. Ian lunged to the floor to grab Jack's sword, then jumped to his feet to deflect Jedrik's first swing. With Jedrik's mind fully engaged, Tony was better able to defy his mind control. She eased to her feet. Ian's sword flashed so quickly, it was clear Jedrik was outmatched. With the flick of his wrist, Ian sent Jedrik's sword flying through the air. Jedrik backed up. With his free hand, Ian pulled a length of silver rope from his sporran.
Nay, this time ye will not teleport away.
He dropped his sword and leaped forward, looping the silver cord around Jedrik. He pulled the malcontent against his chest. Jedrik struggled and kicked, but Ian held him tight.
Now, Tony!
As she ran forward, she noted the shocked look on Jedrik's face. A mere mortal was about to kill him. He attacked her with a wave of psychic power.
You are under my control. Drop that stake now!
Her hand shook. Icy power streamed through her, threatening to freeze her in place. She forced her feet to move forward. 1 step, 2. Jedrik's eyes widened.
No! You will fear me! You will feel the power of fear!
I'll show you fear, you bastard! She stabbed the stake through his heart. His cry faded as his body disintegrated. Her mind was free. She dropped the stake, and it fell onto a pile of dust. Ian tossed the silver rope aside.
Tony!
He pulled her into his arms.
You are amazing.
She leaned on him, closing her eyes in relief. Jedrik was dead.
To please the master, I will kill the blonde,
a voice whispered behind her.
No!
Ian yanked Tony to the side. She jolted when a dagger plunged into her side. Stunned, she saw Ian grab at Nadia, but the female malcontent teleported away. She looked down at the dagger in her side. How strange. Then a burning pain ripped through her and dragged her into oblivion. Panic gripped Ian. He swept Tony up in his arms, and the dagger clattered to the floor. It must not have been in very deep, a good sign, but she was losing so much blood. He shot a pleading look at the camera.
Roman, Connor, if ye hear me, come to Romatech, please.
The door burst open, and Phineas, Dougal, Howard, and Carlos rushed in. Ian knew they could take care of the hostages, so he teleported straight to Romatech.
Laszlo!
He zoomed to the operating room.
I'm here!
Laszlo opened the door for him.
I saw what happened on the television. Put her on the table.
He rushed to the sink to wash his hands. Ian laid Tony on the operating table. Forms wavered in front of him. Roman materialized, holding Shanna, while Connor appeared with Constantine in his arms.
Oh, thank God,
Ian breathed.
She's losing so much blood.
Already the sheet beneath her was stained red. Roman and Shanna ran to the sinks to wash their hands. Connor disappeared, then returned with Radinka. Laszlo snapped on a pair of surgical gloves.
You realize she may have to go to a hospital?
Yes, of course.
Ian didn't know how to help. He pulled off Tony's shoes and socks. Laszlo grabbed a pair of scissors and began cutting away her polo shirt. Ian unbuckled her belt and pulled it out from underneath her.
Ian, stand back.
Roman snapped on gloves.
I cannot lose her.
Ian flinched when Connor grabbed his arm to pull him back.
Get out of their way, lad. Let them do their job.
Is Tony hurt bad?
Constantine asked, his bottom lip trembling.
She'll be fine,
Connor said.
How is she?
Radinka asked.
She'll be fine,
Connor repeated as he handed Tino to her. Radinka forced a smile.
Of course she'll be fine.
She hurried from the room with the little boy.
Let's wait outside.
Ian watched helplessly as Tony lay on the table bleeding.
By all the saints, I cannot lose her. She'll be fine, lad, Connor murmured.
Ian turned to him.
I love her, and I will not let you fire her. I do not care what the rules say. Calm down, lad. No one wants to fire her. We saw what she did on the telly. She overcame vampire mind control and staked a vicious malcontent assassin. It was truly an amazing feat for a mortal. She is amazing.
Ian looked at Roman.
You have to heal her.
We'll do our best, Roman said calmly. The wound is shallow. No major organs were affected. He gazed at the monitor that Shanna had hooked up to show Tony's vital signs.
Her blood pressure's very low, but that's to be expected.
He tossed a bloody pad into a metal pan. Laszlo passed him another pad.
We could give her a transfusion. She's AB positive.
Do whatever you have to do, Ian demanded. I'm not going to lose her.
Calm down. Shanna walked toward him, carrying a tray of gauze pads and a bottle of something nasty, no doubt. You've been burned. Let's get you cleaned up. Ian waved a dismissive hand.
I do not care. I'll heal during my death sleep.
Ian, Shanna spoke sharply. Those wounds need to heal cleanly. He groaned.
Fine.
He endured the stinging medicine she applied to his burns. It served him right for failing to protect Tony. He'd been so relieved to hold her in his arms. He hadn't seen Nadia sneak up on them.
It's all my fault.
He watched Tony on the operating table. She looked so pale.
I did not get her out of the way fast enough.
We saw it on TV, Shanna said. It was terrifying. Everything was happening so fast.
Aye, Connor agreed. You did well, lad. The malcontents lost about 10 men, and we didn't lose a single one.
But he'd failed to keep Tony safe. Ian gazed sadly at her.
Can ye fix her?
We're trying, Roman said,
but we're not surgeons.
Laszlo nodded.
We've never had to repair internal injuries. Vamps always heal naturally from within.
Because of our vampire blood.
Roman looked at Laszlo.
I've always been curious about how well our blood can heal. What if we give her a transfusion of vampire blood instead of regular synthetic blood?
Laszlo fiddled with a button on his lab coat.
We could give her a sedative to keep her unconscious. That might simulate death sleep enough that the vampire blood would start to heal her internally.
Are you planning on turning her? Shanna asked. We should have her permission.
This won't transform her, Roman said. She would have to be drained completely and in a vampire coma. And then she would have to drink from a vampire and ingest the blood in order to change. This would keep her mortal, but we could see if the vampire blood heals her.
Laszlo nodded.
It would be very interesting to see if it works.
Shanna gave the two men a dubious look. You want to experiment on her? Wouldn't it be safer to take her to a hospital?
She would have to undergo surgery in a hospital, Roman argued. If our theory works, she'll heal naturally and quickly.
Indeed.
Laszlo twisted a button.
We'll be able to tell fairly quickly if it's working or not. If it doesn't, then we can take her to a hospital.
Then let's get on with it.
Ian strode toward the operating table.
I'll give her my blood.
We'll need to make sure your blood is compatible.
Laszlo swabbed Ian's arm with antiseptic.
It should be. I drink AB positive all the time. So I see.
Roman glanced at the bite marks on Tony's neck and frowned at Ian.
I didn't force myself on her.
How recent?
Laszlo cleaned Tony's arm and inserted a needle.
About 9 hours ago.
When Ian received some confused looks, he explained.
I took the stay-awake drug, so we could have some time alone.
Connor muttered a curse under his breath. Roman exchanged an amused look with his wife.
Well, since your blood came from Tony, it should be a perfect match.
Laszlo rolled a second gurney up to the operating table. Get on. Ian lay on top, and soon his blood was being pumped directly into Tony. Roman and Laszlo kept a close watch on Tony's wound, while Shanna watched her vital signs.
The bleeding stopped,
Roman whispered. Laszlo fiddled with a button.
That's a good sign.
Blood pressure's still too low, Shanna murmured. Sir, I believe that tissue is closing, Laszlo exclaimed.
Yes, it's working,
Roman announced.
Let's sew her up.
30 minutes later, Tony's wound was continuing to heal, but her vital signs were still problematic. The transfusion had left Ian weak and hungry, so he rested on the gurney while he drank several pints of synthetic blood. AB positive, just in case Tony needed some more. A loud cheer erupted from the waiting room. Connor's announcement about Tony's recovery had been well received. Shanna shook her head. We shouldn't celebrate just yet. She's running a fever. Ian said a silent prayer for Tony as he slipped off the gurney. Connor had brought him a navy polo shirt from the security office. He put it on and peeked out the door to see who was in the waiting room. His mouth fell open. Everyone was there. Jean-Luc and Heather from Texas, Angus, Emma, and Robbie, Zoltan and Jack were there. Their burned wrists had been bandaged by Laszlo. Dougal was there, unharmed. Phineas's shoulder was bandaged. Ian walked up to him. You are injured? It's nothing. Phineas waved a dismissive hand. Stan managed to poke me a little, that's all. Did you finish him off? I wish. Phineas made a face. When Carlos shifted into a panther, Stan freaked out and ran straight into the parking lot. And the women out there nearly tore him to shreds before he managed to teleport away. So he's still alive? Yeah. Phineas shrugged and winced. I'll have to watch my back from now on. Duna fash, Dougal said. We'll watch your back. Ian spotted Carlos sitting between Sabrina and Teddy. Carlos must have called them about Tony. Teddy grinned as he approached. Hey man, I heard you guys defeated the evil forces. Tony killed Jedrick, Ian said. She was amazing. Sabrina snorted. She could have gotten herself killed. I told her to stay away from you, vamps. It's not safe to be around you. The mortal world is dangerous too, Carlos told her. But Tony has no business trying to fight evil vampires, Sabrina insisted. She glared at Ian. I swear, if something happens to her, I'll sue your ass. She paused when Constantine climbed up on the chair next to her. My gosh, little boy, how did you get in here? What are you doing with these people? These are my friends, Constantine said. I'm worried about Tony. Tony's going to be all right, Ian told the little boy. He just hoped it was the truth. Constantine gave Ian one of his bright, angelic smiles. Good. I like Tony. Who are you? Sabrina whispered. I'm Constantine. My mommy's like you, and my daddy's a vampire. Sabrina's eyes widened with horror. Oh my God. She flinched when Tino touched her arm. Constantine gazed at her with his wide blue eyes. It's going to be all right. Sabrina's horrified expression slowly melted away. She glanced down at Constantine's hand. What did you do? You are hurting, Tino said. Do you feel better now? Yes. Sabrina's eyes widened with wonder. I do. This gave Ian an idea. Tino, would you like to see Tony? Constantine jumped in his seat. Yes, I like Tony. Ian picked the boy up in his arms. She's still hurting. Do you think you can make her feel better? I'll try. In just the short amount of time it took to carry Constantine into the operating room, Ian noticed that the pain from his burns had lessened. Hi, Mommy. Hi, Daddy. Constantine grinned at his parents. Goodness. Shanna took him from Ian. I thought you'd be asleep by now. I want to see Tony, Tino announced. Shanna hesitated. She's not feeling well, sweetie. Constantine stuck out his bottom lip. I want to help her. I like Tony. All right, sweetie. Shanna set him on the gurney next to Tony. He reached out to touch her, then withdrew his hand. She's hurt bad. He stretched out beside her and wrapped his little fingers around her hand. Look at this. Roman motioned at the vital signs monitor. Her fever's going down, Shanna whispered. Constantine yawned as he gazed at Tony. She's going to be like me. His eyelids shut, and he drifted off to sleep. Thank you, Tino. Ian smoothed a hand over the little boy's blonde curls. Tony was going to be all right. Tony woke slowly as if she were climbing out of a deep, dark hole. Look, she's coming too. Oh, thank God. She heard Carlos's voice, followed by Sabrina's. Her eyes flickered open. Their faces hovered over her, their features fuzzy and unclear. She spotted another person at the foot of the bed. Ian? She blinked, trying to focus. What was wrong with her eyes? "Hi, Tony," the third person said.
Oh,
She swallowed her disappointment. "Hi, Teddy."
"How do you feel, Nina?"
Carlos asked.
I'm fine, I think.
She lifted a hand to rub her eyes.
My eyes are burning.
"I was afraid of that," Sabrina said. "They didn't realize you wear contacts." She fumbled in her handbag and pulled out a compact mirror. Tony sat up.
"Careful."
Carlos grabbed the bed's control device.
"Let me adjust the bed for you."
With a humming noise, the back of the bed rose up to support her back.
I'm in a hospital?
Tony asked.
"No, this is the operating room at Romatech,"
Carlos explained.
"Ian brought you here."
Tony tried to focus on the compact mirror. She removed one contact and passed it to Sabrina.
Where's Ian? What time is it?
She removed the other contact. It's just after 5. Sabrina tossed the contacts in the trash.
In the morning?
Tony blinked. Evening, Teddy said. You slept all day. Tony looked at him, then at Carlos and Sabrina, then around the room.
Oh my gosh. What's wrong?
Sabrina rushed back to her side.
My eyesight. It's perfect.
Without contacts. She handed the compact back to Sabrina and looked around the room once more. Her sight was more than perfect. She could read the fine print on a poster across the room above the sink. It described the proper procedure for washing hands. She caught Carlos and Sabrina exchanging a worried look. Something was wrong. She lifted the sheet and blanket to look at her side. The last time she'd looked, there had been a dagger stuck in her. She touched the area gingerly, expecting to feel some pain. Nothing. Underneath the sheet, she pulled up her hospital gown. She peeked at her side. There was a faint scar, barely noticeable. She touched the scar. No pain or tenderness, and all the bite marks that had dotted her torso were gone. Alarm crept into her. She must have slept for weeks to be this healed. How long was I out? Was I in a coma?
"Menina,"
Carlos touched her arm.
"you were wounded last night."
But that doesn't make sense. She grabbed his hand. Tell me what happened. He winced.
"Tony, lighten up. You're about to crush my bones."
She released his hand. Her sense of alarm grew into full-fledged panic. I hurt you? Carlos flexed his fingers.
"You seem a lot stronger."
Oh my God.
Sabrina stepped back, her eyes widening. Will someone please tell me what happened? Tony grasped the railing beside her so she could lower it and get out of bed. She gave it a little push, and it broke completely off. Sabrina gasped.
"She's Superwoman,"
Teddy announced, grinning.
What?
Tony dropped the bed railing and it clattered on the floor.
Oh no.
Great eyesight, super strength. Was she still alive? She touched her teeth to see if she'd acquired any pointed fangs.
"Relax, Menina."
Carlos patted her arm.
"You're not a vamp."
She exhaled with relief.
Oh, thank goodness.
Not that I have anything against them. I'm really fond of them, and I love Ian. But I'd really hate to die and miss it. I mean, I'm glad I'm still alive. I really like to eat. Good grief, she was babbling like an idiot. I'm just so confused. How did I heal so fast? Just then, Ian walked into the room, carrying 2 vases of flowers. He grinned at Tony.
"You're awake. How do you feel?"
I have perfect eyesight. She looked him over. He was looking great in his jeans and blue sweater that matched his eyes.
"That's good."
He set the vases on the counter. I didn't have perfect eyesight before, Tony said. What did you do to her? Sabrina demanded. She's ripping the furniture apart with her bare hands. She's Superwoman, Teddy added. Ian looked at the broken railing on the floor. It was an accident, Tony said. I didn't mean to. I just pushed a little and... Ian nodded.
"We thought something like this might happen. He could have heightened senses and abilities."
Tony swallowed hard. What kind of abilities?
"You'll be very strong and fast."
Ian walked toward her.
"Constantine was the one who made us realize it when he said you would be like him, mortal but with special powers. I hope you do not mind."
Mind? Teddy said.
"This is so awesome. Tony will be like the bionic woman, but without the metal parts."
Tony sat there, stunned. She glanced at Sabrina, and her friend was staring at her with a shocked expression. What did you do to me?
We gave you a blood transfusion.
Ian perched on the end of the bed.
My blood.
You filled her up with vampire blood? Carlos asked.
Awesome,
Teddy whispered. Are you trying to turn her into a vampire? Sabrina asked.
Nay.
Ian rested a hand on Tony's foot.
We were only trying to heal her. You see, vampires heal naturally during our death sleep because of our blood. We thought my blood might be able to heal Tony, and it did, sorta.
He shrugged one shoulder.
Constantine helped too.
Sabrina approached the bed. That sweet little boy helped heal Tony? He helped me too. You met Constantine? Tony asked. Sabrina nodded. You were right. He's a very special child. She turned to Ian at the foot of the bed. Then Tony is still mortal?
Aye. She's entirely normal except for having a few extra abilities. We're not exactly certain what kind of power she'll have.
Tony leaned back against the bed. Would she be able to levitate or teleport? I'm really a superwoman?
Ian smiled. I'm just grateful I didn't lose you. I've never been more frightened in my life.
Oh, Ian. She reached a hand toward him, and he slid down the bed to take her hand and kiss it. How are you? You had so many nasty burns.
All healed.
He leaned closer to kiss her brow.
You must be hungry.
Carlos motioned for Teddy and Sabrina to come with him.
We'll get you some food.
We'll be back. Sabrina gave her a worried glance as she left the room. Ian looked her over carefully.
How do you feel, sweetheart?
I feel great. She flung her arms around his neck and hugged him. I'm so glad it's all over. And I love those flowers. I can smell them from here.
Aye, you have stronger senses. The white lilies are for me, and the red roses are from Vanda.
Vanda? Ian grinned.
They've been showing your assassination of Jedrik Janov on DVN. You are a hero, and Vanda's very happy that he's dead. I gather she had some bad history with him. Anyway, she wanted me to tell you that she was wrong about you. She says we are perfect for each other, and you should jump my bones at every opportunity.
She said that? Ian's mouth twitched.
Well, I added that last part.
Tony snorted. I'm glad Vanda decided I'm good enough. I should be now that I have some super vamp abilities. It always irked me that you guys were superior.
Tony, do not say that. I have never considered you less than worthy. You've always been brave and fearless. You rescued your friend from a greedy uncle. And look at what he did last night. He defied Jedrik's mind control. He was desperately trying to stop you from staking him, and you just kept coming. It was amazing. I do not know how you did it.
You don't know how? She touched his face. It was simple. My love for you was more powerful than his hatred. Ian took her hand and kissed it.
I love you, Tony. I admire you and respect you, just the way you are. You do not need vampire blood running in your veins to be worthy. You were always a superwoman.
Tears filled her eyes. I am worthy to be loved. Ian squeezed her hand gently.
I have to tell you that your new abilities may not be permanent. Our bodies replenish themselves over time. Of course, if you want to retain some vamp power, I'll be happy to share my blood with you.
I'll share mine with you, too. She grinned. As long as our love is permanent, that's all that matters. He pulled her into his arms.
You will always have my love.
Epilogue. Christmas Eve. Dressed in his Santa suit, Ian set down his bulky red bag on the threadbare carpet. He'd teleported with Tony, who was wearing her elf costume beneath a red woolen coat. The wood frame house in rural Virginia was small enough that they had to be very quiet. He could hear the parents snoring in a nearby bedroom, their 4 children crowded in a second bedroom. Sabrina had given them the information about this family. The father had been injured in a farm accident, and they were barely scraping by. Only 4 little presents, wrapped in newspaper, sat under the Christmas tree. Ian opened his sack, and Tony helped him remove several boxes of warm winter clothes. A plastic bag contained a frozen turkey. Then came the toys, a video game set, some books, and a pretty doll for the little girl. With his bag empty, Ian grabbed hold of Tony to teleport. She pointed up to the roof. With a wry look, he did as she asked. They landed on the roof ankle-deep in snow. He held her steady. Why did you want to come up here?
It's more like Santa Claus. Where do we go now?
Back to Romantek. My bag is empty.
He touched her red nose.
Are you sure you want to keep traveling with me? You look half frozen.
I am, but this is just too cool. When I think about these people waking up in the morning to find all that stuff,
I love it. She flung her arms around his neck.
Careful.
He widened his stance.
These roofs can be very slippery.
She cuddled up to him, then glanced down. Either you have something in your pocket, or you're getting excited.
Both.
He reached in the pocket of his red velvet pants and felt the small black box. Should he give it to her now? Back at Romatech, they would be surrounded by noisy people, rushing to get all the presents out tonight. He looked around. Stars twinkled in a clear sky. Moonlight gleamed off white, snow-covered pastures. The air smelled of cedar and fresh snow.
This is a lovely spot, eh?
Yes, very peaceful.
She rested her head on his shoulder.
I have a present for you at the townhouse. But before I give it to you, I was hoping you'd tell me about that dream you had of me.
He kissed her brow.
I dreamed you were round with child. Our child.
Really?
She leaned back to look at him.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did not want to push you into something you might not want.
Although he hoped she did want children. He took the black box from his pocket.
I have a present for you, if you'll accept it. I hope you like it.
He opened the box to show her the ring.
Oh my!
She took the box.
It's so beautiful.
Ian went down on one knee.
Daytona Lynn Davis. Will ye?
Snow shifted beneath him. Then suddenly a block of snow went sliding down the roof, taking him with it.
Ian!
She cried. He went flying off the edge of the roof and fell on his back on a thick bank of snow.
Oof!
He saw Tony skidding down the roof like a surfer. She jumped off the edge and landed neatly beside him. She laughed. Being a superwoman has its perks. Are you okay?
I was trying to propose.
He started to sit up.
Yes!
She flung herself on top of him, pushing him back onto the snow.
Yes, I'll marry you.
He grinned.
We didn't lose the ring, I hope.
Nope, right here. She showed him the box. He pulled off her mittens so he could slide on her ring.
I didn't know what else to get you for Christmas.
She hugged him there in the snow.
All I want for Christmas is my vampire.
This recording of All I Want for Christmas is a Vampire by Carolyn Sparks was performed by Colleen Marlowe. It was produced and directed by Bob Dion. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2008 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.